Forward. The Roman Emperor, 161 to 180 AD. Antoninus, better known as Marcus Aurelius the philosopher, was born at Rome in 121, and 17 years later, together with Lucius Verus, was adopted by their uncle Antoninus Pius, who in the same year inherited the imperial throne from Hadrian. In 147 he became co-emperor of the state, and after the death of his uncle Pius, which followed in 161, the imperial power passed entirely to him, and he immediately shared the throne with Lucius Verus. On the throne, he bore the name of Emperor Caesar Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus, but we shall call him Aurelius, for by this name he is best known today. Aurelius was educated under the guidance of the best teachers of his day, rhetoric being taught him, for instance, by Herod the Atticus and Marcus Cornelius Fonta. At the age of 25 he was influenced by the philosopher Junius Rusticus to study Stoic philosophy with particular enthusiasm. He was an outstanding ruler, but his reign was not a happy one. Throughout his reign, endless wars shook the empire, and a series of disasters, one more severe than the other, came upon it. Floods, earthquakes, famines succeeded each other. Following his accession to the throne, the Catas invaded Roman Germany and Rhaetia. Britain threatened rebellion, and a long-maturing persistent war with the Parthians began. While concerns of state kept Marcus Aurelius in the west, Lucius Verus had to wage war in the east. The commanders under him, namely Statius Priscus and Avidius Cassius, were so successful. Seleucia on the Tigris was taken, the Parthian king's palace at Ctesiphon was destroyed, that the Parthians were forced to make peace. 165 AD, although the Roman army was already plagued by plague. At the end of the Parthian War both emperors received a triumph in 166, and Marcus Aurelius took the title of Parthian. But the joy of victory was overshadowed by the terrible plague which the returning troops brought to all the provinces that lay in their path. Added to this was the fact that the northern tribes living along the Danube on the Roman frontier had made an offensive alliance and invaded the border provinces. Both emperors went to war, which, after the name of one of the most powerful enemy tribes, was called the Marcomanni, and for many years was fought with varying success. In January 169, L. Ver died in Italy on the emperor's way to Rome. The critical situation of the empire, which was simultaneously hit by war, pestilence, and famine, forced Marcus Aurelius to take emergency measures. He even ordered to auction off a lot of jewelry stored in the palace. Soon on the ice of the Danube, he defeated the Yassigs. But in 174 Marcus Aurelius was surrounded. Lack of water drove his army to extremes. Suddenly a wind came up. A torrential rain refreshed the army, and the enemies were defeated. This story was retold later by pagans and Christians alike. And in the following year military good fortune did not leave Marcus Aurelius, but extraneous circumstances forced him to make peace with the barbarians. He received news that the Syrian governor Avidius Cassius, to whom the emperor had given supreme control of a large part of the east, had risen. But before Marcus Aurelius reached Asia, the rebellious governor was killed by his own officers. The participants in the rebellion had occasion to experience all the magnanimity and humanity of Marcus Aurelius. On December 3, 176, he and his son Commodus celebrated in triumph the victory over the Germans and Sarmatians. At the same approximate time, he made Commodus his co-ruler. In 178 war again broke out with the Marcomanns, which again ended in victory for the Romans. On March 17, 180 Marcus Aurelius died. In addition to the usual honors, a column was erected for him, modeled on the Trajan column and decorated with relief representations of Marcus Aurelius' exploits during the Marcomann War. These images have been preserved to this day, as has a bronze equestrian statue with remnants of gilding on the Capitol. In spite of the persistent wars in which Marcus Aurelius spent his entire reign almost without interruption, he still found time for many beneficial measures in the field of internal administration and justice. All these measures were characterized by remarkable humanity. Among other things, he enlarged the orphanage for poor children, established by Trajan, and gave it a firm charter, and regulated the guardianship laws. But there is a shadowy side to his system, the persecution of Christians, with which the Gallic and Smyrna authorities had marred his reign. He allowed these persecutions to take place on the basis of laws issued under Trajan. In addition to some parts of his correspondence and that of L. Verus and Antoninus Pius, with the famous rhetorician Frontin, Marcus Aurelius left notes in Greek under the title, "To Myself, Reflections." These notes are divided into 12 books and breathe the nobility and loftiness of Stoicism. They clearly reflect his generous nature and those high moral principles which he tried to implement in life. The contents of these notes are questions of practical morality. Marcus Aurelius recognized as the ideal of man perfect indifference to all kinds of deprivation and the most sincere love for people. The original characteristic of human nature, in his opinion, is the striving for the common good. He pities the vanity of the conquerors, and considers their exploits on a par with robbery. He was the first to utter the word cosmopolitan. "You as a man," he says, "are a citizen of the world, you are a cosmopolitan." All this, however, did not prevent him from expressing in his work extreme contempt for martyrs for the idea of Christianity. Marcus Aurelius sees everything that happens in the world as a manifestation of the providence of nature, identified with God, an active, reasonable, and material entity that permeates the entire world and unites it into a single whole. Man must actively cooperate with the world, i.e., with God, for everything in the world happens according to its natural laws. To achieve happiness, it is necessary to bring one's behavior, one's feelings and attitudes into conformity with these laws. The task is to comprehend these laws and live in harmony with them. Marcus Aurelius. Alone with Myself. Reflections. Book 1. 1. I owe my grandfather Vera, 1. His cordiality and unspirituality. 2. To the glory of his parent, 2. And the memory he left of himself, modesty and courage. 3. The mother, 3. Is piety, generosity, and abstinence, not only from evil deeds, but also from evil thoughts, and also the simple way of life, far from any luxury. 4. Great-grandfather, 4. In that he did not attend public schools, used the services of excellent teachers at home, and realized that no expense should be spared for this. 5. To the educator, 5. By not being interested in the outcome of the struggle between the green and the blue, 6. Or between the gladiators of Thracian and Gallic arms, by being hardy in works, content with little, not entrusting my work to another, not undertaking many cases, and being immune to slander. 6. To Diognetus, 7. My dislike for trivia and disbelief in the tales of miracle workers and magicians about incantations, exorcisms, and the like, by not breeding quails, and not being into anything like that, and by the fact that I was not disgusted with the free word, that I gave myself to philosophy, and listened first to Eutychus, then to Andron and Metzian. Wrote dialogues as a child and felt attracted to a simple bed, an animal skin, and other accessories of the Greek way of life. 7. Rusticus, 8. By the fact that he came to the idea of the necessity to correct and educate character, did not penetrate the spirit of sophistry, did not engage in composing theories, did not hold exhortatory speeches, did not play for show either passionate or common benefactor, was not fond of rhetoric, poetics or eloquence, did not go around the house in the table, 9, and did nothing of the kind. It is thanks to him that I write letters without any intricacies, like the one he himself wrote to my mother from Sinuessa, always ready to reconcile with insulters and offenders as soon as they make the first move, delving into everything I have to read without being satisfied with a superficial image, not immediately agreeing with people rushing words, and thanks to him, I have become familiar with the memories of Epictetus. 10. Which he lent me from his library. 8. Apollonius. 11. By freedom and determination, and by the fact that I do not look at anything but reason, and always remain true to myself, in severe pain, in the loss of a child, in dangerous illness. Thanks to him, I saw clearly, by living example, that in one and the same person the greatest perseverance can get along with leniency. Thanks to him, I do not lose my temper when I have to explain something. I saw a man who considered skill and dexterity in conveying knowledge the least of his virtues, and understood the way to accept from friends the so-called services, not remaining in eternal debt for them, but also not leaving them indifferently without attention. 9. Sextus. 12. By his benevolence, by the model of a house guided by the father of the family, by his decision to live according to nature, by his artless seriousness, by his caring attitude towards his friends, by his reserve of patience towards the ignorant and rashly judging people, and by his ability to get along with everyone. His company was more pleasant than any flattery, and at the same time he enjoyed the greatest respect among these people. He taught me to find and dispose of the necessary foundations for life with understanding and methodology, not to show signs of anger or any other passion, but to combine loving kindness with complete freedom from passions, to enjoy good fame without causing noise, and to have great knowledge without flaunting it. 10. To Alexander Grammaticus. 13. By abstaining from reproaches and offensive remarks against persons who have uttered any barbarous, erroneous, or unsound expression. In such cases, I follow him in trying to use the correct expression, whether in the form of an answer, a confirmation, a joint study of the subject itself rather than a turn of phrase, or by some other appropriate device of reminder. 11. The gable. 14. Is an understanding of the malevolence, guile, and hypocrisy inherent in tyranny, and of how callous the souls of those who are known to us as aristocrats are in general. 12. To Alexander Platonic. 15. In that I do not often and not unnecessarily invoke lack of leisure both in conversation with someone and in letters, and thus I do not constantly neglect, under the pretext of urgent matters, my obligations to my neighbors. 13. To Catullus. 16. In that I do not disregard the complaints of friends, even if they are unfounded, but seek, if possible, to make things right as before, in that from the heart I praise the teachers, as Domitius and Athenodotus did, according to recollections, and also by a true love for children. 14. To my brother Severus. 17. My love of home, of truth and justice, my acquaintance, through him, with Thrasius, Helvidius, Cato, Dion and Brutus. 18. My conception of a state with law equal to all, governed according to equality and equity of all, and a kingdom which above all respects the freedom of its subjects. I also owe it to him that I have always honored philosophy, have done good, have been constant in my generosity, am full of good hopes, and believe in the love of friends. When he condemned someone, he made no secret of it, and his friends did not have to guess what he wanted or didn't want, but it was clear to everyone. 15. To Maxim. 19. By self-control, perseverance, cheerfulness in illness and other hardships, poise, softness and dignity of character, zeal in the performance of things to come. Whatever he said, everyone believed, Everyone believed in his sincerity, whatever he did in the absence of evil intent. I owe it to him that I am not surprised or amazed at anything, that I am not hasty or slow, that I am not confused, that I am not dejected, that I am not gloating or angry or suspicious, and that I am devoted to good, ready to let offense. I am alienated to lies. I prefer faithfulness to subsequent correction. I keep decency in my jokes. No one considered himself despised by him, but no one dared to consider himself superior to him either. 16. To his father. 20. By meekness and unwavering firmness in decisions made after mature deliberation, by a lack of interest in imaginary honors, by love of labor and diligence, by careful attention to all who had any useful proposal to make, by the steady rewarding of each according to his worth, by knowing where measures of severity and where of meekness were necessary, by eradicating love for boys, by devotion to the common interest. He permitted his friends not even to attend his dinners at all, and did not force them to accompany him on his travels. If anyone was away on business, he found him still disposed to him when he returned. During the meetings he insisted on examining all the circumstances of the case, and did not hasten to put an end to the discussion, being content with the first solution he encountered. He tried to keep his friends, not changing them on a whim, but also not showing excessive partiality to them. Self-confidence and cheerfulness were his constant companions. He foresaw distant events, and foresaw the most insignificant circumstances without boasting about it. Complacency and all kinds of flattery were disgusting to him. He was always on guard at public needs, and carefully spent public funds without fear of reproach for this. Superstition in relation to the gods was alien to him, as well as ingratiation and pleasing to people or indulgence of the mobs. On the contrary, sobriety, positivity, propriety, constancy were his distinctive features. As to the things that made life beautiful, and with which fate bestowed him in abundance, he used them without conceit, but also without avarice, so that, using unpretentiously what he had, he did not need what he did not have. Nobody could say about him that he was sophisticate, chatterbox, or pedant, but everyone should have recognized him as a mature, perfect, unflattering man, able to arrange both his own affairs and those of others. In addition, he was able to appreciate the true philosophers. To the others he treated without disdain, though he did not give them to deceit. He was affable, he was not averse to jokes, but he never crossed any limits. He took proper care of his body, not as a man clinging to life, not striving for external beauty, but also not leaving it neglected. By his attention to it, he meant to achieve that he needed as little as possible the art of medicine or internal and external medicines. But especially remarkable was the readiness with which he acknowledged the superiority of men who had acquired a special reputation in any field, such as eloquence, knowledge of laws, manners, or anything else. He even made every effort to ensure that each of them was known in the measure of his talents. In all respects observing the precepts of the fathers, he at the same time did not even try to appear to follow them. In addition, he was alien to inconstancy and restlessness, and he stayed for a long time in the same places and in the same activities. After violent fits of headache, he would take up his usual activities as if nothing had happened, and with fresh vigor. He had very few secrets, and those belonged only to public affairs. In the arrangement of spectacles, the erection of buildings, in his generosity, and the like he showed prudence and moderation. In every deed he was concerned only with what was due, and not with the good fame that accompanies such a deed. He did not use the baths at odd hours, was not fond of constructing buildings, and was unassuming in the matter of food, the fabric and color of clothing, and the beauty of slaves. In Lorium, 21, he usually wore a table made in a neighboring village, In Lanuvium he mostly went about dressed in a chiton, but in Tusculane he wore a cloak, considering it necessary to apologize for it, and such he was in everything. There was nothing rude, indecent, unrestrained, nothing that would allow to speak about. Zeal not according to reason. On the contrary, he discussed everything in every detail, as if at leisure, calmly, keeping a certain order, patiently, considering the matter itself. It would be quite possible to apply to him what is told about Socrates. He could abstain. He could also use all that concerning which most people are powerless in abstinence and immoderate in use. But to show in one case patience, in another abstinence, in a third sobriety of judgment, is worthy of a man who has a perfect and unbending soul. This is what he showed himself to be during Maxim's illness. 17. I owe it to the gods that I have good grandfathers, good parents, a good sister, good teachers, good household members, relatives, friends, almost everyone around me, and that I have not had to offend any of them, although I have a character that could have done something like that on occasion. But by the grace of the gods there was no such set of circumstances that would have exposed me. I also owe it to them that I was not long brought up by my grandfather's concubine, and that I preserved my youth in purity, and did not grow up before my time, but even came too late in this respect. I have also to thank the gods for the fact that I was guided by my king and father, who wanted to root out in me all conceit, and to instill in me the idea that even when living at court one can manage without bodyguards, without pompous clothes, without torches, statues, and the like, but leading a life very close to that of a private person, and therefore not treating the duties of a governor in public affairs with contempt and frivolity. To them I must thank, furthermore, that I had a brother, 22, who by his character could move me to take care of myself, and who at the same time gave me joy by his respect and love for me, that my children were not offended mentally or physically, and that I did not make great progress neither in rhetoric, nor in poetics, nor in other occupations to which, perhaps, I would have devoted myself had I known greater success. To the gods I also owe the fact that I promptly demanded of my tutors the honors which they apparently sought, and did not caress them only with the hope that I would do so afterwards, as now they were still young, and that I met Apollonius, Rusticus, Maximus. I have often thought of a life in harmony with nature, and have clearly imagined what it is like. The gods, for their part, did everything with their gifts, help and compulsion, so that I could live freely according to nature. 23. And if I did not live that way it was my own fault, and because I did not follow their directions and almost direct instructions. For this I must also be grateful to the gods, as well as for the fact that in this life my body has not refused to serve me until now, and for the fact that I avoided getting close to Benedicta and Theodotus, and that subsequently I was quickly healed from love affairs, for the fact that, often being angry with Rustic, I did nothing to which I would later repent, and that my mother, who was destined to die young, spent her last years with me. I thank the gods that I have never wanted to help a poor or needy person, but had to refuse it for lack of means, that I have never been in such need that I had to borrow from others, that I have such a devoted, loving, frank wife, 24, and that I have never lacked good tutors for my children. To them I also owe the indication I received in a dream of remedies both against hemoptysis and dizziness, which also happened in Cetus, and against other ailments, and the fact that, when I felt drawn to philosophy, I did not fall into the hands of some sophist, did not become interested in history or analysis of syllogisms, did not give myself to the study of heavenly phenomena. For all this requires the help of the gods and the grace of fate. The Country of the Quads at Granui, 25. Book 2. 1. In the morning you should say to yourself, "Today I will have to face people who are compulsive, ungrateful, arrogant, conniving, jealous, unfriendly. They owe all these qualities to their ignorance of good and evil. But I, after knowing both the nature of good it is beautiful, and the nature of evil it is shameful, and the nature of the wrongdoer himself he is my kinsman not by blood or common descent, but by spirit and divine definition, I can neither suffer harm from any of them, for no one can involve me in anything shameful, nor be angry at my kinsman, nor hate him. For we are made to work together, as are the foot, the hands, the eyelids, the upper jaw, and the lower jaw. It is therefore against nature to oppose one another, but to vex people and to be alienated by them is to oppose them. 2. Whatever I am still only a weak body, a weak manifestation of vitality and guidance. 26. Leave the books, don't be distracted, time is of the essence. Treat your body with the same disdain as if you were dying. It is only blood and bones, a mortal weave of nerves, veins, and arteries. Consider also the being of the life force. It is a whiff, and yet it does not always remain equal to itself, but every moment it is exhaled and inhaled again. So, there remains only the third, the guiding principle, and about it you must think. Thou art old, thou shalt no longer permit its enslavement, thou shalt not permit it to be ruled by antisocial aspirations, to grumble at its present fate, and be terrified of the future. 3. That which is created by the gods is full of providence. What is ascribed to chance does not arise without the participation of nature, nor without connection with that which is guided by providence. All things spring from this source, both the inevitable and that which is for the benefit of the whole world of which you are a part are connected to it. For every part of nature will be the good of that which the nature of the whole produces, and which contributes to its maintenance. But changes in the elements as well as in complex bodies contribute to the maintenance of the world. These are the thoughts that should give you satisfaction. Let them be your foundations. Satisfy your thirst for bookish knowledge, so that you may not murmur when death comes, but die keeping your disposition and sincerely, from the bottom of your heart, giving thanks to the gods. 4. Think of the times when you have delayed these reflections, and how many times you, having received a reprieve from the gods, have not taken advantage of it. But you must at last realize to which world you belong as a part, and to which world ruler you are the expiration of. You must realize that the time of your life has come to an end, and if you do not use this time for your enlightenment, it will disappear, as you will disappear, and you will never come back again. 5. Always jealously see to it that the work in which you are at this moment engaged is done in a way worthy of a Roman and a man, with full and sincere seriousness, with love for men, with liberty and justice, and also that you remove from yourself all other notions. You will succeed in the latter if you perform every deed as the last in your life, free from all folly, from passion-driven disregard for the dictates of reason, from hypocrisy, self-love, and dissatisfaction with your destiny. You see how few requirements there are for anyone to fulfill in order to live a blissful and divine life. And the gods themselves will require nothing more from the one who fulfills these requirements. 6. Well, neglect yourself, soul. For you will soon no longer be able to treat yourself with the attention you deserve. Life in general is fleeting, and your life is already at an end, and you do not respect yourself, but you make your well-being dependent on the souls of others. 7. Don't let what comes to you from outside scatter you. Create leisure for yourself to learn something good, and stop wandering without purpose. Beware also of another grave delusion. For insane are those who have their whole life without strength from works, and yet do not have a goal, with which they would accord entirely to all aspirations and perceptions. 8. It is not easy to point to anyone who would be unhappy because he was inattentive to what was going on in someone else's soul. but inevitably the one who does not follow the movements of his own soul will be unhappy. 9. Always remember what the nature of the whole is, what my nature is, what the relation of the latter to the former, and what part of which whole it is, and that no one can prevent you from always acting and speaking according to the nature of which you are a part. 10. Theophrastus, 27, in evaluating the various transgressions, as such evaluation is possible from an ordinary point of view, observes as a true philosopher that transgressions committed by attraction are more severe than those committed under the influence of anger. For he who is angry, turning away from reason, seems to feel some bitterness and secret brokenness, while he who transgresses because of desire, not being able to resist the temptation of pleasure, seems to show in his transgressions more dissoluteness and pampering. Rightly therefore, and worthy of philosophy, Theophrastus decided that the transgression of pleasure deserved more censure than the transgression of sorrow. In general, one of these men is rather like one who has been aroused to anger by the bitterness associated with an injustice previously inflicted upon him, while the other spontaneously seeks injustice, carried away by his lust for some action. 11. You should do everything, talk about everything, and think about everything as if every moment could be your last. If the gods exist, it is not at all terrible to drop out of the ranks of men, because the gods will not cast you into evil. But if the gods don't exist or don't care about people, what is the point of me living in a world where there are no gods or no craft? But the gods do exist, and they do care about people. They have arranged it so that it is entirely up to man himself to fall or not to fall into true evil. And if evil is anything else, they also made sure that it depended on everyone not to fall into it. But that which does not make the worst of man, can it make the worst of human life? Nature of the whole could not fail in this way, either through ignorance or through impotence, to prevent or correct, in case it possesses omniscience, nor could it, either through impotence or ineptitude, make such a mistake as to distribute good and evil among all men indiscriminately, both among the good and the bad. Death and life, fame and dishonor, suffering and pleasure, wealth and poverty, all fall equally upon good men and bad. All of these are neither beautiful nor shameful, and therefore neither good nor evil. 12. How quickly everything disappears, the very bodies in the world, the memory of them in eternity. What is everything perceived by the senses, especially that which beckons us by pleasure, or frightens us by suffering, or is glorified by vanity? How vain, contemptible, base, mortal, and dead. This is where the faculty of thought should be directed. What are those whose beliefs and voices give rise to glory? What is death? If you take it by itself and take away all that is invented concerning it, you will at once become convinced that it is nothing other than nature's action. To be afraid of the action of nature is childish. Death is not only the action of nature, but also the action that is useful to it. How and in what part of his being does man come into contact with God, and what is done with that part after it is separated? 13. There is nothing more wretched than a man who measures everything, who tries, as the poet says, to penetrate the depths of the underground. 28. And to unravel the mystery of the souls of those around him, but who does not realize that for him communion with and honest service to his inner genius alone are enough. The latter consists in guarding him against passions, follies, and discontent with the affairs of gods and men. The deeds of the gods are honored by their perfection. The deeds of men are kind to us by virtue of our kinship with them. But sometimes the latter arouse a kind of pity, when it is the ignorance of good and evil, and ugliness no less than the inability to distinguish between white and black. 14. Even if you expected to live 3,000 years and 30,000 more, still you must remember that no one is deprived of another life, but the one he lives, and no one is deprived of another life but the one he lives. Therefore, the longest life is no different from the shortest. For the present is equal for all, and hence the loss is equal, and it is reduced to a mere moment. No one can be deprived of either the past or the future. For who could take from me what I do not have? So two truths must be kept in mind. First, everything of age is equal to itself, being in a cycle, and therefore it is quite indifferent whether one observes the same thing for 100 years, or 200, or infinite time. Secondly, the longest lived and the deceased, having just begun to live, lose the same thing in the end. The present is all that can be lost, for it is the only thing one possesses, and no one is deprived of that which one does not possess. 15. Everything depends on persuasion. This is clear from the sayings of the Cynic Monim, 29. But the usefulness of his words will also be clear to the one who manages to grasp the kernel of truth that they contain. 16. The greatest shame covers the human soul when it resents the world, becoming, because it depends on it, like a painful outgrowth on it. For to murmur about anything that happens is to rebel against the nature of the whole, which encompasses in its part all other beings. Further, when it is alienated from any person or rushes against him with the intention to harm him, as it happens with the angry. Third, it covers itself in shame when it is unable to resist pleasure or suffering. Fourth, when she hypocritically and falsely and insincerely does or says something. Fifthly, when she does not adjust her action and endeavor to the purpose, but does something in vain and to no avail, for even in trifles one must adjust oneself to the purpose. The purpose of reasonable beings is obedience to reason, and to the law of the most ancient city, 30, and order. 17. The time of human life is a moment. Its essence is an eternal flow. Its sensation is vague. The structure of the whole body is perishable. The soul is unstable. Its destiny is mysterious. Its glory is unreliable. In a word, everything pertaining to the body is like a stream. Everything pertaining to the soul is like a dream and smoke. Life is a struggle, and a wandering in a foreign land. Posthumous glory is oblivion. But what can lead to the path? Nothing but philosophy. Philosophy means to protect the inner genius from defamation and flaw, to ensure that he was above pleasure and suffering, that his actions were not reckless, no deceit or hypocrisy, that it did not touch him, does or does not do something as neighbor, that he should look upon everything that happens, and is given to him as arising from whence he himself came, and, most importantly, that he should wait without complaint for death, as a simple decomposition of those elements of which every living being is composed. But if for the elements themselves there is nothing to be afraid of in their constant transition to each other, then what reason is there for anyone to be afraid of their general change and decomposition? For the latter is in accord with nature, and that which is in accord with nature cannot be bad. Carnot, 31. Book 3. 1. It must be considered not only that life is dwindling day by day, and that a smaller and smaller portion of it remains, but also that even if someone were to live longer, it remains unknown whether the power of his thought will still be sufficient to understand the circumstances at hand, and to comprehend and master the affairs of God and of men. For if a man begins to become dull, this, of course, will not yet affect his breathing, digestion, imagination, aspiration, and the like, but the power over himself, the exact understanding of his duties, the ability to make sense of what is happening, and to give himself an account of whether it is time to part with this life, all that the refinement of reason requires will be irrevocably lost. So, it is necessary to hurry, not only because every day we are getting closer and closer to death, but also because even in life the ability to comprehend and observe things refuses to serve. 2. It should be noted, too, that even what comes to the works of nature has a certain attraction and enticement. For example, baked bread has cracks in places, and although these cracks are in some ways alien to the purpose of the art of baking, yet they are somehow appropriate, and especially whet the appetite for food. Likewise, the fruit of the fig tree bursts when it is most ripe, and in the overripe olives the very proximity of rotting gives some special charm to the fruit. The lowly bent ears, the frowning forehead of a lion, the foam that comes out of the mouth of a boar, and many other things, far from being pretty in themselves, accompanying what is produced by nature, contribute to the general impression and attract to it, so that he who has a sensitivity and a deeper penetration into what is happening in the whole, hardly anything from the accompanying works of nature will not seem in some way pertinent. To the mouths of living beasts he will look with no less pleasure than to those depicted, in imitation of nature, by artists and sculptors, and with his intelligent eyes he will be able to behold both the special flourish and beauty of the old man and the old woman, and the attraction of the child. And there is much that is not known to everyone, but is revealed only to those who are really close to nature and its works. 3. Hippocrates, 32, after healing many diseases, fell ill himself and died. The Chaldeans, 33, foretold death to many, and then their own fate overtook them. Alexander, Pompey, Gaius Caesar, 34, after destroying so many cities to the ground and killing tens of thousands horsemen and infantrymen in the fights, at the end they themselves also parted with life. Heraclitus, 35, who talked so much about the world fire, died of dropsy. Even the cow dung, with which he was smeared, did not help him. Democritus was eaten by parasites. Socrates was also killed by a kind of parasite. 36. But what is the conclusion of all this? You have boarded the ship, made the voyage, reached the harbor. It's time to get off. If another life awaits you, then, since the gods are omnipresent, they will be there as well. If it be a state of insensibility, you will no longer have to endure suffering and pleasure, and serve a shell that is so much worse than the one who is in its captivity. For the latter is spirit and genius, but the shell is dust and corruption. 4. Don't waste the rest of your life thinking about others, unless it's about something useful to all. For when you think about what someone does, and why he does it, what someone says, plans, and undertakes, you miss another thing. All such things distract you from caring about your own guiding principle. It is necessary, therefore, to remove from the connection of your ideas everything aimless and idle, and especially everything inspired by curiosity and malice. You should accustom yourself, furthermore, only to such thoughts, concerning which, on the sudden question, "What are you thinking now?" you could, without offending, frankly answer that about this and that, for it is directly evident from them that they are all full of sincerity and benevolence, and are worthy of a creature of public life, who is disgusted by thoughts of sensual pleasure, and even in general about pleasure, by any obstinacy, envy, suspicion, and in general everything that would make you blush, if you confessed that it was in you. For such a man, who never forsakes the care to be among the best, is a priest and an abettor of the gods. He is also friends with the deity living inside him, which makes him unattainable for pleasures, invulnerable to any suffering, alien to any pride, insensitive to any manifestation of evil, a fighter in the greatest struggle, where he must oppose all passions. He is deeply imbued with justice and warmly welcomes everything that happens and falls to his lot, and what another person says, does, or thinks about, he thinks about infrequently, and only if it is necessary for a great and general useful cause. He is exclusively occupied with his own personal affairs, and the constant subject of his thoughts is the lot prepared for him by the structure of the whole. He strives to perfect the first, But as for the second, he firmly trusts in its goodness. For the lot that befalls everyone is both suitable to him and useful to him. He also remembers that all things are reasonable in relationship to one another, that it is consistent with human nature to care for all men, and that it is not the approval of all men that is valuable, but only those who live according to nature. He never loses sight of what those who live differently are, what they are like at home and away, and night, and during the day, and with whom, and what friendships they have. And he does not place any value on the praise of people who do not satisfy themselves. 5. Do not act against your will, nor contrary to the common good, nor as a man rash or influenced by any passion. Do not clothe your thought in pompous forms, nor be carried away by verbosity, nor by much work. Let the deity in thee be the guide of a being of courage, of maturity, devoted to the interests of the state, a Roman, invested with power, feeling himself in office, like a man who, needing neither oaths nor sureties, waits with a light heart for the call to leave life. And you will have light in your soul, and you will not need any help from outside, nor will you need the peace of mind that depends on others. So one should be right, not corrected. 6. If you find anything better in human life than justice, truth, prudence, courage, in a word, the contentment of your spirit with itself, where it can show you the way of action that is consistent with right reason and with your lot, where what falls to your lot does not depend on choice, if, I say, you see anything better than this, then put all your soul to try what is best. If nothing seems better to you than the genius living in you, who has subdued his individual strivings, exploring his conceptions, making himself unavailable for the seduction of the senses, as Socrates said, submitting himself to the gods and taking care of people, if compared to this you find everything else petty and insignificant, then do not give place to anything else, which, once having seduced and bent you, will no longer allow you to give yourself indivisible service to the good solely belonging to you. For it is not permissible to put anything alien next to the good of reason and citizenship, such as the approval of the crowd, power, wealth, a life full of pleasures. But all this, if you attribute even a little value to it, will suddenly seize you and carry you away. But you, I say, sincerely and freely choose the best and hold on to it. But the best is useful. If it is useful to you as a being of reason, then cherish it. If for you as an animal, renounce it. Preserve the faculty of judgment from arrogance, so as to be able to make a careful examination. 7. Never consider it useful to yourself that which would ever induce you to break a promise, to forget shame, to hate someone, to suspect, to swear, to hypocrisy, to wish for something that is hidden behind walls and locks. For he who has given preference to his spirit, to his genius, and to the service of his virtue, puts on no tragic mask, makes no lamentations, needs neither solitude nor multitudes. He will live, and this is the most important thing, without pursuing or avoiding anything. He does not care at all whether for a longer or shorter time his soul will remain in a bodily shell, and when the moment of parting with life comes, he will leave with as light a heart as he would have to carry out any other of the things that can be done with dignity and honor. For all his life, he has thought only of preventing his soul from sinking to a state unworthy of a reasonable and called to citizenship being. 8. In the soul of a man who has been ennobled and purified, you will find no pustules, no filth, no hidden spoilage. Whenever his fate comes upon him, his life will not be incomplete, as it is said of the tragic actor that he has left the stage without having finished playing his part. There is nothing slavish, forced, no compulsion, no aloofness, nothing worthy of censure and afraid of the light. 9. Treat with care the ability to compose yourself a conviction. It depends entirely on it, so that no conviction that is contrary to the nature and structure of a reasonable being may arise in the beginning that guides you. It also enjoins us not to be hasty in our decisions, to treat with benevolence people and obey the gods. 10. Having denied everything, hold on to these few rules. Remember, too, that everyone lives only for the present, the smallest moment. Everything else is either already lived or covered by the unknown. Everyone's life is insignificant. The corner of the earth where he lives is insignificant. Even the longest posthumous glory is insignificant. It only lasts in a few brief generations of people who do not even know themselves, let alone those who have long since passed away. 11. To the above injunctions it is necessary to add one more. It is necessary to give a definition or description of each presented object, so that without a veil, and in the dissection of all parts to see its very essence, and to call it, and all that it consists of, and decomposes into, by appropriate names. For nothing contributes so much to an elevated mood as the ability to penetrate systematically and truly into everything encountered in life, and the ability to stand on such a point of view regarding it, in order to immediately decide what is the world and what is its benefit, what is its value both for the whole and for man, citizen of the highest city. 37. In relation to which all other states are only individual households, what is, of which is composed, and how long will last that now excites my view, and what virtue. 38. Should it have in it. Therefore, in each individual case we must give ourselves an account. This comes from God, this comes by virtue of a connection, a predetermined combination, the same combination in destiny. This owes its existence to my fellow tribesman, my kinsman and fellow citizen, although I do not know what nature requires of him. But I do know, and therefore I treat him kindly and fairly, according to the natural law of communication. At the same time, I also seek to determine the relative value of things that are essentially indifferent. 12. If you, following a right mind, will diligently, zealously, and lovingly attend to the work in which you are currently engaged, and, without looking around, will guard the purity of your genius as if it were already time to part with it, if you will act in this way, without expecting or avoiding anything, but being content with the present activity, in accord with nature, and with heroic truthfulness in all that you say and express, you will live well, and no one has the power to prevent it. 13. Just as physicians always have instruments and devices at hand in case of a sudden operation, so you should have at hand the foundations for knowing things divine and human, and in all even the smallest actions, think about the relationship of these and the other. Without consideration with the divine, you will not do well with the human, and vice versa. 14. It's time to settle down. Otherwise you will not have to read your memoirs, nor the deeds of the ancient Romans and Greeks, nor those passages from the writers that you have selected for yourself in your old age. So, hurry to your goal and, leaving empty hopes behind yourself, before it is too late, come to your aid, if only you care at all about yourself. 15. People do not know the multiple meanings of such words as steal, sow, buy, idle, see proper. This knowledge does not require bodily eyes, but some other organ of vision. 16. Body, soul, spirit. The body belongs to sensations, the soul to aspirations, and the spirit to principles. Even cattle have the ability to receive impressions. Aspirations are violently shown both in wild beasts and in androgynes, 39, and in Phalaris, 40, and in Nero, 41. People can use spirit for external observance of duties, and not recognizing gods, and cheating their native land, and creating, having locked up in themselves, all kinds of vileness. If according to what has been said all this is common to all, then only the good man alone is able to love, and welcome what is happening and what is connected with it, not to desecrate the genius living in his breast, not to disturb and confuse him with plenty of traditions, but to keep him pure, obeying strictly the gods, never speaking contrary to truth, and never doing anything contrary to justice. If even all men refuse to believe that he lives so simply, modestly, and happily, he will not be angry with any of them, and will not stray from the path that leads to the goal of life, which should be approached pure, calm, with a light heart, and with uncomplaining obedience to his fate. Book 4. 1. When the inner dominant is true to nature, its attitude to everything that happens is such that it can always easily adapt itself to the possible and given. After all, it has no love for any particular matter, but tends only conditionally to the preferable, and converts the latter into material for itself. It is like a fire, mastering what is thrown into it. A weak lamp would be extinguished, but the bright flame instantly embraces what falls into it, devours it, and rises thanks to it even higher. 2. Nothing should be done in vain, and never do anything other than according to the strict rules of art. 3. People seek solitude, seek the quiet of the countryside, the shores of the sea, the mountains. And you, too, are accustomed to longing for that most of all. All this, however, shows only extreme ignorance, for at any moment you can withdraw into yourself. For the quietest and most tranquil place a man can retire to is his soul, especially the man who finds within himself that which, when he looks into it, he is at once overwhelmed with tranquility, and by tranquility I mean here nothing less than the consciousness of his goodness. But often allow yourself this solitude and draw new strength from it. Let the brief and basic points be established, the first contact with which will be enough to dispel all sorrow and send you back unhappy at what you are returning to. What, indeed, will you be unhappy about? The wickedness of men? But if you reflect on the position that says that reasonable beings are born for each other, that patience is part of justice, that people go astray against their will, if you remember that so many people who feuded, who suspected, who hated, who competed died and turned to dust, you will soon be reassured. But don't you resent the fate that has come to you by virtue of the structure of the whole? Resume in your memory the dilemma. Either Providence or Atoms. 42. And those provisions which prove that the world is like a grad. Are you still confused about the state of the body? Think of the spirit, centered in itself and knowing its own power, not mingling with the quietly or impetuously moving life force. 43. And of all the other things that you have heard and approved concerning pleasure and suffering. Are you fascinated by the dream of glory? Observe how quickly everything is consigned to oblivion, the chaos of time, infinite in both directions, the vanity of praise, the fickleness and folly of those who seem to value you, the insignificance of space, the limits of which glory is limited. For the whole earth is but a point. And what tiny corner of it occupies the place of your stay? And how many are there who will glorify you? And what do they represent? Remember at last the removal to your own abode and, above all, do not be scattered, do not fuss, but be free and look at things as a husband, a citizen, a mortal. Among the truths that must always be at hand, notice especially two. First, things do not touch the soul, but are at rest outside it. The causes of complaint are rooted in inner conviction alone. Second, all that you see is subject to change and will soon disappear. Reflect constantly on how much change you have already witnessed. The world is a change, life is a conviction. 4. If we have a common spirit, then we will also have a common mind, by virtue of which we are sentient beings. If so, then the mind that commands what to do and what not to do will also be common. If so, then the law will also be common. If so, then we are citizens. Consequently, we are partakers of some civic order, and the world is like a city. For who could point to any other common arrangement to which the whole human race is a partaker? Hence, from this city, we have the spiritual, the rational, and the law. Whence otherwise? For just as everything in me that has the properties of the earth is a particle of some earth, the moist is a particle of another element, the life-giving, the warm, and the fire-like originate each in its own source. For nothing arises from nothing, nor does it change into nothing. In the same way the spirit comes from somewhere. Death is as much a mystery of nature as birth. In one case it is the union, in the other it is the decomposition of the same elements. In general, there is nothing in them that can be shameful to anyone, for there is nothing that does not correspond to the spiritualized being or the mind of his structure. 6. It is inherent in people of this kind to act this way. It is necessary. Not wishing for it is like not wishing for the sap in the fig tree. In general, remember that after the shortest interval of time you and your adversary, will die, and soon thereafter there will be no mention of your names. 7. Eliminate the conviction. The complaint of harm is eliminated. Eliminate the complaint of harm, the harm itself is eliminated. 8. That which does not make a man worse than he is does not make his life worse, nor does it harm his outer or inner being. 9. Benefit forces nature to do so. 10. All things are done according to justice. If you observe carefully, you will be convinced of this. Everything happens, I say, not only according to a certain order, but also according to justice, as if someone had distributed everything according to its dignity. Continue the observation you have begun, and whatever you do, do it with the thought of becoming good in the true sense of the word. Keep this thought in all your endeavors. 11. Don't be imbued with the belief that the abuser holds, nor with the one he wants to impose on you, but consider everything in its true truth. 12. You should always be prepared for two things. First, to do only what the mind of your reigning and lawmaking part instills in you for the benefit of the people. Second, to change your mind if someone corrects you and dissuades you from doing something. But you should change your opinion only in accordance with something as convincing as justice, common good, and the like, and not because it seems pleasant or promises glory. 13. Do you have a mind? I do. Then why don't you use it? After all, if it does its job, what will be left for you to desire? 14. You existed as part of the whole. You are to disappear into the one who gave birth to you, or rather, you will, by virtue of the change, be absorbed into the world mind, which is the seed of things. 15. There are many pieces of incense on the altar. One of them got here earlier, others later. There is no difference here. 16. If you will be imbued with the known fundamentals, and give yourself to the service of reason, in 10 days you will appear as a god to those to whom you now appear as a beast and a monkey. 17. Don't live like that, as if you have 10,000 more years to live. The hour is at hand. As long as you live, as long as you can, try to be good. 18. How much leisure is gained by one who does not look at what his neighbor has said, done, or thought, but only at what he himself does to observe justice and godliness in his actions. In the words of Agathon, 44, one should not seek out the faults of others, but walk in a straight path, not deviating sideways. 19. He who dreams of posthumous glory overlooks the fact that everyone who remembers him will soon die himself, followed by the one who inherits him, and so on until all memory has faded, passing generations of the remembered and the doomed. But let it be admitted that those who remember you are immortal, and the memory is indestructible. What's that to you? I am not saying that it is nothing to the dead. But what about the praise of the living, except for property benefits? Leave now, beforehand your worries about this vain gift, which depends only on people's word of mouth. 20. All beautiful things, whatever they are beautiful in and of themselves. Praise is not part of them. Therefore, praise does not make it worse or better. I am also referring here to what is called beautiful from an ordinary point of view, such as material things and works of art. And what praise could truly beautiful things need? No more than law, no more than truth, no more than benevolence, no more than decency. Which of these things is beautiful because of praise, or perverted by censure? Does a smaragd become worse by the absence of praise? And gold, ivory, purple, marble, flower, plant? 21. If souls continue to exist, how does the air contain them from age to age? And how does the earth contain the bodies of those buried for so many centuries? Just as here the bodies, after some sojourn in the earth, change and decompose, and thus clear a place for other corpses, in the same way the souls that have found refuge in the air remain for some time in their former form, and then begin to undergo changes, spread out, and ignite, returning back to the seed-like mind of the whole, and thus give place to the new arrivals. This is what can be answered under the assumption that souls continue to exist. One should ponder not only the number of buried corpses, but also the number of living beings that we and other carnivorous animals devour daily. And in what numbers are they destroyed, and how do they find their grave in the bodies of those to whom they have been consumed? And yet there is enough room for them, for they are transubstantiated into blood and take on the properties of air or fire. What would help in discerning the truth in this matter? The distinction between the beginning of matter and cause. 22. One should not rush from side to side, but in every effort to conform to justice, and in every performance observe understanding. 23. Peace. Everything that is in harmony with you is also fitting for me, and nothing is too early or too late for you or for me. Nature. Everything ripening in the change of your times is for me. Everything comes from you. Everything abides in you. Everything returns to you. The hero of the place says, "O beloved hail of Cecrops!" 45. Will you not say, "O beloved hail of Zeus"? 24. If you wish to attain peace of mind, says the philosopher, 46, limit your activity to a few things. But would it not be better to say, necessary, and that which the mind of a being, naturally civil, prescribes, and at that as it prescribes? In that case, we would have not only the peace of mind which is conditioned by beautiful actions, but also that which is conditioned by their fewness. For most of what we say and do is not necessary, and if one did without it, one would be richer in leisure and poorer in anxiety. So in each individual case, we should ask ourselves, does this belong to the necessary? And it is not only unnecessary acts that must be eliminated, but also unnecessary perceptions, for they are followed by idle acts. 25. Make an attempt, as far as you can manage the life of a good man, content with the lot that has come to him by virtue of the arrangement of the whole, satisfied with the justice of his own activity and the benevolence of his moods. 26. Have you understood the preceding? Read the following as well. Don't get wise about yourself. Try to be simple. Does anyone transgress? He sins against himself. Did something happen to you? That's fine. Everything that happens to you was from the beginning fated for you and is connected to you by virtue of the structure of the whole. Generally speaking, life is fleeting. You must use the present wisely and justly. Do not indulge in excesses and in the hours of leisure. 27. Peace or order or confusion and confusion. But undoubtedly the former. Or can there be a known order in you, and there must be a mood in everything? And this when everything is discerned, dissected, and in constant interaction. 28. There are characters grim, characters feminine, characters stubborn, beastly, childish, bestial, sluggish, fake, ridiculous, treacherous, tyrannical. 29. If the world is alien to him who does not know what is in it, he is no less alien to him who does not know what is happening. The fugitive is the one who turns away from the mind of citizenship. The blind man is the one who shrinks his spiritual eyes. The beggar is the one who needs another, and does not have in himself all that is useful for life. Whoever retreats and moves away from the reason of common nature, who expresses displeasure at what is happening, is an apostate from the world. For it is the same nature that created him that gives birth to all that happens. The apostate of the grad is the one who separates his soul from the soul of all sentient beings one for all. 30. Who philosophizes without a chiton? Who is without books? Who is half naked? I have no bread, he says, and yet I am faithful to reason. 47. And science does not feed me, and yet I remain faithful to it. 31. Love that simple art which you have learned, and in it find satisfaction. For the rest of your life, live as a man who surrenders himself wholeheartedly to the will of the gods in everything that concerns him, and who desires neither to be a slave nor a tyrant to any man. 32. Look at the time of Vespasian, and you will see all the same things as now. People marry, raise children, fall sick, die, wage war, celebrate festivals, travel, work the land, flatter, be arrogant, suspect, malign, wish others dead, grumble about the present, love, collect treasure, seek honorable offices and the throne. What has become of their life? It is gone. Go back to the time of Trajan. It's the same again. This life is gone. Look at other periods of time in the lives of entire nations, and notice how many people died soon after reaching the cherished goal and decayed into elements. More often than not, however, you should return to those whom you knew personally as people who aspired to vanities and neglected the cause that met their own system, who did not remain faithful to it and were not content with it. It must also be remembered that the attention given to each cause is judged by it, and must be proportionate to it. Thus, if you do not engage in insignificant matters more than is proper, you will not have to be disappointed either. 33. Words that were once common now need explanation. It is the same with the names of once illustrious men like Camille, Caeson, Bowles, Leonidas. Soon the same fate will befall Scipio and Cato, then Augustus, and then the turn of Hadrian and Antoninus. Everything is short-lived and soon begins to resemble a myth, and then passes into total oblivion. And I am still speaking of people who at one time were surrounded by an extraordinary halo. As for the rest, it is worth their breath that there is no more of them. 49. What is eternal glory? Vanity of vanities. But is there anything to be taken seriously? Only one: righteous thought, common activity, speech incapable of falsehood, and a mental disposition that joyfully accepts all that happens as necessary, as provided for, as flowing from a common beginning and source. 34. Surrender yourself voluntarily to Clotho, 50, and let her place you in whatever conditions she wishes. 35. Everything is fleeting, both the one who remembers and the one who is remembered. 36. Constantly think that everything that arises by virtue of change, and accustom yourself to the idea that nothing so loves the nature of the whole as to change the existing and to create a new like. For all that exists is in some way the seed of that which will arise from it. But you consider as seed only that which is sown into the earth or the womb of the mother, and you grow narrow in ignorance. 37. Your end is near, and you are still not free from all artificial things, still not free from anxiety, still afraid of harm from the outside, not full of benevolence for all, not understanding that wisdom lies solely in just activity. 38. Look into people's leadership, what concerns them, what they seek and what they avoid. 39. Evil is rooted for you not in the leading of others, nor in the transformations and changes of your body. But where? In your ability to compose yourself a conviction of evil. Let that faculty be silenced, and all will be well. Let this faculty remain at peace even when what is closest to it, its body, is cut, burned, when it fouls and rots, that is, let it reason that there is neither good nor evil in what can equally happen to a bad man or a good man. For what can equally happen to one who lives contrary to nature as well as to one who lives according to it is neither according to nature nor contrary to it. 40. You must always think of the world as one being, with one essence and one soul. Think of how everything is reduced to its own unified sensation, how it creates everything by a single striving, how everything contributes to the emergence of everything, what connection and correspondence in everything. 41. Man is a soul laden with a corpse, as Epictetus says. 42. There is nothing wrong with undergoing change, just as there is nothing good about existing because of it. 43. Time is a river of emergent and swift flow. Just as something appears, it passes by, but another passes by, and again the first is in sight. 44. All things that happen are as common and known as the rose in the spring and the grape in the fall. Such are sickness, death, slander, malice, and all that pleases or grieves fools. 45. The following is always related to the preceding. Here we are not dealing with an enumeration of the heterogeneous, only forcibly brought to unity, but with a connection consistent with reason. And just as all things are harmoniously coordinated, all things that arise show not a meaningless alternation, but a marvelous inner closeness. 46. Always remember the dictum of Heraclitus: for earth to become water, for water to become air, for air to become fire, and vice versa. It is necessary to remember the man who has forgotten where the path leads, 51, and that people retreat from the mind that penetrates the whole with which they are in most continuous communication, and that what they encounter every day seems alien to them, and that we should not speak and act as if in a dream, for even then we seem as if we speak and act, and that we should not act like children, that is, by following blindly the example of parents. 47. If one of the gods told you that you would die tomorrow, or at any rate the day after tomorrow, you would hardly be very anxious for it to happen the day after tomorrow, unless you are cowardly to the point of being mean. For how negligible is the difference? In the same way, don't think it very important whether you die after many years or tomorrow. 48. Always think about how many doctors died, often frowning their foreheads over the bed of the sick, how many mathematicians, proud of their predictions of death to other people, how many philosophers, spreading about death and immortality, how many warriors, how many people killed many people, how many tyrants used their power over other people's life with such arrogance, as if they themselves were immortal, how many cities died, so to say, as Cilicia, Pompeia, Herculaneum, 52, and innumerable others. Go over one by one, and those whom you have known personally. One buries one, another buries another, and then they die themselves all within a brief span of time. Generally speaking, you should look at everything human as fleeting and short-lived. That which was yesterday still an embryo is tomorrow already a mummy or ashes. So, spend this moment in harmony with nature, and then part with life as easily as a ripe olive falls, praising the nature that produced it, and thanking the tree that produced it. 49. Be like a rock. The waves ceaselessly crash against it, but it stands immovable, and the stirring waters around it subside. I am unhappy because this and that happened to me. On the contrary, I'm happy because, even though it happened to me, I'm not sad, I'm not broken by the present, and I'm not in awe of what's to come. It could have happened to anyone, but not everyone would have remained alien to sorrow. Why is the first more unhappy than the second happiness? Would you generally call unhappiness for a man that does not prevent human nature from reaching its goal? But does that obstacle seem to you to be that which does not contradict the requirements of human nature? What are these requirements? You know them. Does what has happened prevent you from being just, generous, prudent, judicious, cautious in judgment, truthful, modest, frank, and possessing all the other qualities that are peculiar to human nature? Do not forget henceforth to make use of the maxim for every event that saddens you. It is not the event that makes you unhappy, but the ability to bear it with dignity that makes you happy. 50. A simple but valid remedy for learning to despise death is to recall those who hungrily clung to life. What better for them than to have died prematurely? There lie somewhere Cotillion, and Fabius, and Julian, and Lepidus, 53, and the like, who buried many, and then buried themselves. The difference in time in general is insignificant, and under what conditions, with what people, and in what miserable body will have to spend this time. So don't think all this is important. Look backward, there is an immeasurable abyss of time. Look forward, there is another infinity. What difference does it make compared to this between one who has lived 3 days and one who has lived 3 human lives? 51. Always take the shortest path. The shortest way is the way that is in harmony with nature. It is to observe the truth in all your speeches and actions. Such a decision will save you from fatigue, struggle, pretense, and vanity. Book 5. 1. If you don't want to get up early in the morning, say to yourself, I'm getting up to do human work. Will I be vexed to go to the work for which I was created and sent into the world? Is it my purpose to bask, stretched out on a bed? But the latter is more pleasant. So you are made for enjoyment, not for activity and exertion? Why don't you look at the plants, the little birds, the ants, the spiders, the bees, doing their work and, as much as they can, contributing to the beauty of the world? Are you not willing to do the work of man? And you do not hasten to that which answers to your nature? But you must also rest. I agree. But nature has established a certain measure for this, as it has established it for eating and drinking. But you go beyond the measure and beyond what is enough. In your activity, you do not reach this measure, you do not reach the limits of the possible, because you do not love yourself. Otherwise, you would love your nature and its demands. Others, who love their art, give themselves wholeheartedly to their work, forgetting to wash and eat. You value your nature less than the engraver does the engraving, the dancer does the dancing, the middler does the money, the ambitious does the glory. All of them, when they get carried away, prefer not to eat and not to sleep, just to multiply that to which lies their soul. Does general useful activity seem to you less significant and less worthy of effort? 2. How easy it is, having discarded and suppressed all burdensome and inappropriate notions, to attain at once full peace of mind. 3. Consider yourself worthy of every word and deed in harmony with nature. Let no one's subsequent reproaches and remarks embarrass you. But if you can do or say anything beautiful, then take it up boldly. After all, people have their own leadership, and they follow their own aspirations. Do not look at this, but go straight ahead, following your own nature and the common one, for there is one way of both. 4. I will walk steadily, holding fast to nature until I fall. Only then will I rest, giving my breath to that from which I draw it daily, and returning to where my father's seed, my mother's blood, my nurse's milk came from, to that earth which has fed and fed me for so many years, which carries me, trampling it, and using its gifts beyond measure. 5. You can't surprise anyone with your quick wit. So be it. But there are many other things about which you cannot say, "I was not born for this." Show those qualities that are entirely up to you: purity, seriousness, endurance, disregard for pleasures, contentment with your fate, few needs, benevolence, freedom, moderation, absence of vain talk and arrogance. Do you know from how many sides you could still prove yourself, concerning which you could not invoke a natural incapacity, and yet voluntarily remain at the same level? Or does a natural disability also compel you to grumble, to be greedy, to flatter, to blame your wretched body, to indulge it, to be vaunted, and to experience similar emotional disturbances? No, by the gods, no. On the contrary, you could have got rid of it all long ago. If indeed you admit your lack of quick comprehension and quick wit, it must be remedied by exercise, and not by indulging your laziness and giving up on it. 6. Some people, having done someone a favor, are inclined to demand gratitude from him. Others are not inclined to do so, and yet deep down in their hearts they consider them their debtor, and are aware of what they have done. Finally, there are those who, in some ways, are not even aware of what they have done. They are like the vine that brings forth grapes and achieves nothing after it has produced its fruit. So the horse runs, so the dog stalks, so the bee gathers honey. But a man who has done good does not shout about it, but goes on to another work, like the vine, which at the time of harvest must bring forth grapes again. So one should be among those who, while doing good, are in some way unaware of what they are doing. Yes. But good is precisely that which must be accounted for it is proper for a man devoted to the common good to know that his activity answers to the common good, and, by the way, to desire that others should know it also. You speak the truth, but you do not grasp the meaning of what you say, and therefore you will be one of those I mentioned before. For they, too, are misled by the appearance of reasonable persuasion. But if you want to understand what is said, don't be afraid that you will have to miss out on some generally useful thing because of it. 7. The prayer of the Athenians. Pour out, rain down, Zeus of grace, over the croplands and fields of Athens. Either one should not pray at all, or one should pray with such simplicity and nobility. 8. The meaning of the expressions: Asclepius prescribes riding, cold baths, or walking barefoot, and nature of the whole prescribes sickness, or mutilation, or deprivation of something, are quite similar, because in the first case the word appoints means he determined for such and such a thing as conducive to his health, and in the second case it means that what falls on everyone is determined for him as conducive to his fate. This is why we say that something came to our portion, just as the builders say about the square stones in the walls or pyramids that they came to each other if they are in some harmonic combination. For a single harmony permeates everything. And just as from all bodies the world is composed a perfect body, so from all causes is composed fate a perfect cause. My words should also be understandable to people quite simple. After all, they say, fate has sent him this. Therefore, so-and-so is granted this, and so-and-so is assigned this. Let us treat this in the same way as we would treat what Asclepius prescribes. In the latter case, too, many things are not to our liking, but the hope of health urges us gladly to go along with it. May the fulfillment and realization of the designs of common nature seem to you something like your health. Therefore accept with joy all that is accomplished, even if it seems burdensome to you, for it leads to a known goal, to the health of the world, to the welfare of Zeus, and the success of his undertakings. For he would send it down to no one if it did not contribute to the good of the whole. For also the nature of anything does not produce anything which would not be for the benefit of its subject. So, you have to love everything that happens to you on two grounds. First, it happened to you, was destined for you, and as if it had you in mind, being bound to you still by the power of the original cause. Secondly, it is the cause of the worldly ruler's success, perfection, and, by golly, the very existence of the worldly ruler. 54. For the whole will be perverted if you violate in any way the harmony and connection of both its parts and causes. But this is what you do to the best of your ability, when you express dissatisfaction with something and, as it were, eliminate it. 19. The things themselves are by no means in touch with the soul. They have no access to the soul. They can neither change it nor set it in motion. Change and movement in it is only of itself. And what all that lies before it will be, for it depends on the judgment it deems itself worthy of. 20. Human beings are the closest to us, because we are obligated to do good to people, and not to be bothered by them. But since any of them opposes the fulfillment of my duties, they become no less indifferent to me than the sun, the wind, or a wild beast. All these things may hinder any activity, but for the striving and the mood, by virtue of the condition assumed and the capacity of transformation, no obstacle can arise. For the soul transforms and changes every obstacle into a preferable one. What was a hindrance to a given action becomes a means to another action, and what stood in the way itself points the way. 21. Honor the most perfect thing that exists in the world. It will be that which makes use of everything and rules over everything. Equally, honor the most perfect thing that exists in you. It is akin to the first. For in you, too, it is that which makes use of everything else, and your life is guided by it. 22. What does not harm the grad, does not harm the citizen. Every time a notion of harm arises, apply the following rule. If it does not harm the city, it does not harm me either. But if harm is done to the grad, one should not be angry with the perpetrator, but point out to him his delusion. 23. More often reflect on the swiftness with which all things and things in existence pass and disappear from view. For essence is like a constantly flowing river. Actions are constantly changing one another. Causes are subject to innumerable changes. And there seems to be nothing stable, but beside us there is an immeasurable abyss of the past and the future, in which everything disappears. Is he not a fool who would be proud of something like this, or worried about it, or complaining about it, as if it were a burden that would last for centuries? 24. Think of the essence in its entirety. What a tiny fraction you participate in it, of time in its entirety, from which you are allotted only a brief and fleeting period, of destiny. What an insignificant part of it you are! 25. Does anyone do bad things to me? Well, that's his business. He has his own mood of mind and his own way of doing things. I am what nature wants me to be, and I act as my own nature wants me to act. 26. The guiding and dominant part of your soul should not be influenced by slow or impulsive movements in the body. It should not mingle with the body, but dissociate itself from it and confine what happens in its members to its limits. If it is communicated to the soul in another way, by virtue of its communication and connection with the body, then there is no need to try to counteract the sensation, for it exists according to nature. The guiding principle should not only add from itself beliefs about good and evil. 27. Live in communion with the gods. But in communion with the gods lives he who constantly shows them his soul satisfied with its destiny, acting according to the wishes of the genius, whom Zeus gave to each man as a mentor and leader, and who is a part of himself. This genius is the spirit and mind of each of us. 28. Would you be angry with someone who smells like sweat or has bad breath? What should he do? He already has such a mouth and such armpits that against his will such a smell comes from them. But man, they say, has reason and can, with a little attention, see what his faults are. That's right. But in that case you also possess reason. Let a reasonable conviction in you set in motion a reasonable conviction in another. Prove it, remind it. If he hears you, he will be healed, and there will be no more need for anger. Neither the tragic actor nor the harlot should be likened. 29. You can live here as you expect to live when you leave here. If you are deprived of this opportunity, then part with your life, but as a man who sees no evil in it. The smoke eats my eyes, and I go away. Do you consider this a special feat? But as long as nothing drives me away, I remain free, and no one will prevent me from doing what I desire. And my desires are in harmony with the nature of a rational and communal being. 30. The spirit of the whole requires companionship. Therefore, he created the less perfect beings for the sake of the more perfect ones, and he adapted the more perfect ones to one another. You see how he has established subordination and co-subordination everywhere, has given each one the measure of his dignity, and has brought the most perfect beings to unanimity. 31. How have you behaved so far toward gods, parents, brothers, spouse, children, teachers, caregivers, friends, relatives, household members? Can you say of yourself, so far I have not offended anyone in word or deed? 58. Remember how much you have experienced, and how much you have had the courage to endure. Remember that the story of your life is nearing its end, and that your term of service is at an end. Remember how many beautiful things you have seen, how many pleasures and sufferings you have neglected, how you have despised vanity, and how many times you have shown yourself to be righteous toward the unrighteous. 32. How can people who are uneducated and ignorant confound the peace of the educated and knowledgeable? Who, then, should be called educated and knowledgeable? He who knows the beginning and the goal and the mind that permeates all things and eternally governs all things in measured periods. 33. A little more, and you are ashes or bones. One name remains, or even no name at all. A name is an empty sound and a soulless echo. All the goods that are valued in life are vain, perishable, insignificant, and like young dogs biting each other, and capricious children laughing and crying again. Loyalty and shame, justice and truth have departed. From the vast earth to Olympus. 59. What else keeps you here? Everything perceived by the senses is changeable and unstable. The senses themselves are vague and easily deceived, and our very soul is a sweat of blood. Is it not vain to desire glory in such creatures? Why do you not expect with a light heart to be destroyed or changed into something else? But how to be until that moment has yet come? To honor and glorify the gods, to do good to people, not to be drawn to them, but also not to get too close to them, to remember that everything that is outside your mortal body and the same vitality does not belong to you and does not depend on you. 34. If you can choose the right path and properly compose your conviction and act, you can also be happy. Two features are common to both the soul of God and the soul of man and every sentient being. First, nothing alien to the soul can be an obstacle to it. Secondly, the soul can consider its goodness in a righteous mood and action and limit its aspirations with them. 35. If something is neither a vice in me nor the action of my vice, and at the same time does no harm to the whole, should I worry about it? But what could harm the whole? 36. Do not give yourself entirely to the flight of your imagination, but help others as much as you can and as they deserve, even if they have a lack of things indifferent. But do not imagine that this lack means harm. There is no harm. The elder, when he leaves, insistently asks his pet for a goblet, even though he knows, of course, that it is only a toy. It's the same here. But when you say from the rostrum, "Man, have you not forgotten what it is all about? Wherever I go, I can be happy. Happy is the one who has made a good fate for himself. A good destiny is a good disposition of the soul, a good aspiration, a good deed." Book 6. 1. The essence of the whole is malleable and obedient, and the mind that controls it does not conceal any reason that might induce it to do evil. For there is no evil in it, it does nothing evil, and nothing is harmed by it. But everything arises, and is done according to him. 2. Let it be of no concern to you whether you are suffering from cold or heat in the performance of your duty, whether you are drowsy or have already slept, whether you are spoken of badly or well, whether you are going to die or do something else. After all, death is one of our tasks in life, and the proper performance of current affairs is sufficient to accomplish it. 3. Don't be satisfied with a superficial look. Neither the uniqueness of each thing nor its dignity should escape you. 4. All objects are subject to very rapid change. They will either evaporate, if the essence of everything is one, or dissipate. 5. The ruling mind knows itself, knows what it is doing, and what matter it is dealing with. 6. The best way to defend yourself against a grudge is not to be like the person who offended you. 7. In one thing seek joy and comfort, namely, to move from one work of general usefulness to another, keeping God in mind. 8. The guiding element prompts and directs itself. It makes itself as it wishes, and it is up to it to make everything appear as it wishes. 9. Everything is accomplished according to the nature of the whole, and not according to any other, whether it is external, or internal, or separate. 10. Either confusion, intermingling, and scattering, or unity, order, and providence. If I allow for the former, what can motivate me to remain further in this wild confusion and confusion? What else could I care about but the coming transformation into the earth? What could possibly worry me? Whatever I do, and it will come to me to dissipate. But if I allow for the latter, I am filled with awe and courage and trust in providence. 11. If circumstances compel you to change your spiritual equilibrium, hasten to return to yourself, and not to retreat unnecessarily from the measured movements of your soul. For the more often you return to harmony, the more and more you will be strengthened in it. 12. If you had both a stepmother and a birth mother at the same time, of course you would treat the former with respect, but you would be constantly drawn to your mother. Such are for you the court and philosophy. Constantly return to philosophy and seek solace in it. Thanks to her, and life at court will not be a burden to you, and you yourself will not be a burden to others. 13. Regarding meat dishes and similar foods in general, we can accustom ourselves to this view. This is the corpse of a fish, this is the corpse of a bird or a pig. Likewise Falernian wine is the squeezed juice of grapes, purple is the wool of a sheep dyed with the blood of a snail, coitus is the rubbing of known organs, and the expulsion of semen, coupled with special spasms. These kinds of perceptions, reaching down to the very things and penetrating them, make it possible to see what they really are. This is the way of life. If some things seem to us unconditionally deserving of our approval, we should expose them, discern their vanity, and remove the halo given to them by the tails. For nothing can so mislead you as vanity, and it leads you most of all when you think you are engaged in the most serious business. Look at what Epictetus says about Xenocrates himself, 61:14. Most people are usually fascinated by the most mundane things of dead or vegetable nature, such as stones, planks, fig trees, vines, olives. Somewhat more evolved people are animate beings, like herds of small or large livestock. People who stand on the next level of development by what is gifted with rational soul, not having, however, a universal character, but having special knowledge or any gifts, or even deprived of them. This includes the possession of a large number of slaves. He who honors the soul of the rational and universal and civic no longer looks at anything else. He is more concerned with how to preserve reasonableness and respect for the public in his soul, and to help his neighbor to do the same. 15. One thing rushes into existence, another rushes out of it, and of that which has arisen, something has already disappeared. The flux of change constantly renews the world, just as the ceaseless flow of time constantly imparts youthfulness to infinite eternity. What could be the object of reverence for anyone in this stream of running phenomena, none of which can be stopped at? It would be as if one were to take a fancy to one of the passing birds, and it had already disappeared from view. It's the same with the life of each of us, the evaporation of blood and the inhalation of air. There is no difference between taking air once and returning it, which we do instantaneously, and returning the very ability to breathe that you received yesterday or the day before, at birth, to where you originally received it. 16. The value is not the exhalation of air, which plants have, nor the inhalation of air, which both cattle and beasts have, nor the ability to receive ideas from outside and to be determined by desire, nor herd life and nutrition. All this is no better than the reverse excretion of the remains of food. But what, finally, is valuable? An expression of approval? No. Consequently, neither is the expression of approval by means of tongues, for that is what the good name that a crowd can give comes down to. So you renounce vanity too. What remains of value? It seems to me that activity, in accordance with the system inherent in you, and fidelity to it, i.e. precisely what all studies and arts are aimed at. After all art strives to ensure that its works correspond to the cause for which it has been prepared. This is achieved by the gardener who takes care of the vines, by the tamer of horses, by the dog handler. And what do education and training strive for? That is what is valuable. And if all is well in that respect, you won't need anything else. But you can't give up many other values, can you? Then you would have no freedom, no self-satisfaction, no serenity. You will of necessity have to be envious, jealous, suspicious of those who are able to rob you of the things you value, and malicious against those who possess them. Generally speaking, he who feels a lack of any of these things must become confused and begin to blaspheme the gods. But if you cherish and value your own soul, you will be satisfied with yourself, you will get along with people and agree with the gods, i.e. you will praise everything that they send down and assign to you. 17. The elements are carried upward, downward, and in a circle. The movement of virtue does not follow any of these directions, but there is something more divine. It goes forward in a faithful, though not easily determinable way. 18. What people do. They do not want to glorify their contemporaries who live with them. In the meantime, they are extremely high on the praise of their descendants, whom they have never seen and will never see. It is almost the same as grieving that your ancestors have not sung your praises. 19. If something is impossible for you, don't decide that it is impossible for man at all. But if something is possible for man and is intrinsic to him, consider that it is available to you as well. 20. During gymnastic exercises, someone scratched you with a fingernail or gave you a bruise with a blow to the head. We do not care about this. We do not get offended, and we will not look at him as an intruder, although we will be careful of him not as an enemy, however, or a suspicious person. We will just calmly give way to him. Let it be the same in the rest of life. We should not give much credit to those who as if exercise with us in the arena of life. After all, it is possible, as I said, to shy away from encounters without being suspicious or hateful. 21. If anyone can clearly prove to me that I am judging or acting wrongly, I will gladly change. For I seek a truth from which no one has ever suffered harm. But he who persists in his delusion and ignorance is harmed. 22. I do my duty. Nothing else distracts my attention. It is either something inanimate, or unintelligent, or gone astray, or not knowing the way. 23. Treat unintelligent beings and all things and objects in general with generosity and dignity, as a being who possesses reason treats that which does not possess it. But treat human beings, as creatures of reason, as equals, and always call upon the gods. And let it be of no consequence to you how long such activity lasts. 3 hours are enough. 24. Death equated Alexander the Great with his mule driver. For they were either absorbed by the seed-like potencies, lambda gamma omicron iota sigma pi epsilon rho alpha iota kappa omicron of the world, or disintegrated into atoms. 25. Think of how many phenomena arise in the body and soul of each of us in a single moment in time, and you will not be surprised if incomparably more, or rather, all coexist in that one and whole which we call the world. 26. If someone asked you how to spell the name Antoninus, would you call out each of the letters that make it up? And if someone gets angry at you, will you also get angry in turn? Will you not calmly list all the individual letters in order? Remember, however, that every duty is also made up of separate points that can be enumerated. This is what must be observed, and without fuss, without responding with irritation, to properly perform the next task. 27. Isn't it cruel not to allow people to strive for what seems decent and useful to them? But by vexing them with their delusions, in some way you don't allow them to. After all, they always strive for what seems decent and useful to them. But in fact it is not. Then preach and point, but do not lose your temper. 28. Death puts an end to the ability to receive feeling, to the aspirations that define us, to the wandering of thought, and to the service of the body. 29. Shame if the very life in which your body does not refuse to serve you would refuse to serve your soul. 30. Don't follow in the footsteps of Caesars, and don't let yourself be carried away. After all, it happens. Try to keep yourself simple, virtuous, unspoiled, serious, modest, committed to justice, pious, benevolent, loving, steadfast in doing the proper thing. Make every effort to remain what philosophy has wished to make you. Honor the gods and care for the good of men. Life is short. The only fruit of earthly life is a pious disposition and activity consistent with the common good. In all things be a disciple of Antoninus. Imitate his perseverance in activity consistent with reason, never betraying his poise and piety, the clarity of his countenance, the politeness of his address, his contempt for vanity, and his zeal in knowing things. He never passed by anything without examining it carefully, and giving himself a clear account of it. How patiently he endured unjust reproaches without replying to them in the same way. How he showed no recklessness in anything, and how he was impervious to slander. How thoroughly he scrutinized characters and deeds. How far was he from the desire to blaspheme everything, from fearfulness, suspicion, and sophistry. How modest were his demands when it came to room, bed, clothing, food, services, and how industrious and restrained he was. Because of his simple way of life, he could stay in one place until evening, and satisfy his natural needs only at certain hours. How faithful and steady in his friendships! How patiently he listened to those who frankly opposed his opinions, and how gladly he was if anyone suggested a better one. How pious, and at the same time alien to superstition he was. May you meet your last hour with as peaceful a conscience as he did. 31. Wake up and come to your senses. When you wake up and are sure that you were only disturbed by dreams, wake up again and look at everything that is happening in the same way as you just looked at the dream visions. 32. I am made up of a body and a soul. For the body is indifferent, because it is incapable of distinction. The soul is indifferent to everything that is not its action, and all its actions depend on itself. But of the actions, only those that have to do with the present. For the future and the past are already indifferent. 33. Labor for the hand and foot is not contrary to nature as long as the hand and foot do what is proper for them. In the same way, labor for man as a human being is not contrary to nature, as long as it does what is peculiar to man. But if it is not contrary to nature, it is not evil. 34. How many pleasures robbers, libertines, patricide, and tyrants have experienced? 35. Don't you see that simple craftsmen, while adapting to a certain extent to the taste of the ignorant, nevertheless hold fast to the reason of their art, and do not retreat from it? Is it not terrible that an architect or a physician honors the reason of his art more than a man honors his own reason, which he has in common with the gods? 36. Asia, Europe are only corners of the world, the entire ocean is a drop in the world, Mount Athos is a lump of earth in the world. All the present is a moment of eternity. Everything is insignificant, impermanent, subject to disappearance. Everything comes from one common guiding principle, either directly or by virtue of a necessary connection. The lions fall, the poisons, and all that is harmful, like thorns or slime, are co-members of the perfect and the beautiful. Do not imagine that it is alien to that which you honor, but constantly return in thought to the source of all things. 37. He who has seen the present has already seen everything that has been during eternity, and everything that will still be during infinite time. For all is homogeneous and uniform. 38. Think more often about the connection of all things in the world and their relationship. For they are all intertwined with one another and therefore in commonwealth with one another, following one another in a certain order. This is due to the continuity of motion, to the general coherence and unity of essence. 39. Adjust to the circumstances that have fallen to your lot, and love with all your heart the people you are meant to live with. 40. Every tool, device, and utensil will be in good condition if it fulfills the purpose for which it was created, even though the maker of these objects is not here with them. As for the things created by nature, the creative power is within them, and abides with them. Therefore, it should be especially honored, and you should be sure that if you behave according to its wishes, everything will be to your liking. In the same way, everything that belongs to the whole is to its liking. 41. If you consider something that does not depend on your choice to be good or evil, then you will have to reproach gods for presence of such evil or absence of such good, and hate people who really cause presence of evil or absence of good, or only suspect in it. With such attitude to such things we will have to act unjustly in many respects. But if we consider good or evil only that which depends on ourselves, there is no longer any reason to accuse God or to declare war on men. 42. We all contribute to one common goal, some with knowledge and understanding, others unconsciously. This is why I think Heraclitus says that those who sleep also act and contribute to what is happening in the world. But each contributes in his own way, both the unbridled blasphemer and the one who tries to counteract and eliminate what is happening. And the world needs such people. Consequently, you must decide to whom you belong. He who rules the world will still use you as he sees fit and turn you into one of his accomplices and co-conspirators. But let your participation not be like that bad and foolish verse in the drama of which Chrysippus mentions, 62:43. Does the sun take up the work of the rain, or Asclepius the work of Demeter? And the luminaries? Are they not different from one another, and do they not contribute to one another at the same time? 44. If the gods had any intention about me, and what should happen to me, then their intention is perfect. For it is difficult to think of a god without intentions. And for what reason should they have sought to harm me? What good would it do them, or the whole, the object of their greatest concern? If they had no intention of harming me personally, of course they had to harm the whole in general. But even in this case, I must welcome and love my destiny, as it is united with the whole by the necessary connection. But if the gods have no intention at all, such a belief would be contrary to piety. Then let us neither offer sacrifices, nor pray, nor swear, nor, in a word, do anything that we do as humans convinced of the existence of the gods and of their communion with us. 63. But even if the gods have no intentions for us, after all I myself can have intentions for myself, and must consider what is useful to me. What is useful to everyone is what is according to his structure and nature. My nature is that of a being of reason and citizenship. For me, as Antoninus, the city and the fatherland is Rome, as man is the world. And only what is useful to these two cities is good for me. 45. What happens to each of us is useful to the whole, that's enough. But upon careful observation, one can also see that, in general, everything that is useful to one person is also useful to others. Useful should be taken here in a broader sense, extending it to things that are indifferent. 46. The constant repetition of performances in the amphitheater and similar places can become tiresome in the end, and the monotony can make the spectacle boring. The same has to be endured for the rest of one's life. For above and below are all the same and of the same kind. But until when? 5. Will my strength of mind be enough for this or not? If I have enough, I will use them for the work as an instrument given to me by the nature of the whole. If not, I will leave it to someone who can do it better, unless it is my duty, or I will do what I can, calling on the help of someone who can also use my reason to do what is required at this moment by the common good. For whether I do something with my own strength or with the help of another, I must strive only for what is required by and in accord with the common good. 6. How many people, once famous, are now consigned to oblivion? And how many of those who glorified them are long in the grave? 7. Don't be ashamed to enlist the help of another. You have a task to perform, just like a warrior in an assault on a wall. What if, because of your limp, you can't climb the wall alone, but you could do it with help from others? 8. Let the future not trouble you, for you will reach it, if necessary, with the same mind that you use in the present. 9. Everything is woven together. There is a divine connection everywhere, and there is hardly anything alien to everything else. For everything is united by a common order, and serves to decorate the same world. For out of everything there is one world, one God permeates all, one essence of all, one law, one mind in all spiritualized beings, one truth, if only there be one perfection for all beings of the same kind and belonging to the same mind. 10. Everything material very soon disappears into the world essence. Every causal beginning is very soon swallowed up by the world mind, and the memory of all soon finds its grave in eternity. 11. For a rational being, One and the same action is according to both nature and reason. 12. You have to be right, not righted. 13. As the relationship is between the members of a solid and unified body, so is the relationship between the sentient beings separated by space and created to participate in a single cause. This thought will sink deeper into you if you often tell yourself that you are a member of the whole composed of sentient beings. If you call yourself a part of it, you will not yet love people with all your heart, and your activity for the benefit of others will not yet give you the final satisfaction. In this activity, you will see only your duty, not your own good. 14. Let anything happen to him that can suffer from anything that comes from outside. He who has suffered will complain if he wishes. If I am not convinced that what has happened is evil, I will suffer no harm. It is up to me not to be convinced. 15. No matter what anyone does or says, I must remain a good person. So gold, emerald, or purple might say, no matter what anyone says or does, I must remain an emerald and keep my coloring. 16. The guiding element is not the cause of its own confusion, does not inspire itself, for example, neither fear nor brokenness. If someone else can frighten him or cause him distress, let him do so, because he himself will not consciously create such a state for himself. The body itself must take care, if it can, not to undergo anything, and say if it does. But the soul, which actually fears and grieves and makes up, in a word, a conviction concerning all this, will not undergo anything unless you make it understand all this. The guiding principle itself does not need anything, unless it itself excites in itself the need. Therefore, it knows neither excitement nor obstacles, unless it creates them for itself. 17. To be blessed is to possess a blessed genius, or the same guiding principle. What are you doing here, imagination? Go away, for the sake of the gods, just as you came. I don't need you. Thou hast come, for old habit's sake. I am not angry with you, just go away. 18. Is anyone afraid of change? But what can arise without change? What is more gracious or more intrinsic to the nature of the whole? Could you use a bathhouse yourself if the wood were not capable of change? Could you eat if the food were not capable of change? And what other useful things could be accomplished without change? Don't you see that the change you undergo is quite similar to those mentioned, and that it is equally necessary for the nature of the whole? 19. All bodies are carried in the world's matter as in a rushing stream. They are intimately connected to the whole, acting in unison with it, like our members in their relation to one another. How many Chrysippuses, how many Socrates, how many Epictetuses has eternity consumed? Let this thought come to your mind about every person and everything. 20. I have only one thing on my mind, how not to do something that is inconsistent with the human system, or in a way that is inconsistent with it, or in a way that is inconsistent with it at the moment. 21. Soon you will forget about everything, and everything, in turn, will forget about you. 22. It is characteristic of man to love those who have gone astray. You will achieve this if you are imbued with the thought that they are like you, that they sin through ignorance and against their will, that in a little while and they will be killed, and that none of them, this is the most important thing, has harmed you, for they have not made your leadership worse than it was before. 23. For the nature of the whole, all the world's essence is like wax. Here she molded a horse out of it. Having broken it, she used its matter to mold a tree, then a man, then something else. And all this only exists for a very short time. There is nothing horrible for the chest to be taken apart, just as there is nothing horrible for it to be chipped together. 24. A face distorted by anger is something completely unnatural. If such an expression is repeated often, it deadens the human face, completely extinguishes it, so that it cannot be restored in any way. From this, we can already understand that it is contrary to reason. If we also lose our consciousness of delusion, what else is there to live for? 47. Constantly think of the deaths of various kinds of people who have devoted themselves to various occupations, who belong to all kinds of tribes, and thus reach Philistine, Thebes, Originating. Then go on to the other classes. And we will have to go to the same place where so many eloquent orators, so many famous philosophers like Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Socrates, so many heroes of antiquity, and after them so many warlords and tyrants departed, then Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes, 64, and other men, gifted, of lofty way of thinking, hard-working, skillful, confident, and even such denouncers of the vanity and transience of human life as Menippus, 65, and his like. All of them, remember this, have long been lying in the ground. What is so terrible for them? And what for those whose names have been completely forgotten? Only one thing is truly valuable: to live a life of truth and justice, and to remain benevolent toward people who are false and unjust. 48. If you want to please yourself, think about the virtues of the people you live with. One is businesslike, another is modest, another is generous, another is something else. Nothing gives so much joy as the image of the virtues that appear in the mores of the people who live with us and meet in more or less intimate unity. So always have them before your eyes. 49. Don't you resent the fact that you have so much weight in you, and not 100 times more? In the same way, don't be disappointed that you are destined to live a certain number of years and not more. Be content with the time you are given, just as you are content with the essence you are given. 50. Try to convince them. Act even against their will, if it is prescribed by reasonable justice. But if someone uses violence against you, seek refuge in self-satisfaction, in peace of mind, and take advantage of the obstacle to the manifestation of another virtue. And remember that your striving is always conditional, and you are not achieving anything that is impossible. But what exactly are you striving for? Only a similar aspiration. But you will attain it, even if what you aspire to remains unfulfilled. 51. The ambitious man sees his good in someone else's action. The devotee of pleasure sees it in the state he is experiencing. The rational man, on the other hand, sees his own activity. 52. It is quite possible not to form any conviction about it, and to save the soul from anxiety. For by nature things themselves do not take an active part in forming our judgments. 53. Train yourself to be attentive to what other people say, and try, if possible, to get into the soul of the speaker. 54. Not benefiting the hive will not benefit the bee either. 55. If the sailors were to scold the helmsman or the sick the doctor, who would they listen to? Or how would the first be able to save the sailors, or the second to cure the sick? 56. How many people I came into the world with have already left it? 57. To the person suffering from bile spillage, honey seems bitter. Those suffering from rabies are afraid of water. And to children, a ball seems beautiful. What am I going to be angry about? Or do you think that delusion is less capable of such action than bile spillage in a sick person or poison in a rabid person? 58. No one can stop you from living according to the mind of your nature, and nothing happens contrary to the mind of the common nature. 59. What are those they wish to please, and for what benefits, and through what actions? How quickly eternity swallows up everything, and how much it has already swallowed up. Book 7. 1. What is vice? The very thing you've already seen often. And no matter what happens, always be ready to say, "This is the same thing that I have often seen." In general, Everywhere you turn, you will find the same thing. It is the content of ancient, medieval, and modern history, and the life of states and individual households is reduced to it at the moment. There is nothing new. Everything is both ordinary and short-lived. 2. What could invalidate the foundations other than the extinction of the perceptions that correspond to them? But it is always in your power to bring these notions to life again. I can form a proper conviction about the subject. And if so, why should I worry? That which is outside my soul has absolutely nothing to do with my soul. Learn this, and you're on the right track. You can still rise again. Look again at things as you once looked at them, that is resurrection. 3. Vain concerns for outward splendor, stage shows, the acquisition of herds of small and large cattle, gladiatorial fights, the fighting of puppies for a bone thrown to them, and a fish for food in the cage, the laborious work of ants, the running of frightened mice, the movements of dolls pulled by a string, all are phenomena of the same order. In the midst of all this one should keep benevolence, without arrogance, but without losing sight of the fact that the value of each person is determined by the value of the objects of his aspirations. 4. In every speech one must pay attention to what is being said. In every striving one must pay attention to what is going on. In the first case one must pay attention to the meaning. In the second one must look first at the goal pursued. 25. Nature, the Almighty, will soon change all that you see, and from its essence will create something else, and then something new, so that the world may remain forever young. 26. If someone has sinned against you, immediately give yourself an account of what his conviction of right and wrong was when he sinned. When you know this, you will pity him and be neither surprised nor angry. For if your conviction about good coincides with his conviction, or is similar to it, you are obliged to let go of his guilt. If your beliefs about good and evil differ, however, it will be easier for you to remain benevolent toward the misguided one. 27. Don't think of what you don't have as something you have, but of what you do have. Choose the most important thing, and think about how much effort you would put into getting it if it were not there. But beware, at the same time, that by concentrating your attention on it you may teach yourself to value it too highly, and thereby lose your peace of mind if it is ever not there. 28. Focus on yourself. Reason and guidance are by nature such that they are content with themselves in their righteous activity, and the tranquility that comes from it. 29. Put an end to imagination. Put an end to cravings. Do not go beyond the present. Recognize what is happening to you and to others. Decompose and divide all things into a causal and a material beginning. Think of the last hour. Let others' delusions remain where they have taken place. 30. Try to get your mind into the meaning of the speech, and let your spirit go deeper into the arising and the acting. 31. Simplicity, modesty, and indifference to that which lies between virtue and vice, may they serve as your adornment. Love the human race. Obey God. For the poet says, everything is according to law. 66. What if there are only elements? It is enough to remember that everything is according to law. 32. About death, either dissipation, if all is atomistic, or consolation in change, if all is one. 33. About suffering, if it is unbearable, death will not fail to put an end to it soon. If it is prolonged, it can be tolerated. The soul preserves its peace by the power of conviction, and the guiding principle does not become worse. But members afflicted by suffering, let them declare it if they can. 34. About glory. Look at the way of thinking of the ambitious, what it is, and what it is that they seek and avoid. On the shore of the sea, one layer of sand is sanded on top of another, and hides it underneath. It is the same in life. What is gone before very quickly disappears under what comes after it. 35. Plato said, "Do you think that to a soul that is exalted and encompasses with its eye all time and all things, human life will seem to be anything significant? That is impossible," he said. "Therefore would not such a person consider death to be something terrible? Not at all." 67. 36. In the words of Antisthenes, "To do good and at the same time to enjoy notoriety, there is something regal about it." 68. 37. It is a shame if the face obeys the dictates of the soul, assuming a look and expression consistent with it, but the soul itself is unable to give itself the proper look and expression. 38. What good is it to be angry at things? There is no business before our senses to things. 69. 39. Be to the gods immortal, and to us earthlings a comfort. 40. You can't have a life that isn't reaped on your day. Like a ripe ear, not this one lived, not that one died. 71. 41. Even if you had forgotten me and my 2 children, O kings of heaven, still there is reason and truth in it. 72. 42. Truth is my companion, the good is my companion. 73. 43. Let no one else's despair or jubilation fascinate you. 44. In the words of Plato, "To this I will present a just objection. You are judging badly, my dear friend, if you think that any good man should consider the possibility of staying alive or dying, and not look at his action only at whether he acts justly or unjustly, and whether he is a good or bad man." 45. This, men of Athens, is the true state of things. If a man has appointed a certain post to himself, thinking it the best, or has been appointed to it by a superior, he must remain in it, exposed to dangers, and not counting on anything, neither death nor anything else but shame. 46. But my dear one, take heed, is it not noble and good to do something other than to save another's or one's life? For a true husband should not desire to live so much time, and should not cling to life, but, trusting in God and believing women that one cannot escape fate, should think only of how it would be to live the time that is destined to live as best as possible. 75. 65. Try not to feel even toward inferior beings the way people feel toward each other. 66. Why do we know that Socrates was superior to Telegus, 82, in his inner disposition? For it is not enough to know that Socrates died a more glorious death, that he denounced the sophists with greater success, that he showed greater endurance in spending nights in the cold, and apparently greater nobility in refusing to obey the order to detain Leo of Salamis, 83, and that he proudly stood in the streets, 84. The truth of this, moreover, may be subjected to great doubt, 85. But it is necessary to consider what kind of soul Socrates possessed, whether he could be content with justice in relation to people, piety in relation to gods, whether he was not vexed by the depravity of people, whether he did not indulge in anyone's ignorance, whether he looked upon the allocation of the whole by nature as something alien, or was not attracted by it as something intolerable, and did not join his spirit to the states of the body. 67. Nature has not bound you so closely to your body that you cannot disassociate and do your own thing. After all, it is possible to become a godlike person while remaining unknown. Always keep this in mind, and also remember that a blessed life implies very little. And if you have lost hope of becoming a dialectician or a physicist, you must not yet abandon the concern to be free, devoted to the common good, and obedient to God. 68. Live unhesitatingly in the unclouded cheerfulness of spirit, even if all men shower thee with all kinds of reproaches, and wild beasts torment the powerless members of thy bodily covering. What, indeed, can prevent the soul from preserving, in spite of all this, its inner peace, its true judgment of all that surrounds it, and its readiness to make use of what falls to it. Here the capacity for judgment refers to the event. This is what you are, even though people think you are something else. The faculty of use appeals to the same. I have sought thee, for all things present are always to me the material of rational and civic virtue. Yet all things in general are the art of man or of God. For everything that happens has to do with God or man is not something new and unhelpful, but familiar and easy. 69. Perfection of character is expressed in spending each day as the last in life, being a stranger to vanity, inactivity, hypocrisy. 70. The immortal gods do not resent having to deal with so many bad creatures for so long. On the contrary, they care for them in every possible way. But your end is near, and you are losing patience, being one of them. 71. It is ridiculous to try to avoid someone else's depravity which is impossible, not to try to avoid one's own which is quite possible. 72. What reasonable and civic capacity finds unreasonable and contrary to the public, it thoroughly considers beneath its dignity. 73. If you have done good, and another has experienced good, why do you, likening yourself to fools, strive for something else, like the glory of a good man or a reward? 74. No one gets tired of receiving benefit. Benefit, on the other hand, involves acting in harmony with nature. Don't get tired of benefiting by doing it. 75. Once, the desire of the nature of the whole was directed toward the creation of the world. Nowadays, either everything happens by virtue of a necessary connection, or the most valuable things, the object of the special striving of the world's guiding principle, are left to chance. If you keep this in mind, you will be more relaxed about many things. Book 8. 1. And the fact that you can no longer live a life or a mature life worthy of being a philosopher, but that it is clear to many others, and to yourself as well, that you are far from philosophy, also deters you from vanity. So you have stained yourself, so that it is no longer easy for you to acquire the glory of a philosopher. Your position also counteracts this. But if you really know what is the essence, renounce what you seem, but be satisfied if you manage to spend the rest of your life in accordance with the desires of your nature. Think of these desires, and let nothing else distract you, for you have made attempts and, having wandered in so many directions, have found no good life anywhere. Not in syllogisms, not in glory, not in pleasure, not anywhere. But where is it? In fulfilling the requirements of human nature. How will you fulfill them? If you possess the foundations on which strivings and actions depend. What are those principles? The principles of good and evil. According to them, nothing will be good for man that does not make him just, prudent, courageous, free, and nothing will be evil that does not produce the opposite of the above. 2. At every action, ask yourself, what is his attitude toward me? Will I have to repent of it? A little more, and I am already dead, and everything for me will disappear. If my present activity is worthy of a being of reason, of society, subject to the same law as God, what more could I want? 3. What are Alexander, Gaius, Julius Caesar, and Pompey compared to Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? These latter penetrated into the essence of things, from the side of cause, and from the side of matter, and the guiding principle in them always remained faithful to itself. And how many concerns the first ones had, and what they did not depend on? 4. People will do the same thing no matter how hard you fight. 47. Observe the movement of the luminaries as one who takes part in it, and meditate constantly on the transition of the elements into one another. For such views cleanse you from the filth of earthly life. 48. The words of Plato are beautiful. He who makes man the subject of his speeches must, as if from a mountain top, look over all earthly things, assemblies, marches, field work, marriages, divorces, births, deaths, noisy destinies, deserts, various barbarian tribes, festivals, funerals, fairs, mixtures of varied and composed of opposites. 76. 49. Look at the past. How many upheaval states have experienced? You could also foresee the future. After all, it will be exactly the same, and will not be out of the rhythm of what is happening now. That is why it makes no difference whether you observe human life for 40 years or 10,000 years. For what will you see that is new? 50. Everything will flow back. What the earth has nurtured, turn to ashes. And the heavenly seed from the earth is lifted up. Blossom in the heavens. 77. It is either the decomposition of the atoms entwined with each other, or a similar dissipation of the senseless elements. 51. With drink and delicacies and magic potions, they think to take away from the mouth of the death of days the channel. 78. If the wind from the gods comes, we must, and labor without grumbling. 79. 52. There are people who excel you in the art of struggle, but let no one surpass you in devotion to the common good, in humility, in submission to all that happens, in leniency toward the errors of others. 53. Where it is possible to act in accordance with reason, common to gods and men, there is no harm. For where it is possible to achieve benefit through activity that is rightly directed and in keeping with our system, there is no harm to be feared. 54. Everywhere and always in your power to be pious in your present lot, to treat justly those who are present, and to examine carefully the perceptions present, so that nothing incongruous may enter into them. 55. Do not look back to the guidance of others, but look where nature leads you, the nature of the whole by what happens to you, and your nature by what you must do. And every creature must do what is appropriate to its structure. Not all unintelligent beings, by virtue of their structure, are meant for intelligent beings, as everywhere the less perfect for the more perfect, but intelligent beings are meant for each other. Therefore, the first place in man's system is his sociality. The second is intransigence in relation to the states experienced by the body, for it is characteristic of the rational and spiritual movements to dissociate and never surrender to the movements of the senses and aspirations, the latter being animal movements, while the spiritual wishes to prevail and not be overcome by them, which is true, since by nature it must enjoy them all. As the third, in the structure of a rational being, it is necessary to point to guarding oneself against recklessness and deceit. Having secured all these, the guiding principle must go its straight course, possessing that which belongs to its composition. 56. Imagine that you have already died, that you have lived only up to the present moment, and the remaining time of life as having been given to you beyond expectation, spend according to nature. 57. Love only what happens to you, and is predestined to you. For what could be more fitting for you? 58. Whatever happens, have before your eyes those to whom the same thing has happened, and who have indulged in anger, amazement, complaining about it. Where are they now? Nowhere. Do you want to be like them? And do you not want, having left these movements that are foreign to you, to those who cause them, and to those who endure them, to direct all your thoughts to how to use both? You can make excellent use of both, having no shortage of material. Only be attentive to yourself, and desire to be excellent in all that you do. And remember that in both cases, the material of activity is something indifferent. 59. Look within yourself. Inside is a wellspring of goodness that will never run out if you don't stop digging. 60. And the body must have a certain posture, not be fidgety in its movements or gestures. The soul expresses itself in the face, giving it reasonableness and good looks, and the same can be demanded of the whole body. But all this should be observed without finesse. 61. The art of living is more like the art of fighting than of dancing. It requires readiness and fortitude and an attitude toward the sudden and unforeseen. 62. Constantly think about what those people whose recognition you are seeking are like, and what their guiding principle is. And you will neither blame them for their unintentional transgressions nor need their recognition if you look into the source of their conviction and striving. 63. Every soul, he says, is deprived of truth against its will. 80. But likewise justice, and prudence, and benevolence, and everything else of that kind. It is supremely necessary to think about these things constantly, for then you will be more meek toward all. 64. At every suffering, remember at once that it is not shameful, and does not make the ruling soul worse, for it has no deleterious effect either on its reasonableness or on its publicity. With most suffering, you may call to your aid the words of Epicurus. This suffering is neither intolerable nor eternal, if only you will be mindful of its limits, and will not add anything of yourself. 81. Remember also that many things that are burdensome to us are identical with suffering, although we do not notice it, such as drowsiness, fever, or boredom. Therefore, if you find yourself suffering from any of these things, say to yourself, I have not overcome suffering. 5. Above all, do not confuse your peace. For everything is according to the nature of the whole. A little while longer, and you will be nothing and nowhere, like Hadrian and Augustus. Then, concentrating on your work, delve into it, and, keeping in mind that you must be a good man and the requirements of human nature, steadfastly fulfill these requirements and speak as you think most consistent with justice. Only observe benevolence and modesty, and avoid hypocrisy. 6. The nature of the whole is busy moving what exists in one place to another, changing it, taking it from here and transferring it there. Everything is subject to change, and therefore there is nothing to fear, no matter how something new happens. Everything is ordinary, but everything has an equal fate. 7. The nature of every being is satisfied if it is on the right path. The nature of a rational being is on the right path, if it accepts neither falsity nor obscurity in ideas, if it directs its aspirations exclusively toward the common good, has an aversion to that which depends on itself, and accepts without a murmur everything sent down to it by the common nature. After all, it is part of the common nature, just as the nature of the leaf is part of the nature of the tree. The only difference is that the nature of the leaf is part of a nature devoid of feeling and reason, and which may encounter obstacles, while the nature of man is part of a nature that knows no obstacles, that is reasonable and just. This nature involves everything in time, matter, causality, activity, events, with equality, and in accordance with dignity. But you will be convinced of this by comparing not individual properties among themselves, but the totality of the properties of one being with the totality of the properties of another. 8. You are deprived of the ability to read. But you are not deprived of the ability to humble pride, to overcome pleasure and suffering, to despise vanity, not to be angry with people who are insensitive and ungrateful, indeed, even to care for them. 9. Let no one henceforth hear you complain of court life, nor of your own. 10. Repentance is a reproach addressed to oneself for the omission of something useful. The useful thing is necessary and good in some respect, and an object of care on the part of a fine and good man. But such a person would not be remorseful for having missed the opportunity to enjoy himself. Consequently, pleasure is neither useful nor good. 11. What is this object in itself, in its intrinsic structure? What is it in terms of essence and matter? What is it in terms of causality? What is its purpose in the world? How long does it exist? 12. When you reluctantly rise from sleep, remember that, according to your inherent structure and according to human nature, your purpose is to pursue the common good. But sleep is something inherent in irrational creatures as well. That which is in accordance with everyone's nature is most fitting for him, most appropriate, even most attractive to him. 13. Apply the teachings of physics, ethics, and dialectics continually and whenever possible in every performance. 14. Whoever you encounter, turn to yourself at once. What are this man's foundations concerning good and evil? If he has any definite foundations regarding pleasure and suffering and their causes, as well as regarding glory, infamy, death, life, then nothing in his actions can seem surprising or strange to me. Moreover, I should also remember that he is compelled to act in this way. 15. Remember, just as it is shameful to marvel if a fig tree produces figs, so is it shameful to marvel if the world produces something that is peculiar to it. For it is shameful for a physician and a shipwright to wonder if a man has a fever or if a nasty wind comes up. 16. Remember that changing your mind and agreeing with the one who points the right way does not detract from your freedom. After all, it is your own activity, carried out according to your own mind. 17. If it depends on you, why do you do it? If it depends on another, to whom do you rebuke? The atoms or the gods? Both are worthy of a madman. None should be complained of. If you can, correct the one who acts. If you cannot, at least correct the deed itself. If you cannot do that either, what good will it do you to complain? You shouldn't do anything for nothing. 18. Dying does not fall out of the world. If it remains here, it changes here, and disintegrates into elements, the same as the world itself and yours. The elements themselves also change, but they do not murmur. 19. Everything exists for something, like the horse, like the vine. Why do you wonder? And the sun exists for something, and so do the other gods. But what are you for? For pleasure? See if that stands up to criticism. 20. Like the thrower of the ball, nature directs her attention in all things no less to the end than to the beginning and the staying. What, indeed, is good for a ball to be carried upward, or bad for it to tend downward, or even to fall? What good is it for a bubble to blow up, or bad for it to burst? The same is true of a lamp. 21. Turn it, the body, inside out, and see what it's like, and what it becomes from old age, from disease, from excess. Both the one who praises, and the one who is praised, and the one who is remembered are short-lived. Besides, all this is played out in a corner of some country, and even here not everyone agrees among themselves, nor do individuals agree with themselves. And the whole earth is a grain of sand. 22. Let your attention be absorbed in your present subject, whether it be a foundation, an activity, or an expression. On merit you put up with it, preferring to be good tomorrow than to be it today. 23. Am I doing anything? I do it in consideration of the welfare of men. Does anything happen to me? I accept, reckoning with the will of the gods and the source of everything, where everything that arises comes from. 24. What does ablutions look like to you? Oil, sweat, dirt, sticky water, all things that excite squeamishness. So is every part of life, and every object. 25. Lucilla survived faith, then died also. 86. Secunda buried Maximus, 87, to follow him. Epictetus buried Diotimus and died himself after him. Antoninus buried Faustina, 88, and then was buried himself. Caelor, 89, buried Hadrian and then buried himself. And so all. Where are all those wise men, visionaries, proud men? Where, for example, of the sages are Charax, Demetrius the Platonist, Eudaemon, 90, and the like? All are fleeting, all long dead. Some were at once forgotten, others have become myths, others have disappeared even from myths. One must remember, therefore, that either everything that is part of thee is to disintegrate, or the life force is to fade away, or to change and be transported elsewhere. 26. Man's activity is his source of joy. Man, on the other hand, is characterized by benevolence toward his fellow men, contempt for sensual urges, discernment of persuasive perceptions, contemplation of the nature of the whole and of what happens according to it. 27. 3 relationships are important: to the body that surrounds you, to the divine reason, the source of all that happens to everyone, and finally, to the people who live with you. 28. Suffering is evil either for the body, in which case let the body declare it, or for the soul. But the soul is capable of maintaining its own clarity and tranquility, and of not recognizing evil in suffering. After all judgment and desire, inclination and aversion are within us, and no evil penetrates here. 29. Suppress your imagination by constantly saying to yourself, "Now it is up to me to make sure that there is no filth, no lust, no confusion of any kind in this soul, but, contemplating everything as it is, I will use everything according to its value." Be aware of this capacity that is inherent in your nature. 30. Both in the Senate and in conversation with a private person, you should speak with dignity, but without pomp. Let your speech be true. 31. Augustus' court, his wife, daughter, nephews, stepchildren, sister, Agrippa, relatives, householders, friends, Arius, Maecenas, 91, physicians, priests, the whole court died out. Move on then to another, to the death not of individuals, but of entire families, such as the Pompei. On tombstones it is inscribed, "The last of so-and-so lineage." Think how much effort the ancestors put in to leave a successor, and yet someone has to be the last. And then there is the death of the whole family. 32. Life should be composed of separate actions, and be content if each of them satisfies its purpose. But no one can prevent you from having each of your actions fulfill its purpose. And the obstacles from outside? There are none for an activity that is just, prudent, and deliberate. But perhaps some other activity will come up against obstacles. But thanks to a calm attitude to the obstacle itself and a judicious transition to the given conditions, in place of the former one, a new action, suitable to the composition of life in question, immediately appears. 33. Don't be proud when you receive, and don't grumble when you give. 34. Have you ever seen a severed arm, or a leg, or a severed head lying apart from the body? So does he who, by separating himself, does not accept what is happening or does anything that is contrary to the common good. You are cut off in some way from the unity that is in harmony with nature. You were born to be apart, but now you have cut yourself off. But here you still have the advantage of being able to bring yourself back into unity. This God has not allowed any other part to do, to come back together again, having already been separated and cut off. Appreciate the mercy he has shown to man. He has given him the power not to detach himself from the whole from the beginning, and he has allowed the detached part to come together again, to merge, and to take up the position of a part. 35. Just as all the other abilities of a rational being are invested in him by the nature of the whole, so we have also received from it the following. Just as it turns everything that opposes and resists it to its advantage, and includes it in the chain of necessity, making it its part, in the same way a reasonable being can turn every obstacle into material for himself and use it, whatever his former goals may have been. 36. Do not be troubled by the thought of your life in general. Don't think about how much and what kind of suffering you are likely to have to endure, but at each one that threatens you, turn to yourself with the question, "What indeed is there in all this that you cannot endure and endure?" You'll be embarrassed to answer in the affirmative. Then remind yourself that it is not the future or the past that grieves you, but always only the present. The latter will be diminished if you confine it to yourself and reproach your soul if it cannot bear even such a burden. 37. Do Panthea or Pergamum still sit at the tomb of Verus, and Zabrius or Diotimus at the tomb of Hadrian? 92. The question itself is ridiculous. But if they did sit, would the deceased feel it? And if they had felt it, would they have enjoyed it? And if they did, would those who sat at their tombs have become immortal? Were they not first destined to become old men and old women, and then to die? But what would the dead do upon their death? All this is stench, first filled with decay. 32. Let no one who claims about you that you are not a sincere or good person speak the truth, but let anyone who thinks anything like that about you be mistaken. After all, it all depends on you. Who, indeed, prevents you from being a good and sincere person? Only decide once for all not to live if you are not such. For if you are not, reason does not keep you in life. 33. What would be the right thing to do or say with this material? Whatever it is, it can be done or said. And don't invoke obstacles. You will stop your lamentation only when you feel that for you to do with the given and available material the structure of human nature is the same as a free life for the adherents of pleasure. For every opportunity to act according to its special nature must be revered as joy. But this possibility is everywhere. Neither the cylinder, nor fire, nor water, nor everything else of a dead and irrational nature is always allowed to be in its proper motion. Many obstacles prevent it. But the spirit and mind can, overcoming all obstacles, preserve the direction which is peculiar to them by nature and which they desire. And remembering the ease with which the mind moves, overcoming all obstacles, as a fire moves upwards, a stone downwards, a cylinder on a slope, you no longer strive for anything else. The other obstacles either belong to the body, which is the same corpse, or, without the conviction of them, and the inclination of the mind itself, have no power either to suppress you or to cause any evil. Otherwise the one on whose path they meet would immediately become bad. It is only when some evil happens to some other creature that the obstacle itself becomes worse. And here, if you want to know, a man is made both better and more praiseworthy, if only he makes use of the circumstances in the right way. In general, remember that nothing harms the citizen that does not harm the grad, and nothing harms the grad that does not harm the law. But all these so-called adversities do not harm the law, and by not harming it, they harm neither the grad nor the citizen. 34. To a man imbued with the true fundamentals, even the briefest and most familiar expression can remind him of a state free from sorrow and fear. The wind blows the leaves to the ground. So generations of people. 99. And your generation is the same foliage. And those people who praise you loudly and with such confidence, or, on the contrary, curse you, or secretly censure and revile you, are leaves, as are those who will inherit the memory of you. For all this arises, as soon as spring returns, then the wind sweeps it to the ground, and then the forest produces new foliage in place of the former. But the shortness of time is common to everything. But you avoid everything, and you strive for everything, as if it were to last forever. A little longer, you'll be out of sight, and someone else will soon be mourning the one who buries you. 35. A healthy eye should see everything available to the eye and not say, "I am addicted to the color green." for that is a sign of eye disease. In the same way, a healthy ear and sense of smell should be ready to perceive any sound or smell, and a healthy stomach should treat all food equally, like a mill to everything it is designed to grind. So, too, a mentally healthy person should be prepared for all kinds of events. He who says, "My children must stay alive, all people must praise me no matter what I do," is like an eye that has a predilection for the color green, or a tooth that prefers soft food. 36. No one is ever so fortunate that his death does not evoke feelings of wicked joy in those around him. He may have been an excellent and wise man, but in the end there will be some who will say to themselves, "At last we can breathe a sigh of relief in getting rid of this master. True, he was not a burden to any of us, but still we felt that he secretly judged us." That's what they would say about an excellent man. As for us, how many other attributes are there in us that cause many to desire deliverance from us? When you think about this in the hour of your death, you will more easily part with life, saying to yourself, "I am parting with that life in which even the people closest to me, for whom I have worked so hard, for whom I have prayed and cared so much, even they want my removal, hoping that it may bring them some relief." What good would it do anyone to wish for a longer stay in life? All this, however, should not induce you to treat those around you less kindly at parting. Staying true to your character, treat them friendly, benevolently, meekly. On the other hand, do not part from them as if you were torn from them, but let your parting be like the painless separation of the soul from the body in a good death. For with them, too, nature has fused and bound me. Now it is separating us. And I part with them as with my kin, but I do not resist, for this parting is also an act of nature. 37. Whenever possible, make it a habit to ask yourself about the goal of the other person's action. Start with yourself and examine yourself first. 38. Remember that everything that guides you lies within yourself. Here is the gift of the word. Here is life. Here, if you want to know, is man. Never identify with him the shell that surrounds him and the organs that are formed on it. They are like a carpenter's axe, differing only in the fact that they are given to us by nature. And if these parts were deprived of their moving and restraining cause, they would be no more useful than the spindle for the weaver, the pen for the writer, the whip for the charioteer. Book 11. 1. Properties of the rational soul. It contemplates itself, dissects itself, makes itself as it wishes, makes use of the fruit it brings, while the fruits of plants and the products of animals are used by others, reaches its own goal whenever the limit of life has been set. In a dance, a stage performance, and the like, any interference deprives the whole activity of finality. Not so here. In whatever part and in whatever place the activity of the rational soul is interrupted, it fulfills its purpose completely and without shortcomings, so that it can say, "I have taken mine." The rational soul, then, flies around the world and the void around it, examines its form, penetrates into infinite eternity, comprehends the periodic rebirth of the whole, and understands and is aware that our descendants will see nothing new, just as our ancestors saw nothing beyond what we see, but that the man who has reached 40, if he has any intelligence, has, due to the general uniformity, in some way seen all that is past and all that has been. The rational soul is also characterized by love for others, by truth and modesty. It does not set anything above itself, which is also characteristic of the law. Thus, there is no difference between the right mind and the justest mind. 2. You will treat with contempt the merry song, the dance, all kinds of wrestling, if you divide the whole melody into separate sounds and, concerning each one, ask yourself, "Can't I resist it?" For you would be ashamed to answer in the affirmative. Do accordingly with dancing, with respect to individual movements and positions, as well as with wrestling in all its forms. Remember that in everything, with the exception of virtue and its actions, you should immediately proceed to the consideration of the parts, and from their dissection derive contempt for the whole. Apply the same to all life. 3. The soul, ready for anything, will not find it difficult, if need be, to part with the body, regardless of whether extinction, dissipation, or new life awaits it. But this readiness must be rooted in its own judgment, manifesting itself not by blind persistence, as Christians do, but by reasonableness, seriousness, and lack of rhetoric. Only then is it convincing to others. 4. Have I done anything for the common good? Consequently, I have benefited myself. Never part with this thought, and never give it up in any position. 5. 6. The tragedies were originally intended to remind the spectators that known events by nature happen in a known way, and that what entertains them on the stage must not be burdensome to them on a larger stage in life as well. For the spectators are convinced with their own eyes that the known events must take place in this way, and that they have to put up with them, and those who exclaim, "Oh, Cypheron!" 100. The authors of these tragedies sometimes say something sensible. The best example would be, "At least you would have forgotten me and my 2 children." The kings of heaven, there is reason and truth in that. 101. And further, what good is it to be angry at things? You can't have a life that isn't reaped on your day. Like a ripe ear. 102. And others of the same kind. After tragedy came the ancient comedy, morally outspoken, and by its very sharpness useful for denouncing vanity. Diogenes borrowed something from it for this purpose. Think now what is the essence of the medium comedy that then appeared, and for what, finally, was introduced anew, which is passed, little by little, in the mimic art. No one will deny that here, too, something useful can be found. But what purpose does all this direction of poetic and dramatic creativity serve? 7. How obvious it is that there are no living conditions more conducive to philosophizing than those in which you now find yourself. 8. A branch cut off from another branch cannot but be cut off from the whole trunk. In the same way, a person who is broken away from one person disconnects himself from all of society. But it is not the branch that cuts itself off. It is the person who cuts himself off from his neighbor, hating and alienating him, and who does not realize that he is thereby cutting himself off from the entire civic community as well. It is true that Zeus, the creator of community, has given us the ability to reconnect with those who are close to us, and to take our place as members of the whole. However, if this separation is repeated, then the separated is rendered increasingly incapable of uniting and restoring to its former position. And in general, there is an essential difference between a branch, which from its very beginning has lived an indissoluble life with the whole plant, which has been cut off and then grafted in again, no matter what the gardeners say. The latter is fused, true, but not to the point of complete indistinguishability. 9. People who hinder thee from walking in a way consistent with right reason will not be able to turn thee away from right action, neither should they deprive thee of benevolence toward themselves. Watch thyself equally in both respects, not only for reasonableness of judgment and action, but also for meekness toward those who seek to hinder thee or annoy thee in any other way. For anger at them is no less a denunciation of impotence than refusing to act or yielding under the influence of fear. Both are betrayal of their purpose. For one, this betrayal is expressed in fear, for the other in estrangement from one who is by nature his kinsman and friend. 10. No nature is inferior to art, for the arts only imitate this or that nature. If so, then nature, the most perfect and encompassing of all others, cannot be surpassed even by the most sophisticated art. But all the arts create the less perfect for the sake of the more perfect. Hence, so does general nature. This is the origin of justice, which also gives rise to other virtues. For justice will not be done if we strive for things that are indifferent, or are easily deceived, or judge recklessly and frivolously. 11. The objects, by pursuing and avoiding which you are deprived of peace of mind, do not come to you, but you yourself come to them in some way. Let your judgment of them be silent, and they lie immovable, and no one will see you pursuing or fleeing. 12. The soul retains its peculiarly spherical form, 103, when it does not reach for anything external or constrict it inwardly, nor lengthen or settle down, but radiates light, in which it sees the truth of all things and the truth lurking in itself. 13. Would anyone despise me? That is his business. My business is not to be despised because of something I have done or said. Will he hate me? Again, it is up to him. I shall nevertheless keep benevolence and goodwill towards all things, and will always be ready even to point out his own error, without sneering, and not out of a desire to flaunt my patience, but out of a sincere desire for good, as Phocion did, unless he was a hypocrite. Such should be the inner mood, and the gods should see thee as a man who is not vexed or angry about anything. For what could be evil for you, if you do what is peculiar to your nature, and accept what is good for the nature of the whole, as animated with only one desire that in one way or another the common good should be realized? 14. Those who despise each other please each other, and those who want to outdo each other grovel before each other. 15. What lowliness and hypocrisy it takes to say, I intend to be sincere in my dealings with you. What are you doing, man? It is not necessary to warn you about it. It will show itself. The content of your words must be imprinted on your forehead. This is what you are, and immediately your eyes will reveal it, just as a lover immediately reads everything in the eyes of a lover. In general, a man who is sincere and good must be like a sweaty man, so that he who is close to him will feel it as soon as he gets close to him. Sincerity, exposed, is more dangerous than a dagger. There is nothing more repulsive than wolf friendship. Avoid it most of all. You can recognize a good, benevolent, and sincere man by his eyes. You cannot hide these qualities. 16. The soul has the capacity to arrange life in the most perfect way, if only man will treat indifferently the indifferent things. 104. He who treats each of these things indifferently will be indifferent, and will remember that none of them imposes on us convictions about themselves, and that they are immovable, and that we make judgments about them ourselves, as if writing them down in ourselves, although we may not write them down, and may erase them immediately if they have been written down without our knowledge. Who remembers also that this kind of attention will only be needed for a short time, and that life is nearing its end. What, however, is difficult about all this? If it is in harmony with nature, find joy in it, and do not be weighed down by it. But if it is against nature, seek that which is in harmony with your nature and hasten to it, even if it does not promise glory. For everyone should be allowed to seek his own good. 17. You must know where each thing comes from, what it consists of, what it changes into, what it will be when it changes, and why it will not suffer any evil in doing so. 18. You should be aware, first of all, of your attitude toward people, and of the fact that people are born for each other, but you, moreover, are placed over people, like a ram over a flock of sheep or a bull over a flock of cows. Justify this more profoundly by beginning with the statement, if not atoms, then nature is the all-powerful one. But if so, then less perfect beings exist for the sake of more perfect ones, while more perfect ones exist for each other. Second, in what people are like at the table, on the couch, etc., and especially in what authority their principles have over them, and with what conceit they do their work. Third, that if in this case people act rightly, we should not be angry with them, but if wrongly, it is obviously against their will and out of ignorance. For every soul against its will is deprived both of the truth and of an attitude toward another person that is consistent with its dignity. After all, people do not like to be seen as unjust, ungrateful, greedy, and, in a word, misguided with respect to their neighbors. Fourthly, that you yourself also go astray, and are like them in many respects. And if you have not fallen into some errors, you are not alien to the inclinations that produce them. So, if cowardice, ambition, or any other bad motive has kept you from such delusions, fifth, you're not even sure if they're wrong. After all, someone else's soul is a mystery. And in general, you have to learn a lot before you can speak confidently about other people's actions. Sixth, that to indulge in excessive annoyance or resentment is to forget the transience of human life and the imminent death that awaits all. Seventh, that it is not people's actions that are a burden to us, their real place in the leadership of those people, but our beliefs. Eliminate the beliefs. Wish to free ourselves from judging these actions as something horrible, and anger would be gone. But how do we remove them? By reflecting on the fact that there is no shame for you in these actions. For if you think of evil not only as shameful, then you too cannot escape many errors, and become an outlaw or something like that. Eighth, the extent to which the consequences of anger and grief over something are more grievous than the thing that causes the anger and grief. Ninth, that benevolence, if it is sincere and not contrived, is something irresistible. What, indeed, will the most unbridled rapist do to you if you remain unfailingly benevolent toward him and, when the opportunity presents itself, meekly admonish him, and at the very moment when he is about to do you harm, you, keeping your composure, turn to him? No need, my son, we were born for another. I will suffer no harm, but you will. Next, you should show him, intelligibly and generally, that this is indeed so, and that neither bees nor animals born for herd life do so. But this must be done without mockery, but lovingly, without a hidden grudge, without adopting a teaching tone or seeking to surprise those present, but either face to face or, if outsiders are present, 105. Remember these 9 rules, as if you had received them as a gift from the Muses. And while you are still alive, finally become human. Both anger and flattery in dealing with people should be equally avoided. Both are repugnant to the public and harmful. In a fit of anger, never forget that rage is not evidence of courage, but, on the contrary, meekness and gentleness are both more human and more worthy of a husband, and strength, and endurance, and courage are on the side of such a man, not on the side of the vexed and grumbling man. The nearer one is to impassivity, the nearer one is to strength. Both grieving and anger denounce powerlessness. Both the sorrowful and the angry are wounded and out of order. If you wish, accept also the 10th gift from Musket himself, 106. To demand that bad men should not go astray is madness, for it means striving for the impossible. To accept that they should be so with respect to others, and at the same time to demand that they should not go astray with respect to thee, is absurd and worthy of a tyrant. 19. The 4 perversions of the guiding principle should be most guarded against, and should be stopped as soon as you notice them, addressing yourself in each case as follows. This representation is not necessary. It undermines the foundations of society. These words would be impure, and to speak not from the heart must be against your sense. The 4th exhortation is when you address yourself with this rebuke. This state of yours signifies the defeat and surrender of your more divine part, notwithstanding against the less valuable and mortal part, against the body and its gross pleasures. 20. The life force in you and all the obvious, entering the mixture, although tending upwards by nature, but obeying the order of the whole, is held in your composition. All that possesses the properties of the earth and is wet, though it strives downward, it does not fall down, but takes an inherently unconventional position. Thus, the elements are also subject to the whole, remaining, even in spite of themselves, where they are indicated, until a sign is given from there to decompose. Is it not terrible, then, that only your reasonable part disobeys and resents the place it occupies, although it is not prescribed anything contrary to it, but only in harmony with its nature? It does not want to reckon with anything and strives for the contrary. For any deviation toward injustice, excess, anger, grief, fear is nothing but treason against nature. But the guiding principle also leaves its post when it expresses dissatisfaction about something that is happening. For it is no less destined to piety and reverence for God than to justice. For these virtues, too, are part of the concept of publicity. Moreover, they are even older than justice. 21. He who does not have a unified and unchanging purpose for life cannot remain unified and unchanged throughout life. But what has been said is not enough without adding what this goal should be. For just as the conviction is the same not concerning all goods of any kind recognized by the majority, but only concerning some goods of common importance, so the goal must be social and civic. Whoever adjusts all his personal aspirations to this goal will act in the same way in everything, and thus remain true to himself. 22. Think of the field mouse and the house mouse, its scare and run. 23. Socrates called the opinions of most people laney, 107, a scarecrow for children. 24. The Lacedaemonians, during the performances, arranged for the strangers to sit in the shade, but they themselves sat wherever they could. 25. Socrates, when asked by Perdiccas why he did not go to him, 108, replied, "In order not to perish in the most shameful way, i.e., to take advantage of a favor, and not be able to repay it in return." 26. In the writings of the Ephesians, 109, it is recommended that one of the ancients who distinguished himself by virtue should be constantly remembered. 27. The Pythagoreans advised to cast a glance at the sky in the morning to recall that which always performs its work, remaining true to its way and way of action, and of order, purity, and nakedness. For the luminaries know no coverings. 28. Think of Socrates throwing a sheepskin over himself when Xanthippe left home, taking his clothes, and of his response to his friends, who did not know where to turn in shame when they saw him dressed like that. 110. 29. You don't teach writing and reading before you've taught yourself, much less learn how to live. 30. A slave you were born. There is no part of you in speech. 111. 31. My heart laughed. 112. 32. He will shamelessly blaspheme the virtue of the sons of men. 113. 33. It's crazy to look for figs in winter. But mad is also the one who yearns for a child who is no longer there. 34. The word reap is also a sign of misfortune. 114. But it is not a sign of misfortune, he replied, but it is a sign of one of nature's actions. Otherwise, the words, "the spikes are reaped," would also be a calamity. 114. 35. Grapes green, ripe, squeezed. All this is a transition not into something that does not exist at all, but into something that does not exist now. 115. 36. Epictetus dictum. There is no violence that can rob us of our freedom of choice. 116. 37. It is necessary, he says, to establish rules to determine when consent should be given. As far as aspirations are concerned, we must see to it that they are not unconditional, are directed to the common good, and are in accord with dignity. As for drives, we must abstain altogether, but we must not turn away from anything that is not in our power. 38. The dispute, says Epictetus, is not about trifles, but about whether to be insane or not. 118. 39. Which do you prefer? Asked Socrates, whether to have the souls of reasonable beings or of unreasonable ones? Dash. Reasonable. Dash. But corrupted or unspoiled? Dash. Unspoiled. Dash. Why then do you not aspire to them? Dash. We possess them. Dash. Why then do you argue and quarrel? 119. Book 12. 1. All that you wish to achieve by roundabout means, you can have now, if only you treat yourself kindly. That is, if you forsake the past, leave the future to Providence, and deal exclusively with the present, keeping it in accordance with piety and justice. With piety, in order to love your inheritance, because nature has adapted it to you and you to it. In righteousness, to speak the truth freely and without conceit, and to act always according to the law and according to your dignity, so that neither vice, nor persuasion, nor judgment, nor the feelings of the body which clothe you, should hinder you. Let the body which practices them be made to understand them. So, if you, already nearing the end, will leave everything, will honor only your guiding principle and the divine in you, will fear not that one day life will stop, but that it will never start living in accordance with nature, then you will become a man worthy of the world that produced you, will stop being a stranger in your homeland, will not marvel every day as something unexpected and be dependent on one or the other. 2. God sees the guiding principle of each of us in the nakedness of the material shell, the crust, the outgrowths. For God only touches that which is sprung from him into the guiding element, and that only with his mind. If thou wouldst accustom thyself to do likewise, thou wouldst save thyself much trouble. Is not he rich in leisure, who does not pay attention to the covering of flesh, much less does he look at the dress, dwelling, fame, and the like covers and ornaments? 3. You are made up of 3 parts, body, vitality, and spirit. Of these, the first 2 are yours insofar as you have to take care of them, and only the third really belongs to you. If you remove from yourself, i.e., from your spirit, all what others do and say, or what you yourself have done and said, all that worries you as having been, that does not depend on your choice, as belonging to the body that clothed you or to the life force that is natural to it, all that outside yourself is carried along by the circular whirlwind, and thus your spirit, removed from the environment with which its fate has associated it, will be pure and free to arrange life in its own way, doing justice, accepting what is happening and speaking the truth. If, I say, thou wilt remove from the guiding principle what is clinging to it by the pressure of the passions, and what belongs to the past or to the future, if thou art like Empedocles the orb, equal everywhere, proud of joyful solitude, 120, thinking only of the life in which thou livest, i.e., of the present, thou wilt be able to leave the life of thy own self. That is, of the present, i.e., the present, you will be able to spend the rest of your life serene, noble, and in companionship with your genius. 4. I have often marveled at the fact that everyone, loving himself more than others, at the same time attaches less importance to his own conviction of himself than to that of others. If, therefore, a god, or a teacher of wisdom, were to command someone not to think or meditate on anything about himself that he did not immediately announce publicly, no one would last a day. Thus, we are more ashamed of our neighbors something they will think of us than we are of ourselves. 5. How is it that the gods, who arranged everything so beautifully, and with such love for people, only overlooked the incongruity that people quite worthy, as if made an alliance with the divine origin and, thanks to their pious deeds and holiness of life, became firmly friends with it, after their death are not reborn to new life, but fade away forever. If even so, yet be assured that if there should have been a different order, they would have established it. For if it were just, it would be possible, and if it were in harmony with nature, nature would have produced it. From the fact that it has no place, unless it really does not exist, you can safely conclude that it was not meant to be. For you yourself observe that in raising such questions you appeal to the justice of the gods. But you could not have appealed to them in this way if they had not been the best and most just. But then they could not, contrary to reason and justice, be negligent about any oversight in the world order. 6. You must also train yourself to do what seems impossible to you. After all, the left hand, generally speaking, is weaker than the right hand. It holds the reins stronger because it is accustomed to it. 7. Think of the state your body and soul will be in when death comes to you, of the brevity of life, of the gaping chasm of eternity behind you and before you, of the powerlessness of all material things. 8. Consider the causal beginnings of things as they are stripped of all outgrowths, and in deeds as their ends. Consider what is suffering, what is pleasure, what is death, what is glory, that everyone is the cause of his own anxieties, that one person cannot prevent another, that everything is based on conviction. 9. When you use the principles, you should be like a fist fighter, not a gladiator. For if the latter should lose the sword with which he fights, he is finished, whereas the former always has his hands with him, and needs only to clench them into a fist. 10. It is necessary to understand the properties of things themselves, distinguishing between matter, causality, and purpose. 11. 12. 13. 14. Either a fatal necessity and an immutable order, or a benign providence, or a disorderly, uncontrollable turmoil. If it is imperative, then why are you stalling? If a handicraft accessible to entreaty, make yourself worthy of divine help. If it is a turmoil guided by no one, be content with the fact that in the midst of this whirlwind you yourself possess in yourself some guiding principle of spirit. And even if the whirlwind carries you away, let it carry away the body, the life force, and the rest, for the mind will not be carried away by it. 15. The light of the lamp is bright, and does not lose its brilliance until it is extinguished. Must the truth, justice, and prudence in you fade away before your death? 16. If someone evokes in you the idea of a delusion into which he has fallen, say to yourself, "How do I know that this is a delusion? Or if it is a delusion, has he not already punished himself by likening himself to the one who plucked out his own eyes? He who does not want bad people to go astray is like one who does not want the fruit of the fig tree to receive the sap from it, the little children to cry, the horse to roar, and everything necessary to be done in general. What is a man of such a disposition to do? If you have the courage, try to heal him. 17. If it is not proper, do not do it. If it is false, do not say it. Your aspiration must always be to discern what is in itself that which excites the idea in you, and to examine it, distinguishing in it the causal and the material, the purpose and the time within which it is limited. 18. Understand, at last, that in yourself you have something more perfect and divine than that which causes passion, or at all, which draws you to yourself. What now fills my soul? Is it not fear, or suspicion, or lust, or something else of that sort? 19. First, one should not act in vain and without purpose. Second, one must be consistent with one goal, the common good, and with nothing else. 20. a little more time, and you will disappear, as well as all that you see, and all those who live now. For everything is subject to change, transformation, and disappearance, so that, after it, another may arise. 21. Everything is based on conviction. It depends on you. Remove, therefore, when you wish, conviction, and, like a sailor who has rounded the rocks, you will find tranquility, smoothness, and a quiet landing. 22. Any individual activity that has ceased at the time of the appointed time does not suffer evil from the cessation itself, and he who is engaged in it does not suffer evil from its cessation. In the same way, the totality of activities called life, if it stops at the appointed time, does not suffer evil from the termination itself, and he who in time puts an end to the series does not suffer evil. The time and term are determined by nature, sometimes by the nature of each individual, as in old age, but in all cases, without exception, by the nature of the whole, whose changing parts keep the whole world in eternal youth and blossom. All that is useful to the whole is always beautiful and timely. Thus, the termination of life for no one is evil, not being shameful, if it does not depend on our choice, and does not contradict the requirements of society, but it is good, if it is good for the whole, useful to it, and in its movement is in harmony with it. Therefore, God's companion is the one whom God moves in his ways, and his own reasoning toward God's purposes. 23. You should always have the following 3 points at hand. Regarding your own actions, remember that you must not act in vain or otherwise than justice itself would do, and regarding what happens outside of you, that it owes its existence either to chance or to providence. But you should neither complain about chance nor grumble about providence. Second, observe the growth of each being from germ to animation, and from animation to the separation of the soul, and give yourself an account of what it is composed of, and what it decomposes into. Thirdly, know that if you were to suddenly look up above the earth at human affairs and their manifold course, you would be filled with contempt for them, being at the same time able to contemplate so many beings living around you, in the air and the ether, and that, however many times you ascend in this way, you would always see the same thing, uniform and short-lived. And that is what we are proud of. 24. Throw away the belief, and you are saved. But who can stop you from discarding it? 25. If you are indignant about anything, you have forgotten that everything is accomplished according to the nature of the whole, that the error of another does not concern you, that also that everything has always been so accomplished, will be so accomplished, and is now accomplished everywhere, and that the individual is related to the entire human race, not by blood and common descent, but by spirit. You have also forgotten that everyone's spirit is God and comes from him, that nothing belongs to anyone inalienably, but that his child, his body, and his very soul came from the same source, that everything is based on conviction, and that everyone lives exclusively in the present and can only be deprived of it. 26. Constantly think of those who were overly indignant about something, or surpassed in fame, fortune, enmity, or were showered with any gifts of fortune. Then ask yourself, where is it all now? Smoke, ashes, and myth or not even myth. Think also of all that to which Fabius Catilinus, 121, in his estate, Lucius Lupus, 122, in his gardens, Stertinius, 123, in bays, Tiberius, 124, in Capri, Velius Rufus, 125, and generally of the addiction to anything connected with conceit, of the nullity of all objects of striving, and of how much more worthy the philosopher should exercise on the material given him justice, prudence, and unassuming obedience to the gods. Vanity by absence of vanity is the most intolerable kind of vanity in general. 27. To those who ask, "Where have you seen the gods? Or where did you learn of their existence, that you revere them so zealously?" Answer: First, the gods are also accessible to sight. Next, I have never seen my soul either, and yet I honor it. The same is true of the gods. By continually experiencing the manifestations of their power, I have learned of their existence and worship them. 28. The salvation of life is, in relation to each thing, to examine what it is in itself as a whole, what is in it from the beginning of the material, what is from the causal, to give oneself wholeheartedly to the realization of the just and to speak the truth. What then remains but to enjoy life, linking one good deed with another, so that there is not even the shortest of gaps? 29. The sunlight is one, though fragmented by walls, mountains, and countless other objects. One common essence, though it is fragmented among innumerable separate and distinctive bodies. One soul, though fragmented among a multitude of beings and special entities. One intelligent soul, though it seems divided. The other parts that belong to it, such as the vital forces and the material bodies, are insensitive and alien to one another, but they are also held together in unity by the reasoning and their own inertia. Reason, on the other hand, has a special affinity to and affinity with that which is related to it, and this desire for communion cannot be separated from it. 30. What are you looking for? A long life? In other words, do you desire sensation, strive, evolve, and go backward, use speech, meditate? But which of all these seems to you worthy of desire? If all is despicable, then move on to the last thing, obedience to reason and to God. But it is incompatible with the reverence for them to be vexed by the fact that death will one day deprive us of all the above. 31. What fraction of the immense and infinite time is allotted to each of us? A little more, and it will disappear into eternity. And what particle of the whole essence? What part of the world's soul? On what piece of earth do we grovel? Having pondered all this, consider nothing important but one thing, to act as your nature prescribes, and to put up with all that common nature will create. 32. How does one take advantage of a guiding principle? This is everything. The rest, whether it depends on your choice or not, is dust and smoke. 33. Nothing inclines one to despise death more than the thought that those who regarded pleasure as good and suffering as evil also despise death. 34. To the man for whom good is only that which is in good time, for whom it is all the same whether to perform a greater number of actions in accord with right reason or less, and who does not care whether to contemplate the world for a longer or a shorter time, such a man is not afraid of death either. 35. Man, you have been a citizen of this great city. Do you care if you have been a citizen for 5 years or 3 years? For obedience to the laws is equal for all. What is so terrible if it is not a tyrant or an unjust judge who sends you away from the city, but the very nature that has put you there? So the praetor, 126, releases from the stage the actor he has accepted. But I have not performed 5 acts, but only 3. Quite right. But in life 3 acts are the whole play. For the end is repaid by the one who was once responsible for the origin of life, and is now responsible for its cessation. You have nothing to do with either. Leave life while maintaining benevolence, just as the one who lets you go is benevolent. Epictetus. What is our good? Selected Thoughts of a Roman Sage. Book 1. To a friend who has returned to a life of debauchery. You say you've stopped trying to improve, that you've healed again as before, and you don't see that it's made you worse? Not true. You have gotten much worse, and you have lost a great deal. Before, your desires were pure, your concepts honest, and your actions good. You read wise books, and rejoiced over men like Socrates and Diogenes. But now you rejoice in your pals, who take you to promiscuous women. You read dissolute books, and your conversations and actions are shameful. You have lost the most important thing. You have ceased to love goodness and truth. Do you think there are only material losses? No, there are worse losses, spiritual losses. There is loss of pure thoughts, good desires, and good conduct, and people who have lost all these things are always unhappy. You do not see it now, because you have lost your way, but there was a time when you feared only one thing, how you would not stop thinking, speaking, and acting rightly. You have robbed yourself. Come to your senses, my poor friend, and save yourself from yourself. Would you help me if some misfortune happened to me? Why don't you help yourself? After all, you don't have to tie or hit or kill anyone. You just have to change your mind and talk to yourself. You will listen to yourself more willingly than to others. Listen to the voice of your conscience and your mind. Examine yourself well, look into your life, and without any indulgence, boldly condemn what seems bad in it. Do not say that you have no strength. Do not act as cowardly swimmers who do not fight against the current of the river and allow themselves to be carried away into the sea. Remember that it is easy to control your mind. If you only wish to live a better life, your mind will be corrected. If you go on living as you are now, you will lose your mind altogether and become worse than an animal. What benefit will it be to you to live a virtuous life? You ask. Isn't it a great benefit? Order instead of disorder, honesty instead of dishonesty, self-control instead of debauchery, honoring your soul instead of despising it. Come to your senses and save your soul. 2. Appeal to a fragile friend. In vain, my friend, you are discouraged and you doubt God. When we see any human creation, we realize that man did the work. In the same way, the whole world obviously has a creator. We call God the origin of all beginnings, the cause of all causes, the father of the material and spiritual world. A person who understands what is going on around him in God's world, if only he is capable of gratitude, will continually thank God for all the good things in the visible world with which people are surrounded. Only the unwise man does not understand the goodness of all that is around him, and does not give thanks to God, who has so good and so wisely arranged the world. In fact, everywhere we look, everything we see around us and in us makes us bow down before the Almighty God. How wisely, for example, the human body of man and woman is arranged, from the mutual attraction of which offspring are born. Truly one never ceases to marvel at the arrangement of the life of all creatures, humans, animals, and plants alike. But to man, besides the life given to plants and animals, there is something else, which neither plants nor animals have. People and animals are different because they have different purposes. Domestic animals serve man. Some help him to work the land, others deliver milk to him, and the rest serve him as best they can and as God has appointed. But animals fulfill their purpose, attend to their needs, and yet do not understand at all what is being done in the world. Man, on the other hand, is given the ability to look into his surroundings, to understand what is being done, and to see God in his creatures. Man, like animals, must also take care of the needs of his body, but above all he must do all that is appointed to man alone, and which distinguishes him from the animal. And therefore it is shameful for man to be content with his animal life alone, and to forget his human rational and spiritual life. Man must act as his conscience and reason dictate. Try, friend, that you do not die before you have fulfilled your purpose. I, as a human being, am given to know who I am, what I was born to do, and what my mind needs me for. It turns out that I have been given the best spiritual abilities, reasonableness, courage, humility. And with them, What do I care what may happen to me? Who can make me angry or confused? Nothing can be a burden to me, and I will neither regret nor be sorry for anything external. On the contrary, whatever happens to me, I will apply what is given to my soul. Understand this, too. Take a good look at your strength and ability, and say in your heart, "Send me, Lord, whatever you want." You have given me such allowances with which I can deal with all kinds of accidents. Instead, you are constantly afraid of what may happen to you, complaining and crying when things happen to you that you don't want, and reproaching fate. Destiny has arranged you in such a way that you can understand the meaning of life, and if you want to be patient and love, no one is able to prevent you from it. And what does it turn out to be? You have been given such high and mighty mental faculties, and yet you do not apply them to your life. You waste time, cry, moan, and either don't think of God at all or reproach Him. Know that you have everything you need to live reasonably and virtuously, and to be above animals. 3. How to fight against perverse desires. Everyone knows that every habit is reinforced and strengthened by exercise. For example, to become a good walker, one must walk often and a lot. To become a good runner, one must run a lot. To learn to read well, one must read a lot, etc. On the contrary, if you stop doing what you used to do, then the habit itself will gradually disappear. If, for example, you lie for 10 days without getting up and then walk, you will see how weak your legs have become. So if you want to get used to doing something, you have to do it often and a lot. And conversely, if you want to get used to doing something, don't do it. It is the same with the faculties of our souls. When you are angry, know that you do not do this evil alone, but that at the same time you increase in yourself the habit of anger you put wood on the fire. When you have succumbed to carnal temptation, do not think that you are guilty of this alone and nothing else. No, you have at the same time strengthened the habit of lustful acts as well. Every reasonable person will tell you that our mental afflictions, our evil thoughts and desires are strengthened in this way. If a person with a fever is not completely cured, it is easier for him to fall ill again than for someone who has never suffered from it. It is the same with diseases of the soul. They leave wounds that must be cured altogether. Otherwise, if you hit the same place again, the wound will open again and hurt even more. So if you don't want to accustom yourself to anger, then restrain your anger in every possible way and don't let it build up. The easiest way to overcome anger is at its very beginning. That's when you stop yourself. Count the days that you are not angry, and you will see how your improvement is progressing. After a few days, you will say to yourself, "See, before, I was angry every day, and now I am angry only every other day. If I refrain in the same way from now on, I will be angry only every 3 days, then every 5 days, etc." If you could finally live 30 days straight without being angry, thank God. In the same way, every habit can first weaken and then completely disappear. If you can say to yourself, "It's been a whole day since I've had a breakdown. It's been 2 days. Then it's been 2 months, 3 months since I've looked after myself when I've had occasions for grief." If you can say that, then you're doing just fine. If today I have seen such a beautiful woman as I have never seen before, and yet I have not let my lustful thoughts run wild, I can say to myself, "You, Epictetus, are doing well." But how does one acquire such power in the struggle against one's thoughts? Desire to be righteous before your own conscience before God. If you strive for it, you will overcome your evil thoughts. In combating tempting thoughts, it is useful to seek the company of people more virtuous than yourself, or to remember and read the teachings of wise people who lived before you. When you start to have some tempting thought in your mind, fight it. Tell it, "Wait a little while, thought. Let me figure out who you are and what you're getting at." Let me discuss you. Then don't let her go any further, but imagine more clearly what will happen if you give in to this seductive thought. If you give in to it, it will take you wherever it wants to take you. Call on some other thought to help you, one that is honest and good, and replace your impure thought with it. If you get used to this kind of wrestling, you'll see for yourself what a strong man you'll become. The true wrestler is the one who fights his own wicked thoughts. Struggle, brother, and do not let yourself be drawn into the swamp. This is a holy struggle that brings you closer to God. On the success of it depends your freedom, depends the tranquility and happiness of your life. Remember God, call on Him for help, as sailors call on the sea in a storm. The storm that wicked thoughts raise in our souls is much more terrible and more destructive than any storm at sea. Remember always 2 times. 1, the present time, in which, having yielded to evil thoughts, you will enjoy lust, and the other time, in which, having satiated yourself with it, you will repent and reproach yourself. Consider also the pleasure you will experience if you abstain. Remember, too, that it will be difficult to abstain once you have exceeded the measure. But if you yield to your wicked thoughts and assure yourself that you will win tomorrow, and tomorrow you will say the same thing, you will thus bring yourself to such weakness and sickness that for a future time you will stop even noticing your mistakes. And if you do notice, you will always have a ready excuse for all your wicked deeds. Then there will be truth in what one wise man said: "An indecisive man laments his misfortunes all his life." For it is impossible to live virtuous and dissolute at the same time. If you are willing to give up your former life of debauchery in order to be free from your vices and live virtuous lives, do not go out with your former companions who continue to live debauched lives. They will only hinder you in your good desire. If they are angry with you for leaving them, remember that no abstinence is given for nothing, and that therefore you will have to pay something if you want to reach your goal. You cannot remain the same person and do new things at the same time. Decide what you want more. Do you want people to love you and praise you because you have done bad things with them, or do you want to live in a new way, despite all the reproaches, censures, and mockery that will fall on you for it? If you want to start a new life, don't put things off, don't look back, and don't try to keep the goodwill of your former lecherous comrades. If you wiggle in different directions, to please both ours and yours, you will not go far ahead, and you will not please your former friends. You cannot do 2 things at once. As much as you succeed in one thing, you will lose in the other. If you stop drinking, gambling, and debauchery, of course people who do those things will stop loving you. So choose one of 2 things. Either become a reasonable and virtuous man, or hear people say of you, "Oh, what a nice and glorious little fellow." If you have decided that it is better for you to become free from your vices, then engage only in this liberation of yourself, work only for this, turn away from the past, and do not touch it. If you don't like it, but like people's approval, then pass all over to the other side. Get drunk, fornicate, and debauch in every way, be a rag in other people's hands. Do everything that people like, and you will get their approval what you are looking for. But don't forget to play the buffoon. That will please your friends especially. It is impossible to be a lord and a slave at the same time. If you want to be a slave, then please people with all kinds of meanness. If you want to be a master, then you must free yourself from vices. Virtue is not unprofitable. Don't say you're at a loss when you've traded a donkey for a horse, a sheep for a bull, money for a good deed, idle arguments for reasonable silence, slovenliness for decency. In these cases, you gained more than you lost. If you don't understand that, you don't understand your own happiness and peace of mind. It's easier for the helmsman to ruin a ship than to keep it safe in a dangerous place. If he turns the ship the wrong way, if he thinks about something else, the ship is lost. It's the same in your life. You have to watch out. You have to guard what is most important of all. Watch your temperance, your honesty, your courage, your tranquility, your contentment, in short, your freedom. If you lose it, you won't get anything as valuable in return. Reason with yourself this way. Let another get riches, but I get wisdom. Let another get power, but I get temperance. I will not praise that which is shameful. I want to be free, that is, a friend of God. I want to obey him willingly. And God does not want me to be seduced by my own flesh, nor by riches, nor by power, nor by glory. If God wanted people to be satisfied with these things, he would arrange for all these things to bring contentment and bliss. But all these things do not make people blissful, they make them suffer. So that is not what God has appointed for our good. Therefore, I will not disobey his commands. I will cherish my virtue. For all the rest that is given to me, I will cherish as much as reason requires. 6. Why do people get anxious and worried? When I see a person who torments himself with any fears and worries, I ask myself, what does this unhappy man want? He probably wants something that is not in his power, and that he cannot dispose of himself. Because when what I want is in my power, I cannot worry about it, but directly do what I want. Look, for example, at a man who sings or plays the harp. While he sings or plays for himself, without any audience, he is not worried or disturbed by any fears or doubts. But look at him then, when he plays before a large crowd, how he torments himself, how he turns pale and red, how hard his heart beats. And why? Because he wants not only to play or sing well, but he wants people to praise him, and that obviously depends not on him, but on his listeners. And so he worries about what he can't manage himself, and he torments himself completely in vain. It is not that he worries about singing or playing badly. No, he knows his own business well. He worries not about his own work, but about the praise of men, that is, about something that is not in his power. He torments himself because he treasures what is not at all expensive. He does not yet know the cheapness and rottenness of people's praise. He knows his psaltery well, and can sing in different voices, but he does not know, and has never thought about how insignificant human praise is, and how little it deserves attention. I call such a person a stranger among men. Why is that? You ask. It is because a foreigner does not know the ways of the people among whom he is settled, and without a leader he can make trouble for himself when he pursues that which is not permitted in that country. So is this man. He is a stranger among men, because he does not know the laws given to men by God. He does not know what is in man's power, and what is not in his power. He wants to get what is not given to him, and to avoid what cannot be refused. If he only wanted what was given to him, he would not be embarrassed or troubled by anything. In fact, if he knew what true evil was, he would fear neither what is not evil nor what is real evil, for he would know that real evil does not come from outside, but is inside man, and that therefore man can always free himself from it. When a man desires what he cannot avoid, and turns away from what he cannot avoid, his desires are not in order. He is sick with a disorder of desire, just as people can be sick with a disorder of the stomach or liver. Any person who worries about the future or torments himself with various worries and fears about things that do not depend on him is suffering from such a desire disorder. 7. He who lives reasonably is free from worldly unrest and knows what is good. People become difficult, anxious, and worried only when they are preoccupied with external matters beyond their control. In these cases, they anxiously ask themselves, "What am I going to do? Is something going to happen? What will come out of this? How can this or that not happen?" This is what happens to those who constantly worry about things that don't belong to them. On the contrary, A man who is busy doing what depends on himself, and who puts his life in the work of self-improvement, would not be so anxious about himself. If he did become anxious about whether he would succeed in holding to the truth and avoiding lies, I would tell him, "Calm down. What worries you is in your own hands. Only keep a watchful eye on your thoughts and actions, and try to correct yourself in every possible way." If such a man began to doubt whether he would achieve a better lot and not fall into the same turmoil from which he wanted to escape, I would first of all embrace and kiss him for putting away from himself all that tempts and frightens others, and caring only to be better himself. And then I would tell him, "If you want to always get what you want, and never be exposed to what you avoid, then never desire what is not yours, and avoid what is not in your power." Where will all these anxious questions about how this or that not to happen go? What happens is not up to you, but it is up to you to live for good or for evil. No one will prevent you, no matter what happens to you, from acting always and in all things in accordance with truth and goodness. So don't say, "What's going to happen?" Whatever happens, you will use it to teach yourself and benefit yourself. What if I die fighting adversity? Well, in that case you will die the death of an honest man doing what you have to do. You have to die anyway, and death must catch you doing something. I would be satisfied if death would catch me doing something worthy of a man, something good and useful to all men, or if it would catch me at a time when I am trying to reform myself. Then I could raise my hands to God and tell him, "Lord, you know for yourself how much I have taken advantage of what you have given me to understand your laws. Have I rebuked you? Have I resented what has happened to me? Have I shirked my duty? I thank you for the fact that I was born, for all your gifts. I have used them enough. Take them back and dispose of them as you please, for they are yours. Can there be a better death? To live to such a death, you would have to lose a lot, though. In doing so, you would gain a lot. If you want to hold on to what is not yours, you will surely lose what is yours as well. Whoever wants success in worldly affairs stays up all night long, is always hustling and fussing, faking it with strong men, and generally acting like a mean person. And in the end, what has he achieved by all this? He has achieved that he is surrounded by some honors, that he is feared, and that he, having made himself the chief, disposes of some trifle. Won't you be willing to work a little harder to free yourself from all such cares and sleep in peace, fearing nothing and suffering nothing? Know that this peace of mind is not something you get for nothing. You cannot care at once about your soul and about worldly goods. If you want worldly goods, give up your soul. If you want to protect your soul, give up worldly goods. Otherwise you will be constantly divided and get neither. 8. A man has already improved a lot if he has understood that he should only blame himself when he cannot cope with everything that happens to him, that is, if he has understood that it is all up to him how he himself understands his difficulties. If he understands them as he should, they will cease to be difficulties for him. When a child looks at something, stumbles on a rock, falls and bruises himself, the naughty sometimes begins to hit the rock itself to please the child, and the child calms down. In wealthy families it happens that when the servants are late to serve the children lunch, the elders begin to scold the servants for this, instead of teaching the children patience. How often do we adults do to ourselves what those reckless nannies and caretakers did to our own selves? If any trouble or difficulty befalls us, how prone are we to blame other people or our own fate, instead of realizing that if something external and beyond our control becomes a trouble or a difficulty for us, it means that something is wrong with us. 9. The reasonable man can find benefit in everything. The rational man can find benefit for himself in everything. There is not a case from which he could not help himself to improve himself. What good does he who scolds me do me? The benefit that if I wanted to, I could, by meekly enduring his scolding, train myself to be patient and calm. I have an angry father. What use is he to me? He is evil to himself. But he is good to you because, again, he teaches you patience and meekness. All right. What good does being sick do me? If I fall ill, I have a good occasion to show in practice what sickness of the body means to the life of the spirit. I will be submissive, patient, calm. I will dress up in sickness, and it will be a decoration for me. And death, is it useful too? I can, when I die, become higher than death in my spirit and show myself and people that death has no power over me. I can, if I have to, die for the truth and thereby help it to grow in people. In a word, a reasonable person has a kind of magic wand, with which he can turn into gold everything he touches with it. It is unwise to murmur. When you notice that you begin in your soul to reproach God, then examine carefully what you are dissatisfied with, and you will see that it must have been so, and could not have been otherwise. Is it really fair, for example, that this dishonest man should have more money than I do? Fair enough, because he was more concerned about money than you are. He was a greeter, he cheated people, he robbed the poor, he worked tirelessly all night long to make a profit. Why do you wonder? Look, does he have more sense and conscience than you? And you will see that you have more of everything for which you have fledged and strived. That which you have cherished, your honor and conscience, he has sold and received for it the reward he sought. But after all, we cannot call a man who has dishonestly acquired wealth happy, we, who know what true happiness is. We know that God is just and gives what is best to what is best. Isn't a clean conscience much better than wealth? Always remember the immutable law of nature. Whoever is more capable of what, has more success in the very thing in which he is more capable than the other. Remember this, and then you will not grumble about anything. Well, how can I not murmur when my wife does bad things to me? And there's nothing to grumble about. If anyone asks you about it, all you have to say is that your wife is being mean to you, and that's all there is to it. And my father doesn't give me anything. And there's nothing special about that, except that your father doesn't give you anything. When speaking of such things, never say that there is evil in them, because that would be a lie. A rational person would never murmur about anything, because he is well aware that our real sorrow comes not from what happens to us, but from our irrational thoughts about what has happened. Let us remove these irrational thoughts, and what we thought was a misfortune will cease. Book 2. Do not presume your happiness in that which is not in your power. If people do evil, they do evil to themselves. They cannot do evil to you. But you were not born to do evil and sin with people, but to help them in good deeds and find your happiness in that. Know and remember that if a person is unhappy, it is their own fault, because God created all people for their happiness, not for them to be unhappy. Of all that God provides for us in this life, He has placed one part at our complete disposal. It is, as it were, our property. The other part is beyond our power, so to speak, not ours. Everything that others can bind, rape, take from us is not ours, but everything that no one and nothing can prevent or harm is our property. And God, in His goodness, has given to us as our property precisely that which is the real good. God, then, is not our enemy. He has acted as a good father to us. He has not given us only that which cannot give us goodness. That's right, but I had to part with a friend, and we both grieved about it. Why did your friend think he owned something that was not his at all? God did not give him you as his eternal possession. When he was with you, why did he forget that you could die or leave? He is punished for his foolishness. And why did you think so frivolously that you should always live where you were comfortable, in the same place, with the same people, for the same activities? and God didn't promise you that. So now you're crying? You are more miserable than ducks and geese, because they fly out to sea every year, and do not regret their former dwelling. But they are devoid of mind. So do you think that unintelligent bird should be happier than a man who has a mind? Did God give us intelligence so that we would be miserable and spend our lives crying? Look into human life, and you'll see that people are meant to live together or apart. When they are together, they should be happy through each other, and when they have to be apart, they should not be sad about it. On the contrary, we should rejoice in the fact that we are different from plants, which are attached to one place by their roots. You cannot be happy when you desire what is impossible. Conversely, you can only be happy when you desire what is possible, because then you will always have what you desire. The whole point is to desire only what is in our power, what is possible. He who desires the impossible is a slave, and a fool who rebels against his master, God. Our master desires for us to be happy. But for this, we must remember that all that is born must die, and that men must be separated. Nothing that men do against God's law passes for nothing. Every man who rebels against God's law will be a slave and miserable. He will be sorrowful and envious. He will be weak and pampered. How do you live? You ask. Above all, and most importantly, do not become addicted to anything more than how much you get used to another's thing, of which you know that it may be taken from you. When you embrace your child, your brother, your friend, tell yourself that you are embracing something that must die, that is given to you only temporarily. Grapes ripen only in the fall, and it is ridiculous to wish that they would grow and ripen in the winter, spring, and summer. To wish that no one would part or die with you is like wishing for grapes in winter. Embrace a child or a friend, and think to yourself, tomorrow you will leave or die, and we will not see each other again. But it's hard to even pronounce it. But what should you do? If separation or death seems so terrible to you, you should grieve during the harvest for the dying spikes, and in the fall you should weep for the withered leaves falling from the trees. The separation of people is nothing more than a little change, and death is also a change, only a little more. There is no annihilation in the world, only the transformation of one life into another. And for us this transformation comes when it pleases God. After all, we were not born when we wanted to be, but when God told us to be. And so the wise man cares only to do God's will, and to meditate in the depths of his soul in this way. If you wish, Lord, that I should still live, then I will live as you command. I will dispose of the freedom you have given me and everything that belongs to me. But if you no longer need me, then have it your way. I have hitherto lived on earth solely to serve you. But if you send me death, I shall depart from the world in obedience to you, as a servant who understands the commands and prohibitions of his master. But while I remain on earth, I want to be what you want me to be. Always be aware of what happens to you. If you see that something happened to you that did not depend on you, remember that you do not care. If you are still sometimes tormented and sorrowful about things that do not depend on you, look at what has happened as a lesson given to you by God himself. Take advantage of this opportunity to fight with yourself, and with the help of your mind tame your cowardly suffering. When you live in a place, never think about how you would live in another place where you were more pleasant before, or where you will be more pleasant in the future, but think only about how you would live reasonably and humanly where you are. Then all your pleasures will be replaced by one pleasure, the knowledge that you live wisely, and serve God not only with words, but also with deeds. God will take you to one place today and send you to another place tomorrow. He will show you to people, poor, powerless, and sick, so that you can show people by the example of your life the truth that you should not seek the good outside yourself, but in yourself. Do not think that God hates you when he sends you poverty, sickness, and the contempt of people. A master cannot hate a servant who does his will well. And God does not forget you. He does not forget even the smallest creature. He exercises you and makes examples of you to others. Will you not give yourself entirely to his commands, but worry about your place of residence and grieve to be separated from your friends? It is not the change of residence or the inevitable separation from friends that is sorrowful. It is the sorrowfulness of grieving for what one cannot avoid. 2. Where should one look for the good? There is no strong and healthy body that will never be sick. There is no wealth that will not be lost. There is no high power that will not be undermined. All these things are perishable and transient, and a man who puts his life in all these things will always worry, fear, grieve, and suffer. He will never achieve what he desires, and he will fall into the very thing he wants to avoid. The human soul alone is safer than any impregnable fortress. Why do we try in every way to weaken this one stronghold of ours? Why do we attend to things that cannot give us spiritual joy, instead of caring about those things that alone can give peace to our souls? We all forget that if our conscience is clear, no one can harm us, and that it is only from our unreason and desire for external trifles that all quarrels and feuds occur. Many say that a man should seek his own good and avoid evil for himself, and that he should therefore consider as his enemy and adversary anyone who takes away his good and causes him evil, whether it be his own father, brother, or son. But is it so? Seeking one's own good and avoiding evil should indeed be done. But can the good and the evil for me consist in what depends on other people? It is true that many people complain that someone else deprives them of their good and subjects them to evil. But if they were right, it would mean that man cannot achieve his own good by himself. The good, therefore, is unattainable. How, then, can good be called something that cannot be attained? No, friends, our only good and evil is in ourselves, in our own souls. For each of us, the good is to live reasonably, and the evil is not to live reasonably. If we remember this firmly, we will never quarrel with anyone, because it is foolish to quarrel over something that does not concern us, and with people who are deluded and therefore unhappy. Socrates understood this. His wife's spite and his son's ingratitude did not make him weep for his fate. His wife poured slop on his head and trampled on his cake, and he said, "It's none of my business. What is mine, my soul, no one in the world can take from me." Even a crowd of men against one man, and the strongest against the weakest, are powerless in this. It is a gift given by God to every man. That's how wise people lived. But we only know how to write and read well and talk about it, but we don't actually do it. It was said of one ancient people that they were lions at home and foxes in a foreign country. We, on the other hand, can be said to be lions in words, but in practice we are foxes. 3. What should and should not be feared? A man must not fear anything. He must be fearless, and yet he must live with apprehension. At first it seems that a man who lives with fear cannot be fearless, but it only seems that way. In fact, it is possible, because one must be fearless in some cases and fearful in others. All evil lies in our irrational notions and in our criminal desires. Therefore, we must be vigilant and wary of how our concepts and desires are formed in us. In this important matter, one can never be too strict and cautious. Everything else, however, is unimportant to us. It is an external matter, not our internal one. In addition, it is not given to us as power. Therefore, there is nothing to be afraid of. We will clearly understand that everything external does not matter to us only when we are careful to watch our notions and desires. And in this way, the fear of true evil will give us fearlessness in the face of various imaginary evils. In the meantime, we are all too often caught in a trap, like the unsophisticated animals that people hunt. The hunters, for example, startle a deer. The deer wants to escape from danger and runs in the other direction, just to the place where the nets are set, and gets caught. It is the same with us. What do we cowardly fear? That which is not in our power. When are we most calm and fearless? When it's up to us. And it appears that we are self-confidently indifferent to our own rashness, to our mistakes and passions, and we turn all our attention and effort to achieving success in things that do not depend on us at all. And thus, we turn that natural fearlessness with which we should treat everything outside to ourselves and become complacent and self-confident. And on the contrary, the natural prudence, which we have been given to handle with care our inner notions and desires, we direct to external circumstances, which do not depend on us at all, and we become fearful and cowardly. If we were constantly alert to our notions and desires, we would avoid much evil, but when we try in every way to avoid that which is in another's power, then we, like the deer, are caught in the net of confusion, fear, and cowardice. Suffering and death cannot be avoided, they are our lot. And that is exactly what we are afraid of. The evil is not in death and suffering, but in cowardice before them. It is true what Socrates says, that we, like children, set up some scarecrow, make it more hideous, and are afraid of it ourselves. As children are afraid of a scarecrow made by themselves, so we have made a scarecrow of suffering and death, and we are afraid of it. In fact, think about it, what is death? Come closer to this bogeyman, examine it with attention, and we will see that it is only a painted scarecrow. After all, my soul must one day be separated from my body, as they were not united before my birth. Will I have to die today or tomorrow? Why be sad when death comes? Why is that arranged? You ask. And then, what is so necessary for world life? This life is based on the fact that the past has been replaced by the present, and that the present in turn will be replaced by the future. And what is suffering? It's the same childish scarecrow. Take a good look at what it consists in. Our body is built in such a way that it experiences unpleasant sensations and pleasant ones. The unpleasant ones are called suffering. But both unpleasant and pleasant feelings will end with your death. Why be afraid of suffering that is so short-lived? These are the thoughts we come to when we carefully examine our notions and desires. And these thoughts make us fearless of all that is not important in our lives, all that is external. In such thoughts is the ultimate science in life. For a sensible man will not be upset by people's rumors or envy people. It saddens me that people think the wrong things about me. It's not your fault, it's theirs. Why does that make you sad? I want to show them that they are wrong. They pity me when I do well, and when I am really guilty, they approve of me. They feel sorry for me, for example, that I do not pursue wealth and power. Showing all people what they are wrong about, and convincing them of what is reasonable is not in your power. You only have the power to convince yourself. Have you convinced yourself of what you want to convince others of? Do you know what is good and what is evil? Do you live a good life for yourself? You know that you can only live as you should when you are free, when you renounce everything that is not in your power. Is it in your power to make sure that people don't make mistakes? You worry about it, you grieve over it, so you do not yet know for yourself what is good and what is evil. Is it not better for you to leave other people alone, and teach only yourself? You know yourself better than others, and you can convince yourself better than others. Others will see for themselves whether it is good for them to be wrong. If you live a good life and people regret it, what can you do? You're not going to live a bad life so that people will stop feeling sorry for you, are you? You know how to live righteously, and yet your life is no better. Why is that? That's because you don't live according to your rational thoughts, but you leave them in vain. The shovel to dig with will surely rust if it lies unused. And all your reasonable thoughts will lead to nothing if you do not act upon them. You must free yourself from all fear and grief. Otherwise, you are afraid of people's gossip. You are grieved that people pity or condemn you in vain instead of praising and respecting you. And what comes out of your grief? If you grieve about it, then you are indeed worthy of regret. Antoninus taught that one must be good, and at the same time always ready to hear about oneself that one is bad. I don't have a headache, but everyone thinks I have a headache. What do I care about that? I'm perfectly healthy, and they feel sorry for me, thinking I'm sick. It makes me laugh inwardly. And you do the same. But others get more riches and honors than I do. Well, after all, it is also fair for people to have more of what they achieve. They toiled to become rich and achieve power, and you toiled to think right and live well. They got what they sought, and you will get what you seek. They are the bosses and you are not. They are rich and you are not. You didn't even bother to be a ruler or a rich man, did you? It is not the case that he who does not care about something would achieve more than he who cares about it. After all, a lost thing is found by the one who looks for it, not by the one who doesn't care about it at all. That may be true, but I think it is much fairer that he who thinks and lives righteously should be ahead of everyone else. He is ahead of you at his work, in right thinking, in right living. And those people are ahead of you in their cause, in wealth and in honors. Do you think that if you think and act well, you can therefore demand that you shoot better than a rifleman, and forge iron better than a blacksmith, even though you have not done these things at all? Of course, if you wish to have also what you did not achieve, you will certainly have to cry and suffer a lot. You can't do two things at once. He would get up before dawn, and think only of how he could flatter the palace staff, how he could bestow a gift, how he could please Caesar's friend, how he could injure one man in order to gain favor with another. When he prays, he thinks only of these things. He grieves when he has missed an opportunity to placate a strong man. He fears whether he has not inadvertently acted as an honest man, and then he regrets that he has not lied, but acted honestly. And if you really want to think rightly and live well, you will, on the contrary, look for your mistakes and think only of how to correct yourself. You will remember that nothing that does not depend on us should make us sad or happy, neither our body, nor our wealth, nor our glory. You will remember that you have conscience and reason, which alone can lead you to peace of mind and happiness. No, it is not fitting for you to pay attention to people's rumors about you, and you should not be jealous of people. They are not angry or surprised when you pity them. They are sure that their lot is better than yours. And you, then, are not sure that your share is better than theirs. You are not satisfied with it, and wish for what belongs to them. They are satisfied with their share, and do not envy yours. If you really want to live by conscience and reason, if you truly believe that this is your good and that others are wrong, then you won't worry about what other people say about you. On the bearing of grudges. Not only does a reasonable person never quarrel with anyone himself, but if he can, he makes sure that others do not quarrel with him either. In this Socrates was a good example to us. How many quarrels he had made up, how much patience he had with his wife and son. He knew well that no one can be master over the soul of another, and that it is not in our power to make someone act reasonably. We must try as much as we can, on occasion, to persuade people to live reasonably. But the success of our words does not depend on us, it only depends on us to do right, and that is the main thing, and our righteous acts will themselves teach people to do good. A reasonable man cannot have a single occasion for a quarrel. He is always prepared in advance to get even more trouble than people give him. A passerby scolded me. You say, "Thank him for not beating you." He beat me. Be thankful you didn't get hurt. He hurt me. Be thankful that you didn't. It's our own fault that people are evil. If we were kinder, there would be fewer evil people. My neighbor threw stones at my windows. Well, it's not your fault, it's his fault. Everything in my house is broken. Are you a pot? For you cannot be broken. You have conscience and reason. So act reasonably and in good conscience with your neighbor. If you wanted to act beastly, you would throw yourself at him and bite him in retaliation. But you want to be human, so deal with your abuser in a humane and gentle way, not in a vengeful and cruel way. The horse flees from the enemy by its swift running, and it is unhappy not when it cannot sing the cock, but when it has lost that which it has been given, its swift running. A dog has its sense of smell. When it loses what it has been given, its sense of smell, it is unhappy, not when it cannot fly. In the same way, a man is unhappy not when he can't handle a bear or a lion or evil men, but when he loses what he has been given, kindness and prudence. Such a man is truly miserable and worthy of pity. It is not a pity that a man is born and dies, that he loses his money, his house, his possessions. All this does not belong to man. It is the pity when a man loses his true property, his human dignity. If the seal on a coin is real, then the coin is good, but if the seal is fake, then throw the coin away, it is false. It is the same with a man. If he has human dignity, if he treats people meekly, patiently, and affectionately, then everyone will gladly take him as a neighbor, as a comrade, as a friend. But a man who is only an animal, a man who is angry, vengeful, and displeased with everything, people are wary and avoid him. If a man has evil intentions, then he is not a man at this moment, and he should be pitied. One cannot judge anything by its outward appearance. A painted wax apple looks like a real apple by its outward appearance, but it has neither the taste, nor the smell, nor the inner composition of a real apple. In the same way, it is not enough to have the outward appearance of a human being in order to be human, but one must also have the mind and the will of a human being. This one, for example, does not listen to reason, does not admit his mistakes even when he has been clearly shown them. Well, how does he differ from the donkey at this moment? Nothing. And this one can't restrain his passion. Well, how is he different from a sheep at this moment? Other one is looking for someone to pounce on in order to hurt him. This is no longer a donkey and not a ram, but just a wild beast. But should I really allow myself to be despised? Who despises you? Just men cannot despise you for your meekness and kindness, but other men have no concern for you. Pay no attention to their judgments. A skilled carpenter would not be disappointed if a man who knows nothing about carpentry did not approve of his good work. But if I don't pay attention to people, they will get even angrier at me and hurt me. How do you say, harm me? Can anyone harm your soul? So what are you embarrassed about? I laugh to myself at those who think that they can harm me. They know neither who I am nor what I believe to be good and evil. They do not know that they cannot even touch what is truly mine, and what alone I live. 6. What we can and can't do. When we learn literacy, we learn how to read and write. But literacy does not teach us whether or not to write our friend a letter. Likewise, music teaches us how to sing or play the balalaika, but it will not teach us when to sing and whether to play the balalaika in time. What is our ability that tells us what we should and should not do? This ability is called reason. The mind alone tells us what we should and should not do. Through reason man judges everything. Man understands by reason what business is worth doing, whether it should be done, when it should be done, and how it should be done. By giving us intelligence, God has given us what we need most and what we can handle. He did not give us what we cannot handle. And thank God that He did. Indeed, we live on earth bound to our weak, frail bodies, and surrounded by people as imperfect as ourselves. Would we be able to cope with all that God has not provided for us? By creating me as I am, it's like God told me so. Epictetus, I could have bestowed much more on your insignificant body and your little destiny. But do not reproach me for not doing so. Do not forget that your body is not yours. It is nothing but a handful of earth, skillfully wrought. I did not want to give you the freedom to do as you wish, but I put a divine portion of myself within you. I have given you the ability to strive for good and avoid evil. I have instilled in you a free mind. If you apply your mind to all that happens to you, nothing in the world will serve as a hindrance or constraint on the path I have appointed for you. You will never lament your fate or people. You will not condemn them or fake them. Do not think that this is not enough for you. Is it not enough for you that you can live your whole life intelligently, calmly, and joyfully? Then be content with that. And yet, instead of having our minds illuminate and guide our lives, we pile on a multitude of extraneous worries. One worries about the health of his body and trembles at the mere thought of getting sick. Another torments himself with worries about his wealth. Another worries about the fate of his children, about the affairs of his brother, about the zeal of his slave. We voluntarily burden ourselves with all these unnecessary worries, and they weigh heavily on our necks. After all, it is just as if a man wanted to sail across the sea in a sailboat. He sits down on the seashore and waits for the wind to blow. Day after day goes by, and still the wind does not blow the way he wants it to. Lord, he exclaimed in despair, when will the wind finally blow for me? Whenever he pleases, dear friend, because God did not appoint you to be the weather master. What should I do in this case? Submit to that which is not up to you, and improve in yourself that which is up to you alone. It is wise to take care only of that, and take everything else as it happens. After all, everything else happens not the way you want it to, but the way God wants it to. What do I have to think about in order to live the way you say? Nothing but what depends on you, and what does not depend on you, what you can do, and what you cannot do. For example, you need to die, but do you need to cry about it? You are forced into prison. You can't avoid it, but you don't have to lament about it. You are exiled. No one can stop you from leaving in a calm spirit and with a light heart. Tell me all your friend's secrets. My enemy will tell me. No, I won't tell you that, I reply, for it is in my power to keep my friend's secret. But I'll shackle you and send you to hard labor if you don't tell me his secrets. What are you talking about? It is not me you will shackle. You will shackle my feet, my hands, but you cannot shackle me, my soul, my will, my mind, because no one but me can dispose of them. I'll cut your head off. Have I ever told you that my head is harder to cut off than any other man's head? That's the kind of thinking you should exercise every day. He who has understood what he can and cannot do will never be hindered by obstacles or accidents, because he will only desire what is attainable and avoid what he cannot achieve. You have condemned me to death, will say such a man. If you want to cut off my head now, then come, I am ready. If you are going to execute me in 2 or 3 hours, I will have my lunch, because I am hungry. Then, in due time, I will die. And will you go quietly to the execution? They ask him, as befits a man who gives away what does not belong to him. Book 3. One must tirelessly watch oneself. If you stop watching yourself for just 1 minute, remember that you will never get back that minute. At first, we easily get used to not watching ourselves, and then we keep putting off correcting our error, and by doing so we are making it harder to live a virtuous and happy life from one day to the next. If we think that it is useful to put off correcting ourselves, then it is best to give it up altogether. If self-correction is useful, there is no need to put it off for a single day. But today I feel like playing and singing. Well, that doesn't prevent you from observing yourself at the same time. Nothing can be spoiled by paying attention or made better by not paying attention. Without attention, neither a carpenter can do his work well, nor a steersman can sail a ship. If you do something without paying attention, you will find it harder to control yourself, and you will easily succumb to all kinds of temptations. What should I pay special attention to when observing myself? First of all, you must always remember God's central truths. Keep them always in your mind, both in the morning when you get up, in the evening when you go to bed, and during the day when you sit down to eat and talk with people. Remember that no man can be master over thy mind and will, and that in man's mind and will there is good and evil for him. So there is no man who can do me good or evil, only I can do it myself, and therefore I have nothing to fear from oppressor, or sickness, or poverty, or any hindrance. This high-ranking person doesn't like you. They tell me. Does he? And what do I care? I answer, my mind and my will are not at his disposal. But he could do you a lot of harm. He could only do evil to those who think he is stronger than themselves, and only to them is he terrible. I, on the other hand, have my own master, whom alone I obey. God is my master, and I have no concern for other masters, because God himself has made me my own master, and has made me so that I can understand his will and want to follow his laws. Guided by my God-given reason and conscience, I must constantly observe myself and try to act as I should in all the occasions of my life. I must know when it is right for me to work, when I can rest, when I can be happy or sad. I must feel what is appropriate and what is inappropriate, what is timely and what is not, when and at what occasions it is permissible to joke and laugh, and when it would be inappropriate. In order to do all these things, it is necessary to watch oneself constantly, and never do anything in vain. Is it possible to be an infallible person? Of course you can't. But it is possible to try to be infallible. This is quite possible for a man. And great is his joy when, through unremitting self-observation, he avoids a bad deed or avoids an error he was about to make. So, it's crazy to say that I'm going to pay attention to myself tomorrow. It is like saying, today I want to be an unfit bastard. If self-observation is useful tomorrow, it is just as necessary, and even more useful today. And so observe yourself as closely as possible today, so that you will not fail tomorrow. 2. Don't judge others and don't be self-righteous. It is impossible to judge by the thoughts a person expresses how he would behave with us in practice. And vice versa. It is very difficult to judge from a person's deeds why he does what he does. What are his thoughts and motives in his head and in his soul? If I see a man working tirelessly, reading, writing, or working from morning till night, or even sitting all night long at his work, I will not say that he loves to work or works for the benefit of people, unless I know why he does all this. After all, no one will say of a man who goes out all night long with dissolute women that he is useful or that he likes to work. And not only bad things, but as if beautiful things are often done for bad reasons, like money or fame. And you can't say of a man who does that he is hard-working and useful, no matter how tirelessly he works, and no matter how loudly he does things. I will say of a man that he loves work, and is useful to people only when I know that he works for his soul, for God, and for people. But someone else's soul is a mystery. So how do I know the inner motivations of a person, known only to himself? And it comes out that man cannot judge man, that is, condemn or justify him, neither praise him nor condemn him. Can you call a man a carpenter or a musician if you see him holding an axe or a harp? In the same way, you cannot call a man wise if he speaks with wisdom. A man can be called wise only when he not only reasons reasonably, but also tries to act according to what he says. We are good at recognizing a craftsman, but we are often confused as to who is wise because we tend to judge him by his speech or by his outward appearance. Don't call a man who says he is wise, just as you wouldn't call anyone who buys an anvil a blacksmith. If you want to become righteous, you must first make sure that you are wicked. A truly wise man is always humble, and never tries to sound like a wise man. Often people, having understood something of the words of a wise man, imagine themselves to be wise as well. They do with wisdom what the voluptuary does with a tasty meal. Having understood some truth, they immediately want to enjoy and praise, and for this begin to argue with the heat of every encounter, even those who do not want to hear them. But you, if you want to be a participant in true wisdom, be a sage in yourself. That's how rye grows. The grain is plowed underground for a while. There it takes root, so that it can grow well and bear rich fruit. If the stalk comes out of the ground ahead of time, the ear will not mature, and will not bear fruit. Let the roots of wisdom grow in you. In due time its fruits will also grow. A wise man cannot fail to give them, and by his fruits his wisdom is known. 3. How does a real person act? Every man has reason, and if a man lives according to reason, he will avoid only that which is contrary to reason. If we take a closer look at man's life, we can clearly see that he suffers from nothing so much as that which is unreasonable, and that what is most attractive to him is that which is in accord with reason. But not all people can agree with each other on what is reasonable and what is unreasonable. One calls what is reasonable that the other considers unreasonable. This is also the case with all human judgments. One thinks so, another thinks otherwise. For example, people think differently of good and evil. And so it is important for people to have any teaching that helps them judge correctly what is truly good and what is evil, what is in accord with reason and what is against it. But apart from teaching, in order to decide whether some act is reasonable or unreasonable, it is useful to consider whether this act is appropriate for a real person. One man is ready, without blushing, to commit the lowest act in order to flatter the one from whom he wishes to receive some kind of favor. Another will not do it for anything. Which is the real one, the one who acts as a real man should? Someone once told me, "Help me with your advice. I am dependent on a rich and powerful man. If I don't make myself useful to him, he will flog me off and not feed me. What should I do in this case?" "Every man," I replied, "is better off not being beaten and getting food than being beaten and not getting food. But he is demanding things from me that are humiliating for me. And that's up to you. If you want to sell yourself, you alone can decide how much you value yourself. Different people sell themselves differently. The reason I'm telling you this is because if you really don't want to sell yourself, you won't ask my advice, and you won't do anything on your own that's not worthy of a real person. But what is a real man supposed to do? And that, brother, is something only you can answer. I'll ask you, too, how does a bull know that he alone is so strong that he can protect his herd from a beast of prey? And why does he rush towards the enemy, instead of running away? After all, it is clear that he knows his strength well and understands what a real bull should do. It is the same with us. Those of us who want to live reasonably and according to conscience will understand and feel what is appropriate to a real man, and will manage, of course, not immediately, but gradually to become such a man. This is what we must try and strive for, not waste our energies on things that are unwise and unnecessary. 4. On what true freedom is. Only that man can be said to be free who lives as he wishes. A reasonable person always lives the way he wants, and no one in the world can prevent him from doing so, because he only wants what he can get. And so the reasonable man is free. No one wants to be guilty. No one wants to live in error, unrighteousness. No one deliberately chooses a life that will make him sad and tormented. No one will say that he wants to live a bad and depraved life. So, all people who live unrighteous lives do so not by choice, but against their will. They want neither sorrow nor fear, and yet they are constantly suffering and fearing. They do what they do not want to do. Therefore, they are not free. Tell it to some nobleman or senator. He will agree with you, and will do you nothing if you tell him so. Of course, you are a man of wisdom, and these words do not concern you. But if you tell him the whole truth, if you tell him that he too is not free, that he too is a depraved slave like the other slaves, then of course he will beat you. How? He will say, "Am I a slave? My father and mother were not serfs, and no one bought me. I am a senator, and a man close to Caesar. I myself have a whole crowd of slaves. First of all, my dear senator, it is very possible that your father and mother were slaves like you. It is also possible that your ancestors were all slaves like you. But even if they were all holy men, would it not make you a saint yourself? What of the fact that they were kind, compassionate, afraid of nothing, were lords over their lusts, if you yourself are evil and ruthless, and a coward, and unable to control yourself? Well, even if I were, why are you saying I'm a slave? What do you think? Isn't he a slave who acts not of his own free will, but under compulsion? Such a man, of course, is a slave. But no one can force me to do anything except Caesar, our Lord. Now you have already said that you have a Lord, therefore he can compel you. But Caesar is our common master, not just mine. Let us leave Caesar alone. Is he your only master? Are you not also a slave to other masters? Answer me this. Have you ever had a mistress, free or slave? If he did, it doesn't concern what we're talking about at all. Let's see. Tell me, didn't your mistress make you do things you didn't want to do? Remember, didn't you spend more on her than you wanted to? Didn't you quarrel with your relatives and friends because of her? Did you not please her in every way, or flatter her, or kiss her feet? You would consider yourself a slave if you could be forced to kiss Caesar's feet. And such servitude to your mistress is not slavery. What would you call slavery after that? You are blushing, I see. You must be ashamed to think of it. Well, let us talk of other things. Everyone knows when it is okay to call an animal free. There are people who keep tame lions in their homes. They keep them locked up, feed them, and take them everywhere with them. No one would say that such a lion is free. On the contrary, everyone would say that the sweeter its life, the more it is a slave. No man would want to be in the place of such a lion, and every captured animal will endure whatever it takes to break free. Some animals even starve themselves to get out of captivity. It takes a lot of work and trouble to keep them in slavery, locked up, and if they don't run away, they still die. And as soon as they find the slightest loophole, now they run away or fly away. That's how animals love their freedom, how they need to be unbound or constrained by anything. If you could ask them, "Is it bad for you here?" they would answer you, "Wake up, what are you saying? We were made to live free in the free air, to fly wherever we want, to sing whenever we want. All this was taken away from us, and you wonder why we feel bad here." It is the same with people. That is why I would call only such a person free who acts according to his conscience without fear of any harm or torment, not even death itself. The sage Diogenes said, "Only he who is truly free is always ready to die." He wrote to the Persian king, "You cannot make truly free people slaves, just as you cannot enslave fish. If you do take them captive, they will not be slaves to you. And if they die in your captivity, what profit is it to you to take them captive? These are the speeches of a free man. Such a man knows what true freedom consists in. Look at the way a slave wants to live. First of all, he wants to be set free. He thinks he cannot be free or happy without it. He puts it this way: if I were released into the wild, I would be quite happy right now. I would not be forced to please and serve my master. I could talk to anyone as an equal to myself. I could go wherever I wanted without asking anyone. And as soon as they let him go free, he immediately looks for someone to suck up to for lunch, because his master no longer feeds him. In order to do so, he is willing to do all sorts of abominations. And as soon as he finds a place to live and food, he is once again in slavery, more grievous than before. If such a man starts to get rich, he now gets himself a mistress, some promiscuous woman. And so he begins to suffer and to cry. When he finds it particularly difficult, he remembers his former slavery and says, "And I was not unhappy at my masters. It was not I who took care of myself, but they clothed me, gave me shoes, fed me, and when I was sick, they took care of me. And the service was easy. And now how much trouble! I had one master, and now I have so many. How many people must I please to get rich?" But the slave will not come to his senses. He wants to get rich, and in order to do so he endures all kinds of hardships. And when he gets what he wants, he again finds that he has braided himself with all kinds of unpleasant cares. Still, he does not take reason. He thinks, "If I became a great general, all my misfortunes would end. They would carry me in their arms." And he goes on the march. He endures all kinds of hardships, suffers like a convict, but still asks to go on the march for the second and third time. He finally achieved the highest thing he wanted, and they made him a senator. But what did he really become? He is still the same slave, but a slave who goes to Senate meetings. His chains have become beautiful, shiny chains, and yet they are chains that deprive him of his freedom. If he wants to get rid of all his troubles and misfortunes, let him come to his senses. Let him learn the true good of life. Let him take every step of his life in accordance with the laws of truth and goodness inscribed in his soul, and he will find true freedom. People are unhappy only because they do not live according to these laws of truth and goodness. Often people don't realize this and think they are unhappy for other reasons. "I'm unhappy," says one, "because I'm sick." Not true. You are unhappy because you do not patiently endure your illness. "I'm unhappy because I'm poor," says another. "And I am because my parents are evil. And I am because Caesar does not favor me." That's what people say. But none of this is true. They are unhappy only because they don't live the way reason tells them to. Who's free? You ask. Seek and you will find. If you want to take advantage of what people who have found the truth before you have, listen to what they have to say. They say that the greatest good for man is his freedom. If freedom is a good thing, a free man cannot be unhappy. So if you see a man unhappy, suffering, whining, you know that he is not a free man. He is necessarily enslaved by someone or something. If freedom is good, then a free man cannot be a scoundrel. Therefore, if you see a man humiliating himself before others, flattering them, know that this man is not free either. He is a slave who seeks either a meal or a favorable position or something else. He who seeks small favors is a little slave. He who seeks great favors is a lot of slave labor. A free man disposes only of that which can be freely disposed of, and one can only dispose quite freely of oneself. Therefore, if you see that a man wants to dispose not of himself but of others, you know that he is not free. He has become a slave to his desire to rule over people. No matter how noble and powerful a man may be, if he recognizes someone as his lord, he is a slave, even if he himself keeps a whole crowd of slaves with him. If you want to know whether a man is free or not, look at him well, and first of all find out what he wants. And if he wants something he can't have, he's a slave too. If we allow ourselves to desire things that are not entirely in our power, our master will be anyone who can give us or take away from us what we desire. And we will have many such masters, because we will want many things that depend on other people. Through this, these people will become our masters. We love riches, honors, profitable places, and therefore those people who can deliver all these things to us are made our masters. We fear imprisonment, exile, death, and therefore those people who can bring these things to us are also made our masters. In order to do something properly and well, you have to be able to do it. Everyone understands that. In the same way, in order to live rightly and well, one must be able and willing to live freely. And in order to learn to live freely, one must first of all think hard about it and figure out what a free life is. Let's try to do that. First of all, let us remember that one cannot be free if one wants something that depends not on oneself but on others. Take a closer look at your life and see if everything in it is entirely up to you alone, or if only a few things are up to you and the rest is not up to you. When, for example, you want your body to be healthy and unharmed or beautiful, it is not up to you to fulfill these desires. In the same way, you have no control over the life or death of your body. So your body is not subject to you, but to something else that is stronger than it. Now, consider this. Is it up to you to buy a good, fertile piece of land if you don't have anything to buy it with? You don't. Nor are you able to get new clothes, houses, slaves, and horses whenever you want, unless you have the means to do so. It is not up to you to keep your children, your wife, your brothers, your friends alive and well, or to have them agree with you. All this is not in your power. But don't you have anything in which you are an independent and sovereign master, nothing that no one can take away from you? Get to the heart of your life and tell me, for example, can anyone in the world make you believe what you believe to be a lie? No, no one can do that. Therefore, in the business of believing, no one can be subjected to outside interference or coercion. Tell me more. Can anyone force you to want to do something that you have chosen not to do? Of course he can, if he threatens me with imprisonment or death. Well, what if you weren't afraid of jail or death itself? Then it's different. Is it not in your power to despise prison and death? In mine. Well, there you have it. Our desires and our reluctances are still in our power. I guess that's true. But, for example, I want to go for a walk, and the other one stops me and doesn't let me go. What does he stop you from doing? It doesn't stop you from wanting to go out, does it? Still, it stops my body. No, it's not all the same. Your desires are in your power, and no one but you can change them. But your body is subject not only to people, but also to all kinds of accidents. Some stone, for example, may fall on your head and kill your body. That's true, I suppose, but still, I was prevented from walking. I didn't tell you that it was within your power to walk without any interference. I told you that it is in your power to walk or not to walk. Only your will is free. As soon as you need the help of your body, it is no longer in your power at all. I told you that a long time ago. So, do you agree that no one can force you to desire what you do not desire? I agree. Can you be forced to do something you don't want to do? No, but they can interfere with what I want to do. If you will only desire what is in your power, how can they prevent you from doing it? And I didn't tell you that you won't be hindered in things that don't depend on you. Shouldn't I even wish for health, for example? It is just as unwise to wish for health at all costs as it is to wish for anything that does not depend on us. What does not depend on me, I can neither willingly acquire nor retain. Therefore, it does not belong to me. I must overcome in myself all dependence on that which does not belong to me. Otherwise I put fetters on myself. I will put my head under a heavy yoke if I bind my soul to that which does not depend on me, but on fate, and which must inevitably perish. Well, this hand, isn't it mine? It is a part of your body. But your whole body is dust and ashes, and it is at the mercy of everyone who is stronger than it. Look at your body as a pack-drawn donkey, obliged to serve you as long as it is appointed. If the strongest will take your donkey away from you, and the soldiers will come and lay hands on it, give it up without resistance and without complaint. If you start to resist, they will only beat you, and they will take away your donkey after all. If this is the way to look at our body, then understand how insignificant all that is gained for the sake of the body is. Our body is a pack donkey, and all that the body needs is nothing more than the donkey's fodder, manger, and harness. The body is nothing to a reasonable man, and that which is acquired for the sake of the body is nothing at all. Get out from under the power of these trifles as soon as possible, and with a light heart. When you have learned and become accustomed to distinguishing what is yours from what is not, what can be achieved from what cannot be achieved, when you understand that what is important to you is yours, and the rest is nothing, when you desire only what depends on you, then nothing will be terrible for you. No one will have power over that which is your own, and therein lies only good and evil. No one will be able to take away what is yours. No one will hinder you in anything. Just as it is impossible to hinder the work of God, it will certainly be impossible to stop you in your good motives. So it's possible to live without any grief or worry. People get upset only when things happen that they were afraid of. But you fear nothing, envy no one, live peacefully, wish only what is in your will, what is fair, and what you have at hand. And what falls to you by the will of others, accept as a gift of good people, and use it as much as necessary to sustain life. But do not become so attached to it as animals. If you don't expect or want anything from other people, then people can't be afraid of you. Just as a bee can't be afraid of another bee, just as a horse can't be afraid of another horse. But if your happiness is at the mercy of other people, you will certainly be afraid of people. This is where we must begin. We must renounce everything that does not belong to us, renounce so much that it is not our master, renounce attachment to our bodies and all that is necessary for them, renounce love of wealth, fame, positions, honors. We must tell ourselves that all this is not our property. Then we won't need to destroy human violence with violence. Here is the prison. What harm is it to me that it stands? Why should I attack and kill people who produce violence? Their prisons, their chains, their weapons will not enslave my spirit. My body may be taken, but my spirit is free, and no one can hinder it in anything, and therefore I live as I wish. How did I get to this point? I submitted my will to the will of God, and that's what I want. Does He want me to do this and not that? And that's what I want. Does He want something to happen to me? And that's what I want. He doesn't want it, and I don't want it. When robbers are robbed on a great road, the traveler does not ride out alone. He waits to see if anyone with guards is coming, joins him, and rides in safety. A reasonable person does the same thing in his life. He says to himself, there are all kinds of troubles in life. Where to find protection? How to get away from it all? What roadmate should I wait for to pass safely? Who's the one to follow, the one or the other? Is it a rich man? Is it a powerful man? I shall have no protection from any of them, for they are robbed and killed, and they weep and have troubles. And it may happen that the one whose footsteps I am following will himself attack and rob me. Where then will you run away from him? Into the desert? Even there you could easily fall prey to a beast or a fever. Can't I find myself a loyal and strong road companion who will never attack me, but will always protect me? Who should I follow? And a reasonable person would answer that it is safest to follow God. What does it mean to follow God? It means to desire what he wants, and not to desire what he does not want. And how to achieve it? Delving into God's providence and studying his laws written in your soul. What has God given me that is at my complete disposal and over which I have complete control? And what, on the contrary, has he kept at his disposal? He gave me a mind and a will that depends on me alone. For them, there is no hindrance or compulsion. And my body? It is not under my control. It is part of the carnal life around me and, like everything else carnal, is subject to the general laws of the world. So why fight God because of those laws? Why desire that which does not obey my desire, but obeys God alone? Why try to hold on forever to that which is temporarily given to me? I should be satisfied with what is given to me in the form and in the amount in which it is given to me. And when God takes from me what I have received, well, why oppose it? It would be foolish of me to fight with someone who is stronger than I am. And, besides, by my discontent and opposition I violate my duty. When I was born, I had nothing. I got everything from my Father, and he got everything from other people, and they got everything from God. But God created the sun and the earth, and the fruits thereof, and placed people on this earth to live together in peace and love. Wake up! You got everything from God, and you blame him when he takes something away from you. Who are you? Why do you live on earth? Didn't God bring you here? Did he not give you both mind and body? Hasn't he surrounded you with all the good things you enjoy? What kind of body did God create you in? You were created as a mortal being. You must live in a body for as long as you are meant to live. As you live, you see and feel how God runs the world. It is as if you have come to a feast arranged by God. When you have had enough to eat, and look at the feast and all the guests, will you, when the host takes you away, scold him for allowing you to be at the feast? On the contrary, you will only be grateful to him. And I'd like to be at the party some more. That's your trouble. Let's say there's a non-stop celebration going on. People are watching and listening. They love the feast, and they don't want to leave. They don't want to give up their place to the other guests, and everyone doesn't fit. If you are a thankful person, you should leave in due time. After all, the other guests want to be in your place too. What more do you want? Why do you want so badly that the earth should be crowded? I still feel sorry for my wife and children to die. Are they yours, and not those of the one who made them? Don't you want to cede to your master what belongs not to you but to him? Why did he give me life on such terms? How ungrateful you are! Stop complaining and blaming God and fate. Remember how many means you have received to protect yourself from misfortune. You have received both a good heart and a bright mind, and the power to be free. Why else would God surround me with so many tempting things? Then, so that you can use them. But for how long? For as long as it pleases the one who gave it to you. But I need them. Don't consider them necessary. Don't be addicted to them, and they will cease to be necessary for you. This is how you should look at all things carnal. Start with the smallest things, like your earthenware, then move on to your clothes, your dog, your horse, your field, then to yourself, your body. Free yourself from excessive attachment to everything that does not belong to you, so that you will not have to suffer when you do not have it. Exercise it daily, but do not think that it makes you a sage. That would be boasting. But say only that you are occupied with your own liberation, for therein lies the path to true freedom. Well, This man can put me in chains, he can rip my skin off. It's worse for him, he'll get punished for it, because you can't do any injustice with impunity. What are you saying? When, for example, a master shackles and beats his slave, he is not entitled to any punishment. That's just the way it seems to you. In reality, the punishment is that he, a human being, has put another human being like him, his brother, in chains. You are now admitting it yourself. It is bad for any tree if it is made to grow in a way that is not its intended purpose. It is the same with every animal. And how is man supposed to live? Who will say that man is appointed to bite, kick, lunge at others, imprison people, and cut their heads off? After all, man is not a wild beast. Everyone will say, on the contrary, that it is proper for man to wish the best for people, to do good to them, to help them. So a man who does unrighteousness and evil does not do what he is appointed to do, and therefore he himself does not do well. When Socrates was condemned to death, the evil was not for Socrates, but for his judges and murderers. This is something I don't understand. But when roosters fight, the rooster who gets the upper hand over the others, even if he himself is all wounded, is considered the victor. But of the two men, who is the victor? Is it the one who tortures and kills the other, or the one who patiently and without anger endures his torture and death? Which of the two has the upper hand? Why do you judge correctly about the victorious rooster, but you cannot judge about the victorious man? Isn't the man who is good and honest superior to the man who is evil and dishonest? The real evil for a man is when he becomes a wolf, a snake, a darnel. This is the most shameful and pitiful position for a man. Let's remind ourselves again where we agree with you. A free man will be the one for whom there are no obstacles, who will always find at hand everything he needs. A slave will be the man who can be hindered in his affairs, who can be forced to do something against his will. Only a person who does not desire anything that does not belong to him, that is not in his power, should not be hindered. We must not be addicted to anything that is not in our power, otherwise we expose ourselves to great suffering. When you can say in truth and with all your heart, Lord my God, take me where you want me to go, then only you will be free from bondage and truly free. I am often asked, do you, Epictetus, consider yourself free? God knows I want to be free, and I try with all my might to be so. But of course, I have not yet achieved complete freedom. I still cherish my flesh too much. I still too much want my body to be unharmed, even though it has been damaged for a long time. 127. But if you want examples of people who are actually free, you know that such people exist, and therefore freedom is possible for man. Think, for example, of Diogenes. He was free, not because he was born of free parents, they were not free, but because he freed himself from attachment to everything that leads a man to slavery. There was nothing to cling to make him a slave. He could give up everything, because he was, as it were, attached to everything by only the thinnest thread. He used to say, I am free because I don't need anything. I do not consider my body my own. God's law is everything to me, and everything else means nothing to me. Socrates, too, was a free man. He was not afraid of death, and obeyed the inner voice of his conscience, even when he was persecuted for it and threatened with death. When his friends suggested that he escape from prison, he did not want to cheat to save his life and was able, when it was necessary, to prove to people by his own death all the good things he had taught them during his lifetime. Think of them more often. Their words and the example of their lives will help you to achieve your own freedom. But remember, if you really want to be truly free, you must always be ready to give to God what you have received from Him. You must be ready not only for death, but also for the most painful suffering and torture. How often have whole cities and peoples given their lives not for true, but for false, worldly freedom? How many people have killed themselves, wishing to free themselves from a life that was burdensome to them? If even a false good is achieved by such sacrifices, what wonder is it that true freedom is not obtained without trouble and bodily suffering? And if you are not willing to pay such a price for your freedom, you will remain a slave among slaves for life, even if you have all sorts of worldly honors. All the things that people so admire, all the things for which they are so anxious to acquire, all these things do not bring them the slightest bit of happiness. As long as people are worrying, they think their good is what they are seeking. But as soon as they get what they want, they are again worried, sad, and jealous of what they do not yet have. And this is very understandable, because it is not by satisfying one's idle desires that one achieves freedom, but on the contrary, by ridding oneself of such desires. If you want to be sure that this is true, apply at least half as much work to freeing yourself from your empty desires as you have so far spent on their fulfillment, and you yourself will soon see that in this way you will gain much more peace and happiness. Leave the society of the rich and influential. Cease to please those who are noble and powerful, and imagine that from them you can get anything you need. Seek, on the contrary, from righteous and reasonable people what you can get from them, and I assure you that you will not leave them empty-handed, as long as you come to them with a pure heart and good thoughts. If you don't take my word for it, then at least try to get close to such people for a while. Try to take at least a few steps toward true freedom, and then decide for yourself whether you are more attracted to good and freedom or to evil and slavery. There is no shame in this experience. Test yourself. Book 4. Why read books? It is not only our addiction to wealth and power that prevents us from living in peace, but also every other addiction, such as our addiction to leisure, to travel, to read books, in a word, to everything that is outside us, that we do not need, that makes us fall under someone else's power. I should try to serve others and not myself. I should always be ready to give people the help they ask of me, if I can in good conscience give it. When I constantly work for others, I will not regret not having had time to read or write a book, just as I do not regret eating rather than reading or writing when I am hungry. Only he who wants to boast before men of his knowledge or intelligence would read or write a book while his neighbor asks him to do something to help him. Reading a book is not a deed, but a preparation for a deed. When an occasion presents itself to help a person, one should not hesitate to put off reading even the best and most useful book. After all, such books are written for the sole purpose of preparing the reader for good and useful deeds. So, when I have to show and practice what I have prepared myself for, I can no longer excuse myself by saying that I still have to prepare myself for the cause by reading or writing a book. We would never complain about being prevented from reading if we always read books in order to learn to live better. This is the only day we should read books. We should read a book, for example, about our will only in order to learn to control it. A book about our desires in order to achieve what we want and desire only what we should. A book about our duties in order never to deviate from them. If we read books for that only, we would not be angry that our reading was interrupted, but on the contrary, we would rejoice at having to actually do what good books teach us to do. You read useful books so much that you regret it when people pull you away from it. You laugh at the man of vanity, who amuses himself with idle amusements, and think that reading a useful book is never vanity. Laugh better at yourself, because to read a useful book in this way, for yourself alone, as you read it, is also idle and vain. The suffering and dissatisfaction of both of you will be the same. And you will not be able to say, "Let it be as God pleases," but you will say, "Oh, how miserable I am! I wanted to read a beautiful and useful book, and now instead I have to do the bidding of this annoying man. Isn't it? I will answer you. Your duty to read books at a time when help is asked of you. You need to know and remember one thing: what God wants you to do now, and what He does not want you to do. Recently He arranged for you to be alone, to talk to yourself, to read, to write, to prepare yourself for good works. But today He has sent you people who are asking you to help them with their work. By this, it is as if God is saying, get out of your loneliness and show in practice what you have learned, because it is time for both you and people to see the benefit of what you have been reading and thinking about. Don't lose face. Don't complain about people for interrupting your work, because if there were no people, who would you serve, and why would you read books about how to serve people better? 2. Don't rush to lecture people. There are people who, as soon as they listen to wise teachings, they themselves begin to teach others. They do the same thing as a sick stomach, which immediately spews out the food it has taken. Do not imitate such people. First digest within yourself what you have heard, and do not spew it out beforehand, otherwise you will produce real vomit, which can serve no one as food. Digest the doctrine and show us your wisdom and deeds, just as one who has learned a trade shows us his art. For such a man would not say, listen to me as I think of my craft. He would simply take up his work, do it, and thus show us that he really knows his craft. And thou shalt do likewise. Live as a prudent man should, eat, drink, and dress sensibly, marry, bear children, work, and perform all thy duties rightly and sensibly. Bear wrongs patiently. Do not be angry with your neighbor who is guilty before thee, whether he be thy brother, father, son, neighbor, comrade, acquaintance, or stranger. Show us how you practice all these things, and then we will admit that you have indeed learned something from the wise. Teaching wisdom is not something you can take on lightheartedly or headlong. It requires much experience. It requires a righteous life, and most importantly, it requires God Himself to send you to do it. It is very, very difficult to rebuke people, to discover their errors, and to guide them to the true way, and you can only take on such work when you yourself have lived more righteous than other people, and, in addition, you realize in yourself an undoubted calling to teach people. Before you teach people, consider your own life, know yourself, and do not undertake the work of teaching without a clear direction from God. If you know inwardly that it is not for your own amusement that you want to teach people, but that God Himself is calling you to teach, then follow this path. But henceforth know that as you will point people to good and truth, you will probably be beaten. He who lives more righteous than others, and teaches it to people, is mostly persecuted and persecuted by people. But remember that you should pity those who beat you, because as a teacher of truth, you are the father and brother of all men. 3. On how to treat the deluded. If you are so happy that you always say only what is true, reject what is false, doubt only what is doubtful, desire only good and good, you will not resent evil and reckless people. But they're thieves and crooks. You say, what is a thief and a crook? After all, it is a person who is corrupt and deluded, and such a person should be pitied. If you can, convince him that it is not good for him to live the way he does, and he will stop doing evil. And if he doesn't understand that, no wonder he lives badly. Have pity on these poor people, and try not to let their delusions make you angry. Remember how often you yourself have gone astray and sinned. Understand well, and always remember that a man always does what seems best for himself. If it is really better for him, he is right. But if he is wrong, it is worse for him, because every mistake is inevitably followed by suffering. If you constantly remember this, you will not be angry or indignant with anyone, you will not reproach or scold anyone, and you will not be at enmity with anyone. When you see a man going astray, do not be angry with him. Understand that you cannot deliberately go astray. No one can want his reasoning to be obscured. So whoever is deluded is sincerely mistaking a lie for the truth. But it also happens that people do not go astray, but purposely do not accept the truth even when it is revealed to them to the full. They do not accept it, not because they cannot understand it, but because it exposes their evil deeds, takes away from them the justification of their vices, and therefore they do not accept the truth. These people also deserve not anger but compassion, for their consciences are sick, so to speak. And I am always amazed at how these people are afraid of sickness and death, trying in every way to avoid them, but are not at all concerned about the sickness of their conscience and their spiritual death. And spiritual death is inevitable for any man when he does not cherish his conscience. 4. On how to persuade others. If you truly believe in the justice of your understanding of life and wish people well, then on occasion you will express your opinions to others so as to assure your interlocutors of the justice of your understanding of life if possible. And in these cases, the more wrong your interlocutor is, the more important and desirable it is that he understands and appreciates what you want to prove to him. And yet we often do just the opposite. We are well able to talk to a person who agrees or almost agrees with us. And when we see that our interlocutor does not believe in the truth which we admit, or even does not understand it, then we, try to explain him the truth and to assure him in its justice. But if he continues to disagree with us and, as we think, is obstinate or twists our words in another direction, how easily we lose our calm and become irritated. We either become angry and give our interlocutor a hard time, or we stop talking, thinking it is not worthwhile to reason with such an incomprehensible or stubborn person. If you were walking on a road familiar to you, and you met a man who had gone astray, would you show him the way? Show the man who is going astray where the truth is, but show it so that he may see it, and then see how willingly and gladly he will go to it. But if you have failed to show him the truth, complain not against him, but rather against yourself for being so powerless. When you want to show your interlocutor, in a conversation, some truth, the most important thing is not to get annoyed and not to say a single unkind or hurtful word. V. On the pursuit of worldly goods. When you see that a man has achieved an important position or acquired great wealth, remember that instead you have the ability to do without it all, and that your share is much happier than his share. Let people have wealth, power, beautiful women, but in your soul you have the power to desire neither wealth, nor power, nor beautiful women, and thus you are more powerful than those wretched people. And how much they would give for this ability to despise wealth, honor, and women's caresses. There is a healthy thirst and a painful thirst. A healthy person's thirst is quenched as soon as he gets drunk. When he is sick, his thirst ceases for a little while, and then again his stomach suffers, he is nauseated, he is in heat, and again he is tormented by unquenchable thirst. So it is with those who pursue wealth, honor, and lustful pleasures. They rob the weak, torture the innocent, and engage in shameful lust. But they are never satisfied with this. They want more and more wealth and power. They seek more and more pleasures, and at the same time, they are afraid of losing what they have. Envy, spite, jealousy take hold of them, and they die without having achieved what they have sought. You should not envy such people, but pity them and be afraid of becoming like them. If you scatter nuts and gingerbread on the street, children will come running and pick them up and fight with each other. Adults will not fight about it, and children won't pick up empty shells either. To me, money, positions, honors, and fame are the same as shells and children's sweets. Let the children pick them up. Let them be beaten and chased because of it. It's all shells to me. If I happen to get my hands on a nut, why not eat it? But bending down to pick it up, fighting over it, knocking someone down, or falling over myself, is not worth it over such trifles. 6. On the measure of good and evil. One person thinks one thing is good, and another person thinks the opposite. But the two opposite opinions cannot be just. You will say, consider my opinion fair and other people's opinion unfair. So how do you know that your opinion is right and someone else's is unfair? It is not enough that you yourself think you are right. When we need, for example, to measure a distance, we do not rely on the words of one or another person, but we measure the distance with the right measure, the measure of an arshin, a yardstick. If there is a correct measure for such simple matters, is there no such measure for the more important matters of life? If there were such a measure for avoiding error, surely we would not take a single step without dealing with it. Such a measure would open the eyes of all those who go astray, taking as true what they only think to be true. This measure exists. In order to acquire it, we must first have a good understanding of what our true good is, what our true evil is, and what their main characteristics are. When we figure this out for ourselves and understand it clearly, then we already have the measure we are looking for in our hands. I want to know, for example, is any carnal pleasure good or evil? Some people say it is good, others will say it is evil. I apply my measure. My measure tells me that true goodness is safe, inspires respect, and delivers constant goodness. Is this what carnal pleasure is? No, it is not safe for health, nor can it inspire respect for anyone, nor is it a constant good. Consequently, this pleasure is not good. You can check the meaning of this pleasure also by another measure. We all know that true good always gives pleasure to our souls. Discuss now whether this is a carnal pleasure. When you answer this question, be careful, for if you say that carnal pleasure can give satisfaction to our souls, you will only show that you do not know how to use the measure of good and evil. Real wisdom is nothing less than the ability to ascertain and establish the true measure of good and evil, and the task of every reasonable man is to apply this measure to all the affairs of life. True goodness lies in right concepts and good desires. True evil lies in wrong notions and vicious desires. As soon as it seems to you that death is evil, remember now that evil is what we must avoid. And since death cannot be avoided, it cannot be evil. We must never forget the truth that there is nothing good or bad in anything that does not depend on our will. We must always remember that we cannot control events, but must adjust to them. My brother shouldn't have done this to me. Wasn't his behavior bad for me? It is bad, but not for you, but for him. Whatever my brother does to me, I will treat him as I should, because I am concerned only with my behavior, not his. In my own behavior I am master, but in someone else's I have no power. Every deviation from the will of God is inevitably accompanied by punishment. For example, if a man thinks that there can be good for him in that which does not depend upon him, he will surely be envious, jealous, flattering, and constantly troubled. If a man thinks that there can be evil for him in that which does not depend on him, he will surely be sad, weeping, and despairing. In general, punishment invariably follows every irrational act. And yet how few people dare to give up an unreasonable life. 7. What is the most important loss for a person? When you scold a man and fight with him, you are like a blacksmith who has forgotten his craft. Then you forget that people are your brothers, and you become their enemy instead of their friend. By that you harm yourself, because when you stop being the kind and sociable creature that God created you to be, and instead became a wild beast that creeps up, tears, and destroys its prey, then you lost your most precious possession. You feel the loss of your purse of money. Why do you not feel your loss when you have lost your honesty, kindness, and moderation? What is the loss of the man who seduces his neighbor's wife? in that he lost his self-control, his authority over himself, his honesty. He has killed in himself a comrade and a benefactor of men. Likewise, a man suffers a great loss when he is angry with people or afraid of something. Our soul is like a vessel of water, and the thoughts that come to us are like light falling on that water. When the water in the vessel rustles, it seems as if the light falling on the water rustles, even though it is not so. In the same way, when our soul is agitated, it seems as if our very thoughts themselves are unrestrained and confused. But in fact only the soul worries. When it calms down, our thoughts will immediately come back to order. We need to cherish what is ours, not covet what is not ours. Use what we are given, not cry over what we are not given. Give willingly, and without opposition what is taken from us, and thank God that we have used it for a while. 8. What is dear to man? You say that there is no need to care about right thinking and reasoning, and you ask me to prove to you the benefits of right thinking. But how will you know if my proof is just, if it is not by means of right thinking and reasoning? Consequently, by asking me to prove to you the benefit of right thinking, you are thus proving to me that you intend to apply your right thinking to the case. And if so, then you do not need to be proved its usefulness. Man has an advantage over animals, not with his body, but with his mental faculties. In them lies the highest good for man. Whoever neglects them falls into real evil. Whoever wants to be saved from evil must guard, as if from enemies, his honesty, his self-control, his reasonableness. Whoever gives up this fortress of his to the enemy is captured and will perish. To live one's life as a real person is not at all as easy and simple as it seems at first sight. We know that man differs from wild beasts and cattle in his mind. So, if we want to be real people, we must not resemble either beasts or cattle. When does a person look like an animal? Then when he lives in his belly, reckless, careless, lustful. And when does he look like a wild animal? Then when he lives by violence, when he acts with stubbornness, anger. Put your inner spiritual life in order. Do not let sorrow, fear, envy, greed, avarice, unfriendliness, sloth, and unrestraint run wild. You can only keep these things at bay if you remember God, seek Him, and obey His commandments in everything. If you don't want that, you will have to groan and wail and drag yourself after those who are stronger than you. You will seek happiness outside of yourself, and you will never find it, because instead of seeking it where it is, you will seek it where it is not. Man was not created to live alone, but to live together, to love his fellow man, and to find happiness in fellowship with his fellow man. But at the same time, man should not be bored even when he has to live alone. He must be able to do without entertainment, and use solitude to talk to himself, to meditate on God, and on the purpose of man in the world. When we are alone, we must examine our own behavior, past and present, what else prevents us from living righteously, and how to get rid of it, and then we must fight against those weaknesses and vices that we notice in ourselves. The business of a reasonable man is to apply his thoughts to the matter in accordance with the laws of nature. Every man has two things to do. One is to hold fast to the truth, to suspend delusion, and not to reason about that which is unknown. The other is to flatter himself lovingly with all that is good, to suspend evil, and to pay no attention to that which is neither good nor evil. The man who would not know that eyes can see, and who would never open them, would be very pathetic. But even more pathetic is the man who does not realize that he has been given reason in order to endure all kinds of trouble in peace. With the help of the mind, we can deal with all troubles. A reasonable person will not encounter intolerable trouble in life. For him it does not exist. And yet, often, instead of looking any trouble straight in the eye, we cowardly try to dodge it. Isn't it better to rejoice that God has given us the power not to be upset by things that happen to us against our will, and to thank Him for submitting our souls only to what depends on us? He has not made our souls subject to our parents, brothers, wealth, body, or death. He, in His goodness, has subjected it to the only thing that depends on us, our mind. The only one who is free is the one to whom everything happens the way he wants it to happen. But does that mean that whatever he wants will happen to him? Not at all. For literacy, for instance, teaches us to write with letters and words everything we want. But to write at least my name, I cannot write such letters as I want. That way I will never write my name. And I must wish to write exactly the letters that I want, and in the order that I want. And that's the way it is in everything. We would never learn anything if we did things our way. So, in order to be a free man, one should not wish in vain everything that comes into one's head. On the contrary, a free man must learn to want and accept everything that happens to him, because what happens to man does not happen in vain, but according to the will of Him who governs the whole world. 9. On man's relationship to God. We should do the same thing with God as we do with our eyes. We don't ask them to see what we want to see. On the contrary, we are very happy for our eyes to show us things as they really are. Why do we not do the same with God? Why do we beg Him to take pity on us and give us what we want rather than what we receive from Him? Is there anything better than what God has established? If only we would constantly remember that God is in us, a witness to everything we do and think, we would stop sinning and God would be in us all the time. Let us remember God and think and talk about Him as often as we can. If you constantly remember what a great master you are created, then you will not want to offend Him with your vicious life. Remember also that He not only created you, but also ordered you to preserve yourself. Can you really dare to damage and defile what He has entrusted to you? If God were to instruct you to look after an orphan, would you take care to protect him from harm? In the same way, God instructed you to contemplate yourself and, as it were, said to you, "Save this man in that pure image in which I brought him into the world. He was born honest, loyal, fearless, and with a pure soul. Keep it safe." Aphorism's life is full of accidents, like a river overflowing from the rain, stormy, full of mud, impassable, mad, noisy, and fleeting. A heart that follows the laws of morality is an inexhaustible spring with pure, transparent, tasty, healthy, good for everything, beautiful, useful, water that does not contain anything harmful. If you want to be good, first consider yourself evil. It is better to try to confess your mistakes less often and be smart more often than to confess your mistakes only occasionally and make mistakes more often. Master your passions or they will master you. Do not be so ashamed of people's opinions of yourself as be afraid of the truth. If you want to be spoken well of you, do not speak badly of others. When you have accustomed yourself to speak well of strangers, try to behave impeccably, then they will make a flattering opinion of you. Freedom is good, bondage is evil. But the choice of any of them depends on us. That, where there is no place for free will, does not fit into any of the above concepts. But the spirit has dominion over the flesh and over everything that belongs to the body, and has no free will. A person with free will cannot be called a slave. Destiny is a dark prison for the body, and evil for the soul. Whoever is free in body, and not free in soul, is a slave, and, in turn, whoever is bound bodily but free spiritually is free. Nature frees from bodily bonds by death, as it frees from poverty by wealth, but from spiritual bonds by virtue of knowledge, study, and toil. If you want to live peacefully and cheerfully, try to make friends only with good people. And they will be good to you when you will work on re-educating those of them who will willingly listen to you, and you will separate from those who are alien to you along with those who depart from you. Vices and slavery will depart. As with those who remain, there will remain moral virtues and freedom. Shame on him who makes a sweet drink of the gift of bees' honey, and at the same time, with his wicked life, makes bitter the gift of God the mind. There is no one who, while loving money, pleasure, and fame, loves people as well. They are loved only by one who loves virtue. You wouldn't want to go on a big, beautiful, gilded ship and drown on it. So do not desire to live in a big, luxurious house where you would be choked with grief. If we are invited to dinner, we eat what we are served. If someone asks the host to serve him a fish or a cake, he will be called an ignoramus. In life, however, we demand from the gods what they cannot give us, and we demand, moreover, after having received a lot from them. Ridiculous are the people who are proud of what is not in our power. One says, "I am better than you. I have a lot of land, and you are starving." "I am a former consul," says another. "I am a procurator," you hear from a third. "I have curly hair," says a fourth. The horse, meanwhile, will not say to the horse, "I am better than you, because I have plenty of fodder, plenty of oats. My bridle is gold cut, my blanket is colored," but only, "I am better than you, because I am faster." In general, every animal is better or worse solely on its own merits or demerits. Are people the only ones who don't appreciate moral qualities? Should we pay attention only to hair, dress, and origin? Sick people are dissatisfied with a doctor when he prescribes nothing to them, and think that he thinks their situation is hopeless. Why don't we do the same to the philosopher? Don't we think he is desperate for our correction if he doesn't give us any advice? He who is strong in body can endure both heat and cold. So he who is healthy mentally can endure anger, grief, joy, and all the other feelings. Ask yourself, what do you want, riches or happiness? If riches, know that it is neither good nor in your hands. If happiness, be sure that it is both good and in your power. The former fate lends us only temporarily, whereas to be happy depends on ourselves. If you see an echidna, a poisonous snake, or a scorpion in a box with ivory or gold jewelry, you still will not love or want to have them, even though they are planted in an expensive room. On the contrary, you will look at them with fear and disgust, as at poisonous animals. So, when you meet people who are rich, generously endowed with all the fortune, but vicious, do not marvel at their brilliant appearance, but despise them for their vices. Wealth cannot be called a good thing. Luxury is directly evil, just as frugality is a good quality. Frugality leads to moderation and to the acquisition of true goods, while wealth leads to luxury and immoderacy. It is therefore difficult for a rich man to be moderate, just as it is difficult for an abstemious man to become rich. If your mother became pregnant or gave birth to you on a ship, you would not try to become her helmsman for it. In the same way, you should not wish for riches on earth. In the first case you have nothing in common with the ship, in the last case with wealth. What you have in common in both cases is your mind. If nature has given you the mind, if you have a kinship with it, consider it yours, take care of it. When you were born in Persia, you would not want to live in Greece. No, you would want to live happily in your homeland. Why then, if you were born in poverty, would you try to get rich and not want to live happily, remaining what you were before? It is better to sleep, at least bent over, on a short bed, and be healthy than to lie on a long bed and be sick. So it is better to be needy and cheerful than to live in luxury, and not know what the feeling of joy is. It is not poverty that makes us sad, but our desires, and it is not wealth that dispels fear in us, but reason. If you have sense, you will neither wish for riches nor grumble about your poverty. The horse does not boast, nor is it proud of its stable, harness, or blanket, The bird is proud of its food or nest. Both are proud of their swiftness, of their feet as the former, or of their wings as the latter. In turn, you, too, should not be proud of your table or your dress, in a word, of external goods, but of your good heart and your charity. There is a difference between a happy life and a luxurious life. The former is based on self-control, self-improvement, order, propriety, and simplicity. The latter is based on immodesty, luxury, and lack of all order and propriety, so that the former deserves just praise, while the latter deserves censure. So, if you want to live happily, do not seek praise for a life of luxury. Know the measure of all food and drink, and satisfy only the first urge to eat. The urge for food is expressed by the pleasure with which you eat. Then you will not take food by force, you will do without fine foods, and you will drink with pleasure every beverage. Your dinner parties should not be luxurious and yet boring, but cheerful and simple, so that, on the one hand, from pleasing the body the soul does not suffer, and on the other hand, that, indulging in sensual pleasures, not to neglect the body and thereby not damage it, as a result of a luxurious life are diseases. Take care not of the food of the flesh, but of the food of the spirit. The former goes out as defecation, they immediately stop talking about it, while the latter never spoils, even when the soul is separated from the body. When you are at dinner, remember, you are treating two guests, your body and your soul. What you give to the body you will soon lose, but what you give to the soul will remain yours forever. When you are serving your guests with exquisite dishes, do not show your anger at the same time. Luxurious food, having entered the stomach, soon leaves it, while anger, having sunk into the soul, remains in it for a very long time. Try not to offend your guests with anger, in spite of your sumptuous reception, and accept them simply, but give them pleasure with your kindly treatment. At dinner, pay attention to having fewer servants. It would be foolish for the few guests to be cared for by many servants. It would be very good for you to take part in the execution of your commands, just as you eat with those slaves who are charged with this or that task. If it is difficult for you to perform it because you have no leisure, do not forget at least that you are idle, others work for you. You eat, they are hungry. You drink, they are thirsty. You speak, they must be silent. You are merry, they are sad. Then neither you yourself, being in a state of irritation, will consider yourself offended, nor offend another who makes you angry. It is impolite to quarrel and argue in general, but it is especially indecent to quarrel over drinks. After all, a drunk cannot convince a sober person, just as a sober person cannot persuade a drunk, and where all persuasion is futile, there is no reason to use all your eloquence. Grasshoppers have a voice, snails do not. The latter love dampness, the former warmth. The latter are made to come out of their shells by the dew, the former wake up by the burning rays of the sun, along with its rising, and begin their songs. So if you also want to be a man of pleasant and sensible conversation, do not show your soul at dinners, when it is sprinkled with wine. Do, or you will pollute it. But when, in quiet conversation, your mind warms it with its rays, then let its voice sound like the voice of a prophet, let it speak with the voice of truth. Look at him with whom you are talking from 3 points of view. Consider him either higher than you in intelligence, or lower, or equal to you. If he is smarter than you, listen and obey him. If he is stupider, give him your own advice. If he is equal to you in intelligence, agree with him. Remembering this, you will never get used to arguing. It is better to agree with the truth and give up a false opinion than, by agreeing with a false opinion, to be defeated by the truth. In seeking the truth, don't try to win at all costs. Once the truth is in your hands, victory is assured for you. Truth wins on its own, opinion wins through others. It is better to live with one person of high spirits and be calm and independent than to lead a miserable life in the company of many. What you don't wish for yourself, don't wish for others. You don't like being a slave, don't enslave others. If you cannot do without the services of slaves, you are first of all a slave yourself, just as virtue and vice do not get along with each other, neither do freedom and slavery. Just as a healthy person would not want to be served by sick people or see his household sick, so a noble person would not allow himself to use the services of slaves or live under the same roof as unfree people. If you want to be free, get your own freedom, and you will be free when you renounce your passions. For Aristides, Epaminondas, and Lycurgus were given the famous names of just, to the first, liberator, to the second, and God, to the third, not because they were rich and had slaves, but because, living in poverty, they gave Greece freedom. If you want to live in a firmly built house, take an example from the Spartan Lycurgus. As he did not surround his city with walls, considering its protection the good life of its citizens, and managed to keep it free forever, so you do not surround your house with large walls. Do not put high towers on them. No, let those living in it be strong with their love, honesty, and brotherly union, and evil will not penetrate into it, even if the whole host of sin attacked it. Do not adorn your house with pictures or paintings. Let moderation reign in it be the adornment. The former is alien to the soul, and only temporarily pleases the eye, while the latter is ingrained in it, imperishable, an eternal adornment of the house. Instead of herds of bulls, try to gather crowds of friends in your house. A wolf bears a resemblance to a dog, just as a flatterer, a wife's lover, and a sponger bear a resemblance to each other. Beware, therefore, of letting ravenous wolves into the house by mistake instead of guarding herds. A man devoid of taste tries to decorate his home with a work of blinding plaster to the surprise of others, but a man of fine taste, and at the same time gifted with love for people, adorns his soul with affection and sociability. If, instead of marveling at the great, you marvel at the small, you will earn contempt, but if you despise the small, you will be deeply respected. There is nothing more repugnant than stinginess, love of pleasure, and ostentation, but there is nothing more noble than generosity, meekness, soft-heartedness, and a desire to do good. Philosophers who prove that voluptuousness is contrary to human nature and, on the contrary, who prove that human nature is akin to feelings of justice, moderation, and nobility, are not loved. Indeed, why then does the soul rejoice in even minor pleasures, enjoys peace, to use Epicurus' expression, and at the same time feels no joy in its goods, which are so great? Nature has given me shame, and I often blush when I feel I am speaking indecently. This mental movement prevents me from believing that enjoyment is a good thing and should be the goal of our lives. Roman women do not part with Plato's work, The State, because in it he preaches the communion of wives, but they read the philosopher's words alone without understanding their meaning. He does not say at all that a man should marry and live alone with his wife only, and then the wives should be common. No, he proposes to destroy this kind of marriage and introduce a new form of married life. In general, people are happy to find excuses for their transgressions, whereas philosophy teaches us not to lift a finger without thinking. The rarer the pleasures, the more enjoyable they are. The most pleasant things can turn into the most unpleasant, if only to overstep the measure. Agrippinus rightly deserves praise for the fact that, despite his great merits, he never praised himself, or even blushed when others began to praise him. He was in the habit of praising every unpleasantness that happened to him. For example, if he fell with a fever, he praised the fever. If he was scolded, he praised the scolding. If he was condemned to exile, he blessed the exile. One day, as he was about to eat breakfast, they brought him orders in the name of Nero to go into exile. So, he said. "We will have to have breakfast in Aritia." Diogenes was disdainful of any labor that benefited not the spiritual side, not the soul, but the body. Just as faithful scales cannot be tested by faithful scales, nor can they be judged by faithful scales, so a just judge cannot be judged by just men, and he is not subject to the judgment of unjust men. Straight does not need to be corrected, so the just does not need to be corrected. Don't take it upon yourself to judge others before you have found yourself in your heart worthy to take the place of a judge. If you want to be an impartial judge, look not at the accuser or the accused, but at the case itself. You will be an impeccable judge if you don't have a stain on your own life. It is better to endure undeserved insults from the accused for his just verdict than to feel the just reproaches of conscience for his biased decision. You can't judge a stone by which gold is recognized. The same can be said of a judge. It is a shame for a judge to be judged by others. Just as there is nothing more direct than a straight line, so there is nothing more just than a fair one. Who among us does not wonder at the act of Lycurgus the Spartan? When one of the young citizens poked out his eye, the people turned him in so that Lycurgus could punish him as he saw fit, but he refused to do so. He engaged in educating him, made an honest man of him, and appeared with him in the theater. "You delivered him to me as my offender and villain," he said to the astonished Spartans, "and I return him to you as an honest and good man." Pittacus, offended by one man, could have punished him, but he let him go with the words, "Forgiveness is better than vengeance. The former is characteristic of good men, the latter of evil. Nature's main purpose is to strengthen, to make strong in us the desire for the beautiful and useful. Only a quite vulgar and foolish man would think that others would despise him if he did not harm his sworn enemies in every way. It is true that we treat with contempt the man who is unable to do others any harm, but it is incomparably more just that he who cannot do outsiders any good deserves it. If you want to approach someone with anger and threats, remember to remind yourself that you are meek and will not act violently. You will not have to repent or fear responsibility. It should not be forgotten that it is difficult for a person to internalize a moral rule and bring it into his life if it is not repeated or reminded of daily. Nicene was so industrious that he often asked his slaves if he had bathed or had breakfast. Archimedes was forcibly led away by slaves to rub oil on his body as he bent over the writing tablets, but he continued to draw mathematical figures on his oiled body. When the owner of the ship, Lamped, was asked what it was like for him to make a fortune, he replied, "Great wealth is easy, but little money with great difficulty." When Pittacus asked Solon, who was silent at the table, why he did not speak, whether because he could not find something to talk about or because he was foolish, he was told, "No fool can be silent at the table. Always try to be up front mainly, so that you don't lose anything. It is safer to be silent than to speak. Especially don't talk nonsense." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lighthouses in harbors give a bright fire even when a little wood is thrown into them, and bring great benefit to ships watering on the sea. So a good man in a difficult time for the state, being content with a little personally, can bring his fellow citizens great benefit. If you want to steer a ship, you must be quite familiar with the duties of a helmsman. In the same way, if you want to be the head of the state, you must be familiar with the art of government. Otherwise, in the first case, you may sink the ship. In the second, you may bring the state to its ultimate downfall. If you intend to decorate your hometown with offerings, first of all bring yourself as a gift your gentleness, your love of justice, and your good heart, the most precious of gifts. If you build your hometown not tall buildings, but make its citizens taller, you will be its greatest benefactor. It is better that high hearts dwell in low houses than that low, shallow souls nest in high buildings. Do not adorn the walls of your house with Euboean or Spartan marble. Adorn the hearts of your fellow citizens, and their rulers, with the fruits of Greek enlightenment. Not stones or wood are the foundation of a state, but the mind of its citizens. If you want to have lions, of course, you should not care about the beauty of their cages, but about the health of animals. So, if you want to become the leader of your fellow citizens, do not so much care about the splendor of their houses, but that those who live in them have a courageous soul. As a good groom does not feed only the humble horses, does not starve the restless of them, on the contrary, feeds equally both of them, only beats some of them harder, so that they are equal to the good, so an intelligent ruler tries to do good, not only good citizens, not completely destroy the bad, but cares equally about the welfare of those and others, only makes instructions, and toughens treatment of those who act against reason and the laws. A goose does not frighten others by its cry, a sheep by its bleat, so you should not be afraid of the cry of a deaf crowd. Just as you should be deaf to the foolish demands of the crowd for something of your property, so you should respond by refusing to be demanded of you by the crowd for something contrary to your honor. That you have to pay the state, pay in advance, and you'll never be asked anything you shouldn't. The sun does not need prayers or incantations to rise. No, it suddenly begins to send its rays for the joy of all. So do not wait for applause or noise or praise to do good. Do good deeds voluntarily, and you will be loved like the sun. It is not on one anchor that the ship stands. It is not on one hope that life rests. Don't go where you can't go. Don't hope for what you can't hope for. When Thales was asked, "What is quite common to all?" he answered, "Hope, which remains even in those who have nothing else. I heal the soul, not the body. Better death than a shameful life." Pyrrhon said that there is no difference between life and death. When asked why he did not die, he replied, "Because life and death are one and the same thing. Our nature is amazing and life-loving, as Xenophon says. There is nothing nastier than our body, and yet we love it and praise it. If we only had to resemble our fellow man for 5 days, we would not agree to it. Imagine how nice it is to get up early in the morning and brush another's teeth, or, when he has done his natural needs, to wash his scrotum. One has only to wonder how it is that we love something that requires so much care on a daily basis, involving so much trouble. First I have to fill my bag, then I have to empty it again. Could there be anything nastier? And yet I must obey God, and I will remain faithful to him and wash, feed, and clothe my wretched body. When I was younger, I had to obey even more commands, but I have obeyed them. So why do you grumble when nature takes back the body she gave us? We love it, you say. But is not the same love, as I said above, instilled in you by the same nature? Now it says itself, give up your body. It must no longer weigh you down. The young man dying grumbles against the gods for dying in the prime of life, the old man for languishing when it is time for him to retire. And yet, when death confronts him, his thirst for life overwhelms him, and he sends for the doctor and asks him to use all his strength, all his art, to put him back on his feet. Amazing creatures these people are. They want neither to live nor to die. Always prefer a short but honest life to a long but shameful one. When we were children, our parents entrusted us to an educator who kept a watchful eye to see that no harm came to us. As we grew up, God entrusted our innate conscience to watch over us. Let us not despise this guard, or else God will be angry with us, and our own conscience will see us as enemies. Wealth should be used, as well as some things, not everywhere in the same way. It is better to wish everyone to acquire virtue rather than wealth, which is even harmful to fools. With wealth vices increase, and the more foolish one is, the more ugly one behaves, the better one is able to satisfy his desires. What you shouldn't do, don't even think about doing. There are people who have lived happily a century in poverty, which very rarely happens to the rich and noble. Honest poverty has in itself the advantage that no decent man would trade his poverty for his ill-gotten wealth, unless the son of Neocles, Themistocles, at one time the first rich man in Athens, but poor in moral qualities, stood below Aristides and Socrates. But his wealth is gone, and he himself is forgotten. With the death of an immoral man, all memory of him dies, whereas an honest name will not be forgotten. In a son-in-law you can find a son, but he who has a bad son-in-law has also lost his daughter. Before you undertake anything or say anything, think to yourself carefully. What you say or do, you cannot take back. It is safe for an honest man to live anywhere. Ravens peck out the eyes of a corpse, eyes no longer good for anything. Flatterers insult the living by pecking out the eyes of their souls. Make no distinction between the angry monkey and the flatterer threatening you. Listen to those who want to give you useful advice, just not to those who cannot do without flattery for a moment. The former see clearly what is useful, the latter turn their attention solely to pleasing those above them, and like a shadow follows the body, so they agree with everything that others say. The counselor should pay attention mainly to whether those to whom he gives advice have shame and honor. Those who have lost their shame are useless to correct. Advice is better than censure. The first is gentle, full of friendly concern. The second is cruel and insulting. One corrects the guilty, the other only rebukes him. Share your goodness with the stranger and the needy. If you do not help the needy, they will not help you in your need. When the sea robber was thrown ashore with the ship, a man clothed him, brought him to his house, and gave him all that he needed. In his person I have done good, not to man, but to mankind, he replied to the rebuke made to him for doing good to a villain. Allow yourself not all pleasures, but only those in which there is nothing wrong. The clever one struggles with passion, the foolish one becomes its slave. Passion, like the lure of all deserving the name of vice, seduces the voluptuous soul and easily draws it to the brink of destruction. Try to humble your own passions, but don't allow yourself to give in to your passions. The slave is the one who does not know how to control himself. The grape leaves 3 branches, a branch of pleasure, a branch of drunkenness, and a branch of impudence. When you drink wine, don't talk too much. Show your upbringing, or else your bile will start talking in you. He who has had more than 3 drinks is drunk. If he is sober, he is over the limit after all. Every day think better of God than of food. Think of God more often than you breathe. If you always remember that whatever you do secretly or visibly, God sees, your prayers will be heard and you will not sin. God will be your helper. It's nice to look at the sea from the shore. It's also nice for the rescued to remember the dangers he went through. The law has a purpose to take care of people's lives, but it achieves it only when they wish themselves well. It shows its power on meek people alone. The sick person is saved by the doctor. The offended person is taken under the protection of the law. The best laws are the fairest. It is commendable to yield to the law, to authority, and to intelligence. What is illegal is nothing. There is nothing easier to find a friend in happiness, and nothing harder to find a friend in sorrow. It is time that cures the foolish. It is their wit that cures the clever. He who is wise is not sad about what is not there, but satisfied with the present. When Epictetus was asked what one could do to avenge one's enemy, he replied, "Try to do him as much good as possible." No intelligent man should refuse authority. Only the morally corrupt can refuse the obligation to help those in need. Just as it is low to give up one's place to bad people, it is foolish to wish better to be badly governed than to govern well oneself. The first duty of a leader is not to despise anyone, not to be proud, but to rule over everyone equally. If the philosopher falls under the burden, he will rise quickly and deftly to his feet, like a wrestler in the palestra. The law of nature was, is, and will be the same. Phenomena in nature cannot occur differently than they do now. Not only people and all other living beings on earth, but also the gods are subjected to changes, transitions from one state to another. In the changes, transitions from one state to another, even the four elements take part. The earth turns into water, water into air. The latter in turn becomes ether. The transformation takes place in the same order. The lower becomes the upper. 128. Whoever tries to understand this, and to come to the conviction that it is necessary to obey the laws of nature, will live his age in peace and quiet. He who is dissatisfied with his present situation, dissatisfied with what fate has given him, does not know life, but he who courageously endures it, who looks at things sensibly, is a truly intelligent man. Everything serves and obeys the world, the land, the sea, the sun, the other stars, the plants, the animals. Our body also serves him, our illness and health, our youth, our old age, and all the changes that happen to us depend on him. It is therefore necessary that that which is in our power, our mind, should not struggle with it alone. The soul of the world is higher and more perfect than ours. Ruling with the rest of us, it takes better care of us than we do ourselves. Besides, a mad struggle with it will not be successful, and will bring us nothing but tears and suffering. Strengthen your sense of contentment with your destiny. With this weapon you are invincible. Nothing is as precious as the truth. The choice of friends is not free from hobbies, thanks to which the bright name of truth is darkened. Truth is immortal and eternal. It does not gradually fade beauty. It does not take away the right to speak freely, relying on our rightness. On the contrary, it gives us what is just and lawful, separating it from the unjust and denouncing the latter. The speech is bold, but incoherent like a dull sword. Nature gave humans one tongue and two ears, so that we would listen to others more than we would speak. Nothing in nature is really pleasant or unpleasant, it's all a matter of habit. Choose your best life habit will make you feel good about it. Try to leave behind better educated children than rich ones. The hopes of the educated are more enviable than those of the rich ignorant. The daughter does not belong to the father. It is better to bequeath an untarnished name to your children than wealth. A father's sternness is a wonderful medicine. It has more sweetness than bitterness. In grief, one must call upon the aid of reason, like a good physician. Education, like gold, is treasured everywhere. Those who are immersed in the pursuit of philosophy are engaged in the knowledge of God's being. Of all creations, the most beautiful is the man who has received a wonderful upbringing. Avoid the friendship of bad people and the enmity of good people. In adversity one learns a friend and discovers an enemy. Do good to friends present, good word to those absent. Whoever does not love anyone, let him know that he does not enjoy anyone's love either. Choose as your doctor and friend not those with whom it is pleasant to spend time, but those who can do you more good. If you want to live without sorrow, consider the future as the past. Be alien to the passions, but not by being insensitive, like a foolish animal, or careless, like fools. No, seek comfort in sorrow, as a man following the rules of virtue in his mind. Who is least affected by grief, who struggles with it without sparing strength, is the most courageous of both public men and private citizens. A fool who has experienced what happiness means is made, as if by wine, more foolish. Envy is the enemy of the happy. Remember what a person is, and you'll be indifferent to everything that's going on. To sail safely you need a good steersman and a fair wind. To be happy you need intelligence and skill. Happiness, like autumn fruits, should be plucked in time. Foolish is he who is not satisfied with what happens according to the laws of nature. According to God's will, some things are in our power, others are not. He has given us the best, the most beautiful thing, thanks to which he himself is blessed sensual knowledge. If we use it wisely, it will bring us freedom, happiness, joy, fortitude. It also combines the concept of justice, law, and moderation, all virtues in general. God has not given us power over everything else. We must therefore obey God and, knowing what belongs to whom, strive with all our strength for what is in our power, and leave what does not depend on us to providence, and, if our children are taken away from us, or our homeland or life is taken away from us, we must bear everything with a cheerful heart. When Epictetus was asked, "What kind of man is rich?" he replied, satisfied with himself. When Xantippe rebuked her husband Socrates for his poor reception of his friends, he said, "If they love us, they will take no notice of it. If they are not disposed to us, we should not care for them." King Archelaus of Macedonia invited Socrates to his court to enable him to live a rich life, but he told him to tell him that in Athens he could buy 4 shekels of flour for a mill, and that there was plenty of water. "If my means," said Socrates, "are not enough for me, but I am personally by them, therefore they are by me." Don't you notice that the role of Oedipus the king was played by the actor Paul in no more loud or pleasant voice than that of Oedipus the outcast and the beggar on the hill of Cologne? Shouldn't the philosopher be worse than Paul and play faithfully not every role assigned to him by God? Should he not take his example from Odysseus, who also kept himself no lower in trenchcoat than he did in the lush royal porphyry? Does it matter to me whether the matter of the universe is made up of atoms or homeomers, whether it is made up of fire or earth? Is it not enough to know the essence of good and evil, the measure of love and hate, attraction and repulsion, and, using it as a measure, to arrange my life? So it is not necessary to go deep into the solution of questions above our mind? Some of them can hardly be solved by human mind, but even if someone would comprehend them completely, what would he gain from having solved them? Can it therefore be said that those who look at it as necessary writing to philosophical mind do trivialities? On the other hand, does the advice of the Delphic oracle also deserve attention? Know thyself? It does. What is its meaning? If a dancer in the choir were advised to go deeper into himself, would he pay any attention to this advice? What is a human being? A soul with a body, a walking corpse. Epictetus advised us to find a way to agree with everything, and at the same time to moderate our passions, to choose from them, to try not to let them harm society, not to lose our dignity anywhere because of them, always to restrain our desires, and not to feel love for anything that is not in our power. The question here is not one of trivia, but of whether or not we should be intelligent. The philosopher Epictetus used to say, as I heard from Favorin, that most philosophers are philosophers in words and not in action. He expresses himself even more sharply in Arrian's essay, Discourses, about the philosopher Epictetus. Once he saw a man impudent, rude, lecherous, impertinent, sharp on the tongue, caring about everything except his moral improvement. When he found out that this same man was engaged in philosophy, studied physics, took lessons in dialectics, in general loved and was interested in many similar sciences, he called gods and men to witnesses and began to rebuke him loudly. "Fool, where do you put it? See first if your utensil is clean. If you put philosophy in foolish dreams, it will be lost and, when it rots, will turn into corrosive piss or something even worse." Said indeed harshly, but quite rightly. The brilliant philosopher meant by this to say that if science and philosophy pour into a scoundrel, morally corrupted person, as if into a dirty unwashed dish, they will corrupt, will rot and turn into piss or something even worse than piss. The same Epictetus, as Favorite also told me, said that there is nothing more vile and worse than two vices, impatience and intemperance. When we do not endure, do not remain indifferent to offenses which we should have endured, or do not abstain from things and passions from which we should abstain. Whoever has imprinted these two words in his heart, and will remember them in order to govern and own himself, seldom falls into error and lives quite happily. These two words are patience and self-control. Stoicus took out of his not the fifth book of the Discourses of the philosopher Epictetus, put in order by Arian and containing teachings similar to those of Zeno and Chrysippus. In this work, written, of course, in Greek, we read, the mental conceptions, the phantasms, of the philosophers, which the soul perceives immediately at the first sight of things, do not depend on our will, are not arbitrary, they are as if forcibly rushed into the human mind. But the agreement of reason with perception, in consequence of which we cognize, receive the concept of mental representations, is in our will, as a consequence of the free activity of the human mind. Therefore, when some terrible sound is heard, either from the sky, or from the fall of something, or an unexpected sudden news of some danger comes, finally, something of this kind, it inevitably makes the philosopher's soul tremble, frighten, fear a little also, not because it sees in this phenomenon something terrible, but under the influence of rapid, unconscious mental movements, which outstrip the judgment of mind and intellect. But then the philosopher does not perceive by the soul these frightening mental perceptions, on the contrary, does not agree with them, denies them, does not see in them anything terrible for himself. Therefore, they say, the difference between a fool and a clever one is that what seems to a fool, under the influence of the first impression, terrible and unpleasant, continues to seem the same. Having made up his notion of it as really terrible, he agrees with this, and with his mind, whereas the clever, having changed briefly, for a short time, in appearance, does not submit his mind to perception, does not change his belief, still keeps the same opinion which he always had about this kind of phenomena, i.e. considers them not terrible at all and frightening only because of their false appearance and idle fear. This opinion, borrowed from the study of the Stoics, found a follower in the philosopher Epictetus, as we have seen from the book mentioned above. When it comes to the benefits of animals, and asking our opinion, it is possible to act, and not always according to one's sense of reason.